what he did. I'm sure he was just waiting for you to be older. You were so young when he died. 10, right? Yes. He joined the council a few years before you were born, if I remember right, Kerr said. We wanted to keep it small, but during our first year, J.V. Ravender somehow figured out what we were doing. Still, to this day, I don't know how. Rather than telling the king, he joined us. J.V., Jack, Marie, and I were still there at the end of Weston's rule, and we had some terrible arguments. If Riata and Nick Tarkos hadn't died, everything would have been so different. They were both skilled at finding solutions to impossible problems. Nick was the brother of the Piranha, Jenik Tarkos. Just like the Piranha, he died of heart failure, 5 years after the council was formed. He was the strongest advocate of peace among all of us, with J.V. being on the opposite end, steadfast in his belief that assassination was the only solution. Cleve took deep breaths as he soaked in the information. But eventually it was decided that Dex needed to shoot Weston? His stomach lurched. No, actually, we never all agreed to that. When the council was formed, one of the rules was that we wouldn't take any action unless the decision was unanimous. But Dex did shoot the king? He did, Kerr whispered. I don't understand. Don't tell me my father acted on his own when others voted against the assassination. Your father eventually agreed with J.V. that shooting the king with an arrow while he was on his balcony was the best solution to the problem. In fact, eventually, all of us agreed with J.V., except for one, Jack Rose. The chemist wouldn't condone murder. We met each month to vote, but Jack never changed his mind. Your father didn't work for the king, so it was difficult for him to make the meetings, which took place in the castle. He later made it clear that he wanted to leave the decision up to us, so we came to the understanding that if the vote ever became unanimous, a letter containing nothing but a blue ribbon with the symbol of Cairo would arrive at Dex's home. This was his sign that Jack had finally changed his mind. So when it arrived, Dex waited for Weston to emerge on the castle balcony, as the late king did every evening after dinner, and he shot him. But what your father didn't know was that Jack hadn't changed his mind. J.V. had delivered the envelope on his own. There wasn't the slightest doubt that everything Kerr said was true. Cleve felt empty, like his heart and stomach were missing. Memories of his father felt so unnatural now. Learning how to use a bow, every discussion about never using the weapon to harm another person. He didn't know if he should fight the feeling or let his memories be changed forever. I'm sure he would have told you, Kerr said once more, when you were older. So Wilson found out about this. Yes, he spent many years investigating his father's death. I'm sure he suspects more people than just Dex were behind it, but it would ruin him to find out who it really was. So there's no more council in case Wilson starts behaving like his father? J.V. was removed from the council the moment we discovered what had happened, but we continued to meet, and still exist, though there hasn't been a meeting in years. There's been no need with Wilson. He's nothing like his father, thankfully. I know you're furious with him, and I would never tell you that you shouldn't be, but he's a good king who's made some mistakes, as we all have. You don't need to like him, Cleve, but you can't keep talking about what happened, nor can you act on your feelings. We need him to remain focused on the war, without injury. Kerr eyed him, as if Cleve was planning to shoot the king with his own arrow. What could I do stuck in this prison cell? You have nothing to worry about. I believe I can get you out of here. Kerr pushed out his palms before Cleve could get excited. But you need to do something very difficult first. Anything. You must speak to Wilson and show him that he doesn't need to worry about you any longer. We've spoken about you. He knows what an asset you are to his army. Can you put your emotions aside?" "I can, especially now that I know he wasn't lying. Though I don't know how I'm going to feel about my father tomorrow. He killed a man after the countless times he told me never to do just that." "I'm relieved. Wilson is extremely busy, so I must bring you to him when he has a free moment. You'll be chained. I hope this doesn't deter you?" "No. I'll speak to him first, on your behalf. Then guards will come get you when it's time. I must go. There's so much to do." Cleve stuck out his hand. Kerr took it with a firm shake. "Thank you," Cleve said. "It's the least I could do. Don't forget, I played a role in you being chosen for Rex's assassination, expecting you to find a way out of killing him. I haven't forgotten, and I hold no grudge." "I'm glad to hear that." Eventually, Cleve heard many sets of boots coming down his hallway. "I know the way. No need to be shoving." That voice. Cleve had wondered if he'd be seeing Captain Mzaza again. "So you're the man protecting my king?" Cleve heard spit hit the stone. "My grandmother was stronger than the three of you punies put together." Cleve expected to hear harsh words returned, perhaps even a punch to the captain's gut. However, the guards were silent. Captain Mzaza continued to insult them as Cleve heard a clank and then a key setting a lock. But still, the guards said nothing. The boots came his way. "Cleve Polkin?" one guard inquired. He nodded. "Cleve?" Captain Mzaza said. "Cleve, you in here, boy?" The guards opened Cleve's cell. "Turn around." They fastened his hands together behind his back. "Cleve Polkin, don't think I'd forget your name." Mzaza laughed. "What did you do to get back in here?" Cleve saw the guards watching, waiting for his answer. "I said some things that I shouldn't have, that were wrong." I've made that mistake all too many times." "Will you be sailing back to Green Edge, me boy?" "Perhaps, at some point." "Captain Mzaza's going to be stuck here for a while. If you need a good captain, you know where to find me." Cleve walked by his cell with the guards. "I'll keep that in mind." Mzaza reached out to grab Cleve's shoulder. Cleve feared the guards would jab Mzaza's arm, but surprisingly, they made no motion toward their swords. Where was their eagerness to subdue defiance that they'd shown when Cleve first came to Cairo City? "The next time I see you, boy, it better not be in prison. You hear what Captain Mzaza's saying?" Cleve was shocked. "I understand." "Good. Now I'll inebriate myself." He hummed as he reached into his sleeve and produced a flask. The guards shoved Cleve forward. When they were far enough away, Cleve couldn't hold in his curiosity any longer. "Why were you so gentle with him?" he asked. They hadn't even taken away the old sea captain's flask. "The man's harmless. We have far worse enemies to fight than Mzaza." So that was it. These men had gone with Rila and the others to Tenred. They'd seen battle recently and no longer hungered for it. As they came out of the dungeon and into the light, it took some time for Cleve's eyes to adjust. It wasn't until he was in the grand entrance hall that he could open his eyes fully. The colors of the castle were a pleasant change from the stark gray. Decorative banners and paintings adorned the walls and gave him a feeling of belonging. This was Cairo's castle, not just the king's. The castle had existed nearly as long as the territory itself. Much of its history had happened within these walls. The Kreps had even tried to take it, and they'd failed. Cleve smiled as pride filled his chest. He was ready to fight, no matter what he had to say to Wilson. The guards didn't bring Cleve into a throne room. Instead, he was taken to a room he'd been in once before when he'd come with Rek and the rats. It was a large room, about the size of Cleve's student home. It contained no furniture, but one massive table in its center. Surrounding it were leather seats, the backs embroidered with crowns, swords, and shields, each one different, sometimes just by color. There was a hearth along one wall at the opposite end. Above it was the familiar portrait of Welson's father, Weston, with arms folded beneath a stern expression. Welson was standing beneath the painting, leaning over the table with his palms flat against it. At the sight of Cleve, he pointed at a bare spot on the wall between banners. The guards moved him there. "Stay quiet, and don't stare," one whispered. Cleve dared not interrupt the conversation between those seated around the table. He spotted Kerr among the men. Then Ravender as well. The more he looked at the group, the more others became familiar. He recognized Liaison Wilfrey next. "And if they don't sign the treaty?" one inquired. "Then we must give them a better reason to," Welson said. "Before the Kreps attack, Ravender, send them another message when we're finished here. Tell Tegri Hiller that we'll attack and destroy more than just their wall if they don't agree to a meeting. I'll even meet in neutral territory outside the Fajalajan pathway, if that's what it takes." "He's untrustworthy and dangerous," Kerr said. "I don't recommend meeting him anywhere else except within our castle. Knowing Tegri, it would take him 10 days just to get here. It'll be quicker and more likely to work if we let him stay where he's comfortable." "Then may I suggest you at least offer to meet him in the academy?" Ravender said. "Then he'll counter with Corin Forest, just outside the Fajalajan pathway." Welson smiled. "Yes, that's what we'll do. But make it clear there'll be no psychics. Otherwise our meeting might go in a different direction." Cleve didn't know what the king was referring to, but the others at the table nodded silently. "One small issue with that," Kerr said, "is that your record keeper is a psychic. So is Tegri's. We'll want this meeting recorded, won't we?" "Yes. Wilfrey, select someone who would serve as a good record keeper for the meeting. That person just needs to be trustworthy and able to write quickly, but wait until the meeting is confirmed before telling whoever you choose." "Yes, sire." "That's all for now." Welson straightened his back. Everyone stood and bowed his head before leaving. "You can leave Polkin with me," Welson told the guards, "and please shut the door behind you." They obeyed. "You're lucky you're so useful," Welson spoke with urgency, gathering a stack of papers. "Otherwise, we would have had our last conversation long ago." He walked toward Cleve, his speed implying he wasn't stopping until he reached the door. "Can we finally be done with all of this?" "We can. I just want to fight. You can bring your psychic in here to question me." "That's not necessary. James Kerr has already spoken on your behalf, and I have far greater things to worry about. If you'll fight for me, then I'll gladly have you." Welson opened the door. "Your weapons will be brought down to you." Cleve didn't feel right stopping the king from leaving, but there were 2 things he needed to tell him. "Please, one moment, sir." Welson stopped, halfway out the door. "How important is it?" "Extremely. Did you know that the Kreps have 2 giants?" Welson took a breath that looked painful. "Yes, I know about the Dodricks. Is that it?" "One other thing." Welson scoffed. "What's it about?" "It's what I didn't tell you the last few times we spoke." Welson came back into the room and shut the door. Folding his arms, he whispered, "There's nothing more to say to each other about our past." "It's not that." "Then what?" Welson gestured with his hand for Cleve to hurry. "The Tackeries are coming here after their war is done. They're going to take over Cairo." Cleve opened his mouth to elaborate, but Welson's expression froze him. The king looked ready to shout. "Danvel Tackery told you this?" "Yes, in exchange for help returning to Cairo. I had to agree to assist in the transition of power to the Tackeries when they came here, though I don't believe he'll be coming himself." "Do they know what's happening here?" "Yes. When will they be coming? Wilson asked nervously. It could be a few months or years. It certainly won't be immediately. Their war is of a far wider scale than ours. I can't imagine it'll be resolved quickly. Wilson turned his lips inward and pressed his mouth together. Their army. How many do they have? I don't know, but Danville said they would send between 20 and 30,000 to take Cairo. They have horses and Bastial steel swords like mine. I don't suggest fighting. But you're required to say this, aren't you? What do you mean? You agreed to help Danville with the transition of power, Wilson said. So you would rather I didn't fight him. Even if that wasn't the case, I don't believe you can win. And the Kreps, their army is more than 30,000. Would you suggest not fighting them either? The Tackeries have been terrible rulers, and I would gladly fight to keep them out of power here. Let them keep Goldrum, but this land doesn't belong to them any longer. At first, Wilson seemed exasperated, but then his face loosened with a breath. Did they say they want Tenred as well? What hint did you get as to what they would do if Tegri and I are still at war when they come? They want all of Ovira. I assume they would go to war against both of you. Wilson made a fist. Their greed is absurd. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. I'll deal with them as I'm dealing with Tegri and the Kreps. Thank you for telling me. Wilson opened the door once again. What will you do? Cleve risked asking. I don't know yet. There are more immediate matters on my mind. He was almost through the doorway when he stopped and looked over his shoulder. This agreement between you and Danville Thackeray. Will you be fighting with them or against them when they come? I signed a contract that says I'll assist the Thackeray's, however I'm needed in the transition of power, but only if Danville's 2 daughters agree to what's asked of me. I trust them more than I trust him, but I'd still rather avoid the situation entirely. When this war is over, I plan to travel back there if you'll help me with a ship. I believe I can stop them from attacking Ovira if I have more time there. Perhaps. Let me discuss this with my council at a later time. Wait here for my guards to bring your weapons. And my horse? Cleve inquired, trying to sound as polite as possible. She's staying here. Cleve was silent, too nervous to voice his disagreement. There's no place for her in the academy. My people will take good care of her, Wilson said. And you can come visit her whenever Terran gives you permission to leave. This was a pleasant surprise. I'm not banished from the city? Kerr has convinced me I no longer need to worry about you. As long as this is the case, then yes. It is. Cleve wouldn't apologize for his previous behavior, as Wilson deserved far worse than what Cleve had given him, but he was done revisiting that topic. They were on the same side. But there was something Cleve felt he should say, something he and the king both shared. I'm sorry about your father. And I'm sorry about yours. Chapter 24. Cleve. With his weapons back in his possession, Cleve found himself feeling in debt to Wilson. He wondered if it meant he'd forgiven him. The thought left a taste of disgust. He could never forgive Wilson. But did that mean he couldn't respect the man and proudly serve in his army? Cleve shook his head. He was out of his prison cell. He didn't want to think about Wilson anymore, nor did he want to think about his father. Cleve buried his feelings deep down, knowing it was wrong, but unable to help it. Old habits aren't easy to give up, he told himself, to relieve some of the guilt. The guard shocked Cleve with a polite question. Have all your belongings? I do. Then let me escort you to the door. It wasn't more than 20 steps away. Cleve walked with the man, confused. We've heard about what you and Rick did, the guard said. Our scouts found traces of the dark foam in the location given to us. There was a mound of dirt nearby. They dug and found the Slagari carcass buried there. He offered his hand, and they shook. When we first heard Wilson was sending just 2 to kill one of the Kreps Slagari leaders, some of us were skeptical it was possible. But our king is a smarter man than I am. He chose wisely with you and Rek." Cleve bowed his head, unsure what to say. The guard bowed back and led Cleve through the doorway. After the guard went back inside and the massive iron-bark door began to close, Cleve heard a familiar voice. "Hold!" The guard stopped shutting the door, and Rek came through with an indifferent expression, as if Cleve were a stranger. Cleve grabbed him by the shoulders, fearful he might run off before Cleve could fully apologize. "I'm so sorry for what I said in the dungeon. I made a terrible mistake." "I know you did." Rek reached up to pat Cleve on the shoulder, and Cleve let go of him. "That's all I needed to hear." "You're not upset with me?" "Not anymore. I convinced myself that it had nothing to do with the trust between us, which is what I first thought. I couldn't understand how you would believe I'd take payment from someone, even a king, to lie to you about your family. Rila felt the same way. But I can understand what you were going through in that cell. You were alone for days, stewing. I think your mind was playing tricks." They were walking out of the city, north toward the academy. "It was." Cleve looked around to find no listening ears. "My father really was the one to shoot." He didn't want to mention any other details. "Are you coming to the academy?" "I am, and I've always believed it was your father, but I didn't want to say it. It's unlike Welson to be certain of something that's incorrect. Is it difficult for you to accept this about your father?" Accept it. He'd never considered it something he needed to accept, but that's exactly what it was. It made it easier, he found. This way, it was just a piece of information, a single fact. It didn't change everything else that had happened between them. It was just one thing his father did that had nothing to do with Cleve. "I think I can," he said. "I just wish he were still alive, so I could speak with him." "I'm sure Terran feels the same way, and I would have loved to meet him." Cleve gestured for Rek to stop. "We don't need to speak about this anymore. Tell me what you've been doing in the castle and how you're feeling. You look stronger than when I saw you yesterday. How's your ankle?" "Not too bad now. I wanted to go to the academy with Rila and Stefan yesterday, but I didn't feel up for the walk. I've been working with the psychics Welson has in Cairo City, teaching them, I suppose one could say. Remember, I used to be an instructor at the academy." Cleve nodded. "Is that why you're coming back with me? To begin teaching again?" "No, just to visit and meet my brother." He showed an anxious grin. "I'm nervous." Cleve scoffed. "I saw no nervousness when you led the charge into Welson's castle with an army of rats. I saw no nervousness when we spotted the Slagari leader and scrambled for a place to shoot from, even after you hurt your ankle. But this makes you nervous, meeting with your twin brother?" "Who I haven't spoken with since we were too young to even hold a conversation. Yes, of course I'm nervous. What are we going to say? Will it be awkward?" "You really don't know Vithos. It can't be awkward with him. You'll love him." A silence followed. Cleve hadn't meant the word love, literally, but both meanings were true nonetheless. "You're right," Rek eventually said, "though you must admit it would be strange for you as well. He even looks like me. Think about what that would be like." Cleve tried to imagine meeting his brother for the first time, a brother who looked almost identical to him. It does seem strange. But the moment Vithos says something, your nerves will be at ease. "I just can't believe it's finally happening." They continued to speak as they walked, the sun setting behind the hills. Cleve told Rek all that Kerr had told him, knowing the elf wouldn't share the information with anyone else. As they neared the academy, Cleve could see the road to Oakshin to his right. There was only one person on it, and Cleve recognized him immediately. "Stefan!" Cleve shouted to get his attention. Stefan's neck stiffened, startled at first. Then he found Cleve and his mouth dropped open in disbelief. He ran to meet them. "I thought I'd never see you again." He surprised Cleve with a hug. Cleve expected it to end as soon as it began, so he merely patted Stefan on the back with one hand, but the chemist wouldn't let go, squeezing harder. "I can't believe you're out." "Yes, I am." "Wait." His face showed great concern. He whispered, "Did you break out?" Frantically, he looked down the road to Cairo City. "No, Stefan. I'm out for good. The king let me out. Stefan was confused. Cleve could see it plainly on his face. Kerr just wanted to scare you into never speaking about what you told me. It worked. I thought I was going to be put in the cell next to you. Come, Rex said, walking forward. It'll be dark in a few hours. The three of them started walking the last half-mile to the academy. What happened after I left? Stefan asked. Before I get into that, why are you coming back from Oakshan? Cleve asked. Stefan looked at the dirt. I visited Gabby. I wasn't planning to see anyone but you, but when I fled Cairo City after what happened with Kerr, I found myself running through Ray White Forest toward Oakshan before I even knew it. His eyes shot up to Cleve. Don't tell Taryn. He'd never let me leave the academy again. I won't. Stefan peeked around to look at Rek curiously. Your secret is safe, the elf said. Two guards atop the academy wall climbed down at the sight of them to open the gate. As Cleve walked past them and the guards welcomed him, he promised himself that he would do everything in his power to protect the academy. Even if that means Rila won't come with me when I leave for Goldrum after all this is over. The painful thought reminded him of something he needed to ask. Stefan, do you know of a plant that absorbs Sartius energy? Stefan grabbed Cleve's shoulder to turn him, an oddly serious look on his face. What's the matter? Cleve asked. It's such a coincidence you ask. I was trying to figure out if there's any way you could have spoken with Meretrice. No, I didn't. He didn't understand what she had to do with it. There's someone I met who has a condition. His body absorbs too much Sartius energy. He suffers greatly during the night because of it. If there was a plant that absorbed SE from his body, it could save his life. There might be something, but I'm hesitant to even discuss it, for I wouldn't want to bring your hopes up. The chances that it really exists are slim. What is it? Meretrice brought a seed to the Sligari when we visited. A thought interrupted him. Did you hear anything about the Evisol plant when you were in Goldrum? Cleve hadn't. He looked at Rek. Rummaging through the history books of the elves, I think I read something about it. He rubbed his brow. Something about the fruit being a delicacy, I believe. Meretrice told me the plant feeds on Sartius energy, and it does produce some sort of delicious green fruit. Never mind. Stefan waved his hand. We shouldn't talk about it until we confirm it exists, which I doubt it does. But it would absorb the Sartius energy stored in a mage's body? Yes. Speaking of Sligari, Rex said, have they finished tunneling? Almost. Taryn announced yesterday that the Sligari will be coming to the academy to begin training with our mages. Stefan flashed a proud smile. All because Effie demonstrated that she can absorb their Bastial energy to use for spells. They'd arrived at their student home. Cleve nervously opened the door, still unsure how Rila would react upon seeing him after what he'd said. She had no idea he was out of prison. No one should be home, Stefan said, looking at the clock atop the Redfield Tower in the center of campus. Battle training isn't over yet. Stefan was right. The house was empty. Cleve planned to set down his bags and then visit Taryn, but upon entering his room, Cleve didn't feel comfortable leaving his belongings there. It no longer felt like his room. There was a musk that must have come from Zoke. Nothing was where Cleve remembered putting it. His swords, his quarterstaff, his throwing daggers, his books. For as long as he could remember, he'd get deeply agitated when he needed to look for belongings that he knew he hadn't moved. It felt like the sanctuary of his space had disappeared. Stefan blurted from the front of the house, I'm going to the end of my battle training. We'll talk later, Cleve. Bye, Cleve said, still staring at the unfamiliar space where he used to sleep. Rek came in. I can feel what you're feeling. But why is the room so different to you? Didn't you sleep here the night after the battle? Cleve shook his head. Zoke and Vithos had been using this room while I was gone, so I let them use it again. I stayed in Rila's room. I haven't been in here since you and I were sent to Goldrum. Oh, I haven't met Zoke yet. It seems uncomfortable to share a room with a Crep. I don't even want to wonder if they shared the bed or not. Are they still staying here? No, there were vacant houses after the battle was over. They moved to one with 2 bedrooms. Cleve let his bag drop to the ground. So I guess this is my room once again. Let's go see Terran. You don't want to see Vithos first? I don't even know where he is. At first it sounded like an excuse, but then Cleve realized it was the truth. Cleve had no idea what Vithos had been doing in the academy either. They crossed by Warrior's Field on the way to Terran's house. Cleve looked for Alex and Zoke, who he knew to be in Group 1, the group he would be training with the next day. Eventually he spotted Zoke. The crep was hard to miss, especially being shirtless. Zoke was standing next to Warrior Sneery, who was Cleve's instructor during evaluation week. He didn't know he was also the Group 1 instructor. He'd shed weight since Cleve had last seen him. For a moment, Cleve wondered how long ago evaluation week was. It felt like years, though it had to be only months. Alex caught sight of Cleve, pointed, and said something to the warriors around him. Cleve thought he heard his name buzzing as he watched their mouths move. Sneery yelled at them to stop chatting. Alex gave a quick wave with 2 fingers that Cleve returned. The crep, though, stiffly walked over, his yellow eyes stuck to Rek. When Zoke was close, his lizard head snapped back. "It's not Vithos." His mouth dropped open, showing his sharp teeth. "You must be his brother." "Rek," he introduced himself. "Do creps shake hands?" Rek extended his arm. "No, but I will for Vithos' family." They shook. "Are you hurt?" Cleve asked. "Yes, from the battle at Tenred. I can't fight with the others yet. It's very boring. Your name is Cleve, correct? We talked at the house after the battle here." "Yes, that was me." "The others have been very worried about you. Are you back now?" "I am." The crep was shorter than both of them, though Cleve figured Zoke weighed more than he did from the size of his scaly chest and limbs. He lifted a claw to Rek's face. "Are you looking for Vithos? He'll want to see you." "Yes. Where is he?" "He works at the farm." Rek let out a sound of shock. "That's what he's been doing here?" "What else would he do? He likes the animals, anyway." Rek rubbed his chin as he thought. I suppose he wouldn't train with psychics so far below his level, and he couldn't teach them without a better grasp on common tongue. Zoke started making a guttural sound that Cleve assumed to be light laughter based on the twisted smile along the crep's long mouth. "What?" Rek asked. "He does that same thing with his chin." Zoke imitated the pensive expression. "How did you get the scar?" Rek's fingertips grazed the old wound down his cheek. "From an elf in Greenedge who didn't want me interacting with humans or using psyche." Zoke turned his head in curiosity. "Zoke," Sneery yelled, "get over here. We're discussing strategy again." The crep grumbled. "No end to strategy talk with these humans. You'll tell me about the elves another time?" "I will." Zoke turned and gingerly walked back across the grass field. When he was gone, Cleve and Rek continued north toward Terran's. "His common tongue is very good," Rek commented. "You're still coming with me now that you know where Vithos is?" Cleve asked. "I'd like to speak with Terran first." Cleve could have laughed at the nervousness Rek was trying to hide. "Relax," he said with a smile. But when Cleve knocked on Terran's door, he felt a bit nervous himself. Rek tousled Cleve's hair. "And you were making fun of me for being worried. It's not like this is the first time you're meeting your uncle." Terran opened the door before Cleve could think of a reply. "Bastial hell," his uncle blurted. "Cleve, I didn't think I'd see you until I visited the prison. Are you out?" "I am." Terran laughed, wrapping his arms around Cleve for a hearty hug with a strong pat to his back. "And Rek," Terran exclaimed, "I wasn't expecting to see you. For a moment I thought you were Vithos. Get over here." He and Rek laughed as they swung their arms around each other. "How long has it been since we've had the chance to speak?" Terran asked. "A year?" Rek guessed, squeezing his shoulder with a smile. "That day you brought the rats to the castle. I saw you gagged with your hands bound, but I know there was nothing you could have done or said. I'm just thankful it all worked out." There was some doubt in Terran's tone. "It has, hasn't it?" He looked to Cleve for the answer. "Yes." How much does my uncle know about what I found out today? It was a conversation for another time. I've gotten to know your brother quite well, Rek. You'll be proud when you meet him. I've only heard good things so far, Rek said. Will you be here with us in the academy, or must you return to the castle to work directly with the king's psychics? Wilfrey told Welson that the academy isn't equipped for another psychic teacher at the moment, so I'm of better use in the castle for now. Terran nodded. His scrunched mouth made it look like he was holding in his opinion. But at least I'm spending the night here, Rek said. If you'd been teaching here, Terran said, maybe we'd have another psychic at Rila's level. You are the reason she's as powerful as she is, right? I've been teaching her since she was young, but she has an innate ability. She's the strongest in the whole academy? There are 1 or 2 third years that are close, from what I've heard, but none that equal her. I'm sorry I can't stay and teach. I'm sure you'll be just as useful in the castle as you would be here. Cleve was hungry and wishing to see Rila. Battle training must have been over by then. It had become too dark for him to see the clock atop the Redfield Tower. He remembered from his time in the academy that dinner hours had always started by the time classes were over. Can you continue this conversation on the way to the dining hall? Cleve asked. We can, Terrence said, a smile forming, and it looks like another will be joining us for the walk there. He pointed over Cleve and Rek's shoulders. Vithos was running toward them. Brother! Vithos screamed, laughing. You here? Vithos? Rek inquired. Vithos was close then, slowing down and panting. Rek! He held out his arms. You like hug? Rek laughed with joy. Yes. They embraced each other, standing so close. Cleve could notice more differences in their appearance besides the scar down Rek's cheek. While the brothers had the same smile and the same crinkle at the corners of their eyes, Vithos had longer hair that reached the middle of his shoulder blades. It was a darker shade of brown as well. Their eyes were nearly identical, though, with the same almond shape as Rila's, yet brown, and without the same shine as her brilliantly green eyes that Cleve could picture so easily. Brother to me! Vithos continued to shout, looking over his shoulder for anyone within earshot. This brother to me! A few instructors seemed to hear, looking over in curiosity. Rek's face had become red. His mouth was stuck in a silly grin. I happy, Vithos said. I thought day never come, but I wish my common tongue better. It's very good, and it doesn't matter anyway. Rek gestured his hand between them. Cleve didn't know what he was trying to say, but Vithos must have. The elf's eyes widened, and he began to nod. Communicate much with Psyche, Vithos said. I feel... Rek patted his chest. I do. Vithos did the same. They laughed and embraced each other again. Brother, Vithos shouted. I have brother, and we have sister. Vithos stepped away to look at Rek's eyes. Rila. Vithos tilted his head as if posing a question. Rek smiled again and said, No, the 3 of us won't be separated again. Vithos threw his arm over Rek's shoulders, a little too forcefully. Rek grunted softly. You injured, Vithos said, taking off his hand. My shoulder's still sore, but it's fine. I know you hungry, Vithos said. I also. We eat and talk. Go to dining hall. You read my mind, Rek said. Terran laughed as he and Cleve followed the brothers. Why funny? Vithos asked. It's a common phrase, Terran explained, but I'd never heard it used literally before. Terran saw Vithos wasn't understanding, so he shook his head with a grin and said, Never mind. I like jokes, Vithos said. I hear this one from farm worker. How you know when Tegri Hiller lies? How? Rek asked. When you see his mouth move, Vithos laughed. Because he big stupid liar. The rest of them chuckled. Vithos, it ruins it when you explain the joke, Terran said. What's difference between crap and snake? Vithos asked. "Snakes no spit," they laughed. "What you call crap with no arms, teeth, ears," Vithos said, but then his smile twisted, his brow furrowed, and he grunted. "I forget word." He grabbed hold of Rex's shoulder, leaning toward him. "This." Rex seemed to understand the joke, then, laughing to himself, "Trustworthy." "Yes, trustworthy. How you tell if crap might spit to you?" This time Vithos waited for someone to ask. Cleve was amazed how many jokes he had at the ready. "If he breathing," Vithos said with a chuckle. Terran spoke next. "How does Tegri Hiller get dressed in the morning?" "How?" Vithos asked. "He doesn't. It's a lie," Terran shouted, practically manic. Cleve was surprised how hard it made him laugh. Rek was laughing as well, but Vithos just scratched his head. "I no understand. Tegri Hiller go all day, naked?" They laughed even harder. Chapter 25. Cleve. Expecting Rila to be somewhere inside, Cleve's heart beat harder the moment he entered the dining hall behind the two elven brothers. Terran's name was called from two directions at once. He handled it gracefully, holding up a finger to one man, while a woman approached him with a document. "I was hoping to find you here," she said. Rex stopped to wait, but Terran waved him forward. "I'll join you later. There are some people I need to speak with." Cleve was unused to seeing his uncle so needed. Hardly anyone came by Terran's house when Cleve used to live there, though Cleve was out during the day, training in Raywhite Forest, or walking to Oakshin to join the other warriors at the city's training grounds. He despised many of them, but sparring was necessary for improvement. He figured Terran didn't allow visitors coming by late, which was when Cleve would return. Or perhaps it was because we weren't at war yet. It was around this time of day when Cleve and Terran would spar with each other, when hunger was just prodding at him, not yet gnawing, and the last light of the sun often colored the sky with streaks of red. The memories made Cleve realize he'd never thanked Terran for taking care of him, not once. The sight of Effie and Rila eating across from each other switched his focus back to his nervous heart. Rila's back was to him. Even without Effie nearby, he would have recognized her from the curve of her body and the shine of her lustrous hair. She was leaning forward on her elbows, listening to Effie speak. Then Effie saw the elves. Her mouth dropped open, and she pointed. "Yes," Vithos shouted. "It brother to me, Rek." Many heads turned toward them. Rila swung around. She had a wide grin as she approached. She stood on her toes and put one arm around both of them as they all embraced. "I've dreamed of this moment many times," Rila whispered, somewhat shyly. "I just didn't imagine two of us would have scars." She let out a light laugh. "Although yours isn't nearly as hideous as mine." "Quiet," Vithos told her. "You very pretty. I very happy, very, very happy." Rila caught sight of Cleve. He'd been staring, waiting for her eyes to find him. When her smile faded, it felt like a hammer had struck his chest. "Can we talk?" she asked, her tone causing his stomach to turn upside down. "Yes, I need to apologize," he said, hoping to see some of the anguish dissolve from her face, but she acted as if she hadn't heard him. "Let's sit over here." She walked to an empty table. It was then that Cleve realized the dining hall was emptier than he remembered. This was the peak time for dinner. No tables should have been completely empty, but there were many of them. "The creps," he reminded himself. Either on purpose or by accident, Rila's hair covered most of the scar running from her cheek down her neck. Cleve could still see its green color, but it didn't bother him. Her eyes, though, they held the power to tear his heart in half. They were squinted and glistening. She swallowed before opening her mouth to speak. But he took her hand before she could. "May I say something first?" She nodded. "My mind was in a terrible place when you visited. I'd spent days alone, and the only thing fueling me was my anger toward Wilson. I hadn't yet taken any responsibility. Instead, I was looking for reasons, maybe I should call them excuses, as to why my life had been ruined. I wanted so badly to believe Stefan was lying about my father. So when you sided with him, I decided you were lying as well." Rila took a breath as if she was going to say something, but Cleve squeezed her hand and continued before she could. "And it was wrong of me. It didn't take long for me to realize this after the three of you left. I would never lie to you about your family, no matter what bribe I was offered. I can't even describe the feeling I had leaving your cell. Our relationship was built on trust. The first time we met, I found out you had an illegal weapon, but I could see what type of person you are. I protected you from being imprisoned. I still don't understand why you did that. I didn't really know myself until later. I've been locked onto you since the moment we met." Cleve hadn't heard this phrase before. Perhaps it was from Oakshin, but from the look in her eyes, he could tell what it meant. "I felt the same way," he said. "And because of that, it hurt so much worse when you said those things. I couldn't even think about going back there." "I understand. I was amazed to see Stefan." Rila let out the start of a laugh. "He's braver than he seems." There was a silence. Cleve had hold of her hand. She put her other hand on top of his and sighed. "How did you even get out?" she asked. "Luckily, I'm valuable to the king. With some help, I was able to speak with him once more. He doesn't need to worry about me discussing his crimes. It's important that we're allies rather than enemies. I'm just glad I don't have to see him often." "I see. I'm sorry, Rila. I won't do anything like that again. You're fortunate I don't believe in grudges." "Don't believe in them?" "Yes, a grudge is just a delay of forgiveness. Why delay something that I know is bound to happen?" She surprised him by leaning forward and kissing him. Cleve knew it wasn't meant to be anything passionate, but the moment she pulled away, he found himself wanting to feel her lips again. She tilted her head and looked at him with her eyes squinted, a seriousness hardening her expression. "And I thought I was the psychic." Rila showed him a wry smile, her eyes still fiercely staring at his lips. "What do you mean?" "The way you make me feel." She shook her head. "I don't even understand it." Cleve could feel passion taking over his hunger. He was about to move his hand behind her head to make sure she wouldn't lean away before he was done kissing her. But then Vithos shouted, "Rila, come listen to joke." Rila's breath came out through her nose as she laughed. She squeezed Cleve's arm. "My brother and his jokes." Her fingers ran up to his bicep as she spoke. "How many did he tell on the way here?" "A lot." Rila kissed him softly on the cheek. "Thank you for not staring at my scar." "Enough about that thing. I don't care." And somehow that's the truth. She was shaking her head incredulously as she stood. "Even I think it's hideous." "Of course you do. Women hold the harshest judgments for their own bodies. I don't know why your imperfections seem to hide your own beauty from yourself. Probably the fault of men. But if you could see yourself through my eyes, you would never feel self-conscious again." Cleve hadn't meant to use such a blunt tone, but once he'd started talking, he wasn't able to stop until he was done. His comment made Rila's lips curl under her teeth. It looked like she was about to cry. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean—" "Thank you," she interrupted, a tear escaping one eye. She quickly wiped it away. "Thank you, Cleve." He was surprised by her reaction. "It's just the truth." "That's what makes it so wonderful." Behind them, a burst of laughter erupted from the table where their friends sat. "Rila, you miss funny joke," Vithos shouted. "My Bastial stars, I'm coming." She and Cleve sat on Effie's other side. "Rec told me you were out," Effie said. "You're not going to give me a hug?" She stood with her arms out. Cleve obliged, leaning far down to get his arms around her. Effie was even smaller than Jessend, he realized then. She made a facetious grunting sound, like he was crushing her. "My Bastial stars, did you get bigger?" She patted his chest hard like he was a big dog. "Nothing to do in prison but push-ups?" Cleve tried to think of a retort about her small stature, but he was unable to. Luckily, Zoe and Alex came to their table then. "Effie," Alex began in a chiding tone, "didn't we talk about touching other men's chests?" By the grin on his face, it was clear he was joking. "Don't worry," she replied, moving her hand to his chest. "You're plenty enough man for me. I don't like being crushed into the bed like Rila does." "Bastial hell, Effie." Rila's face was flushed. Cleve felt the same heat in his cheeks. Effie was clearly trying not to burst into laughter, biting down with a tight smile. Zoe was already seated beside Vithos, scooping food into his mouth with his claws and asking Rek questions about the elves with a full mouth. Stefan joined them, sitting with his plate of food as he greeted those nearby. Alex set his plate down next and settled onto the bench beside Effie. "Let's see if we can go one meal without any more vulgar comments," he told her. "Speaking of vulgar," Effie said, "Vithos, tell that joke again for those who just got here." "Ask me how bad crepes stink," Vithos told Stefan. "How bad do crepes stink?" Stefan asked, with his mouth full of food. "So bad, they use farts for perfume." Stefan swallowed with a blank expression. Suddenly he smiled and began to laugh. "Oh, I get it." "We should get our food," Cleve told Rek and Vithos. They'd sat down before waiting in line, too eager to join the others. The elves nodded and went with him. When they returned, they had the liveliest meal Cleve had ever experienced. There were no less than 2 conversations at once, at all times. To make matters even more hectic, many students came to their table to meet Rek, asking him questions. Cleve overheard all of them. "Is this really the first time you've spoken to Vithos? How did you get your scar? Which one of you is stronger at Psyche? I heard you used to be a teacher here. Will you be teaching again?" Some even came to speak to Cleve, although all were warriors in Group 1. They didn't stand around asking questions after introducing themselves, as others did for Rek. Cleve wondered if it was something about the way he looked, or possibly his tone. But he was thankful for it. It was difficult enough to keep track of everything going on at their table without the distractions. Taryn came to sit and eat with them, but he had to leave the moment his food was gone. He apologized, shook Rek's hand, and was off. It was getting late by then. Most of the tables were empty. Zoe stood with his palms pressed against his back. "I wish to lie down." He turned to leave, but Effie stood and said, "Wait." He looked back with what seemed to be a scowl on his lizard face. "Everyone come back to our house for drinks," Effie said. "No," Zoe said. "I'm going to sleep in my house." "I'm tired as well," Stefan said. Cleve just wanted to shower and sleep in a real bed, though he wouldn't mind if Rila shared it. Before he could say that he was tired also, Alex stood up and started berating everyone. "Cleve's back. Rek and Vithos are united. All of us are still alive. Tenred will most likely be signing a treaty. This is a time to celebrate. It could be our only time." He shook his fist. "I'll gladly drink with you, Effie. Now, who's joining me?" Rila stood and offered sarcastic applause. "My Bastial stars, what a speech! Like a young Terran. Now, if you could just direct the passion you have for drinking toward leading, maybe you actually could be the head of the academy one day." Cleve laughed with everyone else while Alex smirked at her. Rek stood next. "Thank you for the offer, Effie. It's been far too long since I drank socially." "But," Effie said with a smile, "but I must head back to the castle tomorrow morning. And there's a lot I need to discuss with Vithos and Rila." They came to their feet. Cleve stood with her, and she hugged him. Everyone started saying their goodbyes. Rila kissed his cheek. When they parted, she lightly brushed her hand across the hair hanging down his forehead. "You could use a shower." "I was about to do that. will you be speaking with Rek and Vithos late into the night? Probably. Rila and her brothers stayed in the dining hall while everyone else walked back. Effie had her arm around Alex's. If we're the only ones celebrating, let's do it at your house so we don't keep Cleve and Stefan awake. She turned to look at Cleve. Breakfast early tomorrow? All right. I'm happy you're back, Alex said to Cleve. With the crepes coming any day now, you'll need to catch up quickly. Effie scoffed. Let's not bring up the war right now. Sorry, Eff. Gabby misses you, Effie, Stefan said with a hushed tone. I'm sure she does. Her arm came off Alex's. Wait, did you see her? Today, yes, after I visited Cleve. I jogged through Ray White Forest to Oakshan. Stefan looked over his shoulder. Don't tell Taryn. Breaking the rules for love, Effie teased. So unlike you. Then there was just the sound of their feet rustling the dirt. Effie sighed loudly. I miss her too, actually. She's doing well? Very. I think you'll be surprised the next time you speak with her. I was, at first. Why? She's been reading in all her spare time and participating in discussions of the war at Oakshan's Chamber Hall. She might even know more than I do about Cairo's history, the Kreps, and Tenred. Today she told me that many people believe Tegri isn't going to sign the treaty. That stopped Alex. Why not? Anger made his words forceful. Do you know about Welson's attack on one of Tegri's ships? It happened a while ago, when both kings were exploring the islands around Ovira. I've heard about it, Alex said. Tegri's nephew was captaining the ship. Cleve had heard the same thing from Welson himself. There are some who believe it wasn't Tegri's nephew, but his son. Effie's dark hair was bouncing back and forth as she shook her head. But that would mean Tegri lay with his brother's wife. That's what some history books suggest. I don't see why this makes a difference about whether he would sign the treaty, Cleve said. I hadn't heard any of this, so I'm just reciting what Gabby told me, Stefan said. But I do know that Tegri has no son. I can't say whether it's because his wife is no longer capable of birthing a child or Tegri doesn't have the proper seed. He has 2 daughters, but no heir to his throne. His brother and his brother's wife were killed, probably poisoned by assassins. There've been many deaths, both in Cairo and Tenred, because of spies and poison. It's for this reason that Welson has claimed he doesn't wish to take a wife or have a child until he knows they'll be safe. If all of this is true, it means Welson is responsible for the death of Tegri's only son. Some even go further to say Tegri had loved his brother's wife, who was also killed at what seems to be Welson's doing. This would help explain why Tegri has been so desperate to kill Welson. Cleve was surprised to find he was worried about Welson's meeting with Tegri. How much of this do you think Welson knows? I'm sure he's heard of all of it, Stefan said, but he probably doesn't believe much of it's more than rumors. It probably is rumors, Effie spoke through a yawn. Sounds ridiculous to me. Stefan shrugged. Let's hope so. Cleve's worries about Welson were long gone by the time he was clean and resting under his warm sheets. He realized it was the first in a long time that he looked forward to the next day. He'd already fallen asleep when someone gently kissing his cheek woke him. He knew it was Rila before he even opened his eyes. I wish I could say I was just intending to kiss you and sleep here without waking you, she said, sliding her long legs beneath his covers and then pressing herself against him. But truthfully, I wanted to wake you up. A tired grumble leaked out of him accidentally as he turned and put his arm over her. I'm glad you did. Was it nice being with both Rek and Vithos? Very, but a different kind of nice than this. She kissed his forehead and then played with his hair. Like every other student bed in the academy, Cleve's was snug for 2 people. He could imagine Effie and her sister lying beside each other with plenty of room, but it wasn't the same for him and Rila. He welcomed the proximity, though, enjoying the smell of her hair. Did Effie ask you what happened when we spent the night together? Cleve asked. Of course. So you told her that we didn't lie together? No. She caressed his ear and ran her hand through his hair, creating a pleasure powerful enough to make him forget pain ever existed. Let her be curious, she whispered. Whatever we do together has nothing to do with anyone else, and it never should. Cleve felt the same way. He gently kissed her welcoming lips. Then he closed his eyes and let his body completely rest with his next breath, his arm draped over Rila as they faced each other. He was ready for sleep. But then his eyes opened on their own for another glimpse at her face. Her brilliant green eyes were still open, bright just from the light of the moon. Her lips and body called to him. He kissed her again, this time more forcefully. Inadvertently, his hand came to her injured cheek. She twisted and grabbed his hand. That hurts. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. My damn scar. I hate it so much. He moved the hair away from her face. Don't. She turned to her other side. Don't stare at it. It's hideous. It's really not that bad on you. Yeah, in the dark. It's not that dark in here. I can easily see the green in your eyes. She rolled to her back and turned her head to look at him. Her eyes ran up and down his face, from his lips to his hair and back again. You ever still worry about me using Psyche on you? No. She moved so she was snuggled into his side, her head on his shoulder. Tell me what you're thinking, she whispered. I was remembering how I always wanted to tell you how beautiful you are, but I thought my feelings were from Psyche. I'd never met someone like you. You still feel this way about me? More than ever, although there was a pain I felt when I was near you before. Pain? Why? It was like standing in the cold with the sight of a warm fire just in front of me, but I couldn't feel its warmth because I couldn't let myself get close. So I stayed back, freezing and miserable, even though all I could think about was getting close to the fire. He kissed her. But now I can, without getting burned. They let their hands take over the conversation. Rila ran her long fingers beneath his shirt and traced circles on his bare chest. His hand enjoyed the curve of her waist. Everywhere he looked along her body he found beauty. Her eyes were hypnotic and seductive. Her lips were plump and delicious. He wanted to feel all of her, her smooth legs, her flared hips, the swell of her full bosom, her slender neck, her sharp chin that was a stunning contrast to the softness of the rest of her body. She molded herself to him as they kissed, and his hands told her how much he desired her. I've never met anyone like you, Rila said. I don't feel I even deserve you. Cleve scoffed. If anyone was undeserving of the other, it was him. If it wasn't for you, I would have left for Goldrum, still frightened toward my feelings for you. This never would have happened. She smiled. I suppose I did win you over. She kissed him soundly and smiled with satisfaction. You've helped me grow in ways I don't think you even understand, Cleve admitted. Her smile flattened, her eyes falling down to his lips. She looked expectant. You're not going to respond? Cleve asked. Not when I'm waiting for you to kiss me. She licked her lips in preparation. He threw off the sheets and rolled her beneath him, settling into the kiss. When their lips parted, he nuzzled her neck, her shoulder, and just beneath the top edge of her sleeping gown. Even when you're not kissing me, you still make me feel this way, she said, reaching beneath his shirt to trace his abs with her nails. What way? Like I'm hungry to be close to you, to touch you, kiss you. I didn't even know girls could feel that way. She brought her hand to his cheek in a light slap. She held it there as she grinned in a way that made it clear his remark was absurd. Stop speaking. You're ruining it. He pressed her into the mattress and took her mouth again in what soon became an intimate dance of lips and tongues. As their passion grew, he positioned himself where his urges were telling him to go, closing all the distance between their bodies. Her hands fisted in his hair. She let out a moan and moved her hips in rhythm with his. Then Rila wrapped her long fingers around his biceps and squeezed hard. As they continued to move together, waves of pleasure rippled through them. She tried to yank off his shirt. It got caught around his shoulders, and he practically ripped it in his hurry to remove it. She ran her nails up his back and her mouth along his neck. Suddenly he couldn't stop himself from pushing against her even harder. His hands kneaded her breasts through her gown. He knew where this was going if he didn't stop himself, and it took all his willpower to let her go and prop himself back up on his forearms. He stared into her eyes. She looked right back into his, moving her fingers from his temples to his hair. She lightly tugged him down, and he felt drawn to her again, as if he could hear her thoughts. She wanted more of him, just as he wanted more of her. She slid out from beneath him, quickly sitting up and kissing him. They undressed each other in a hurry, tossing their clothes every which way. He paused, allowing his eyes a chance to drink in the beauty of her body. Then he purposefully moved over her again, as she ran her fingers lightly from his chest, down to his stomach, then surprised him by going even lower. She stretched forward to kiss his lips as she explored him, the touch of her hand sending his heart racing wildly as his desire for her chased every other thought from his mind. Slowly they came together, Rila using her hand to guide him. Everything that happened between them, Cleve knew he would never forget. The moans, pants, and whispers. The way she threw back her head and shut her eyes tightly. How she clawed at his back and arms. Everything she did made him want her even more. The only thing better was when they were sated, and she draped her bare leg over him, laying her head on his chest, seemingly lulled by the beating of his heart. He was on the verge of sleep when he heard her whisper, "Cleve." He looked into the depths of her emerald eyes. They were glistening as if she was about to cry. He felt ready to melt no matter what she said. "Never leave without me again." Suddenly he had new strength and more desire. He didn't know where it came from, but he wasn't going to stop it. He kissed her fiercely as he tucked her beneath him. She eagerly welcomed him into her body again. He paused to let her catch her breath, and then began to move. She grabbed his hair and opened her mouth as if screaming in silence. Sometime during the night, he awakened when Rila sighed and snuggled into his warmth. He was exhausted. Part of him worried she was going to touch him in a way that would make him need her again, while another part of him encouraged the idea. Only then did he realize he'd never responded to her words. "I didn't even know I could feel this way," Cleve said. She brushed her hand against his cheek. "Are you saying what I think you are?" He kissed her as his hand glided down her back. She'd become sweaty from all their passion, as had he. "Yes," he answered. "I want you to come with me wherever I go." Expecting sleep to take him before his next breath, he was surprised when Rila began to kiss him hungrily. She slid her leg over him to climb on top. He was about to tell her he was too tired, but then she started using her lips and tongue in a way that aroused him so completely that he was ready for her once again. Chapter 26. Effie. Cleve wasn't up by the time Effie was ready to walk to the dining hall, so she sat at the table in the kitchen and let her thoughts take over. The Sligari were joining battle training that day. She was a little nervous about how she would handle training to use the extra Bastial energy she'd felt in the Sligari colony, though she was more excited than anything else. Alex usually slept as long as he possibly could, and sometimes was still half asleep by the time he made it to Warrior's Field. At times, his group would break for lunch at the same time as Effie's group of mages. Since the army's return from Tenred, she always sat with at least one of her close friends in the dining hall. Sometimes a mage or two from her group would sit with her and Stefan, or with her and Rila. Other times Stefan already would be eating beside his own classmates. But Rila didn't seem to develop the same friendships with any of the psychics in her class. How she studied psyche was still mostly unknown to Effie, strangely. She didn't even know what Rila was like with her classmates or her instructor. Effie assumed Rila wasn't very friendly, based on the looks she sometimes got from other psychics. "Maybe she's the same with them as I've seen her be with flirting men," Effie thought, easily remembering many times Rila had turned a grinning man into a cursing one. She stood at the sound of Cleve's door opening. He was adjusting his shirt, as if just putting it on as he came down the hall. "You were waiting for me?" Cleve asked, not pleased. Effie shrugged. "Not long." He yawned and opened the front door, waiting for her to go through. He closed it after them, and they started their walk to the dining hall. "I'm starving," Cleve said. Effie caught sight of a light bruise on his neck. She poked it. "What?" Cleve wiped his neck where she'd touched him, checking his hand and finding nothing. "I see you and Rila had some fun last night." He heaved a disappointed sigh. "Is it that noticeable?" "No." Unfortunately, it reminded Effie of the day after Brady had sucked on her neck, the day the traitors were revealed and Marie was killed. She kept her eyes ahead after that. There was something about Cleve that made him easy to talk to, at least for her. Alex was the same way. But with Cleve, she wasn't concerned he would worry about her the way Alex would if she told him of her troubles. "Can I tell you something for you to keep between us?" "Of course," Cleve said. "When nearly everyone went to Tenred except me, I was miserable, more worried than I'd ever been. Every day I regretted not going with them, overwhelmed with grief at the idea of any of them being killed when I could have done something to help. I know the feeling. I felt lost as I waited for them to come back, like life was on hold and could never resume if Rila or any of those I'm close with had died. Now that they're back, I'm relieved. But there's something else besides relief that's stuck to me. I'm curious if you feel the same as I do." She noticed Cleve studying her face. She turned to find a concerned expression. "I think I know what you're getting at," he said. "And yes, I do feel it now that I'm back." "Like a storm's coming that's going to change everything," Effie said. "Yes. I feel like I'm on the edge of a cliff, about to be blown off. It's becoming harder to ignore this feeling. As someone who's experienced with burying feelings, I can tell you that ignoring it isn't the solution." "Then what is?" Effie kicked a small rock in their path. "Accept it for what it is, a genuine concern." "Then what?" she asked. "How does that change anything?" "Once you accept something, it's easier not to dwell on it. If we didn't worry at all, then we would still be little children. Each of us has concerns as the next battle approaches, but there will always be a next battle. Our challenges aren't going to end anytime soon. To worry is healthy. Accept that your concerns are legitimate. Search for a solution, and if you can't find one, then accept things as they are so you can enjoy life while you have the chance. There are too many stories of unhappy people. I was almost one of them." He seemed to stop with something else he still wanted to say. "But?" Effie inquired. "It sounds stupid." Then Effie realized what it was. "Until you met us, right?" She laughed heartily and slapped him on the back. "Don't worry. We're glad Stefan and Taryn met during housing registration, too." He didn't object. She let her giggles come to an end, already feeling better about the future. Cleve was right, as usual. Rila was next on her mind. "So, are you going to tell me how things are going between you and Rila?" "Good," Cleve said with a tone as if he wanted to say more. "Very good?" Effie pushed. Cleve tried to contain his smile. "Very good." After they ate, the weight of the future finally was off Effie's chest, allowing her to breathe freely. Feeling content, she parted from Cleve to surprise Alex at his house before classes began. Letting herself in, she walked on the tips of her toes to his room. He didn't stir when she entered. She'd heard his deep, even breathing enough by then to know he was soundly asleep. Effie removed her shoes and slipped beneath his sheets to nestle under his arm. He was a very deep sleeper, still no movement. A cruel idea popped into her head. She wondered how many of the belongings around his room she could stuff into his underwear before he awoke. It was the only clothing he slept in most days. She swatted away the idea as best she could, closing her eyes and letting the comfort of his warmth bring her close to sleep. When she knew it must be close to the time they needed to get to battle training, she kissed him on the cheek hard enough to wake him, barely noticing the feeling of his trimmed beard on her lips anymore. His eyes popped open. They closed again as he smiled, stretched, and then took her in his arms. "Morning," he said in a gravelly voice. He kissed her cheek, nuzzled her ear, and began to move his lips down her neck as he rolled her beneath him. "You slept through breakfast," Effie informed him. "You're a better breakfast than food, anyway." He nibbled playfully on her neck, making a smacking sound as if he was eating. She laughed and pushed his face away. "That tickles." He interlocked his fingers with hers and stretched her arms up over her head. Then he leaned down and brought his lips to hers. When she felt the familiar kiss, she knew what he had in mind. She let go of his hands to touch his cheeks. "No time for that. Battle training starts soon." Effie kissed him again and wiggled out from under him, then swung her legs over the bed and jumped off. "Eff," he called, now sitting at the side of his bed with a serious look. He held out his hand. She took it and came close. He stood and enveloped her with his big arms. "Be careful with the Sligari, all right? All that Bastial energy can be dangerous." He kissed the top of her head. "I will." He dressed and they walked together until Alex needed to turn north toward Warriors Field. After their goodbye, Effie thought of a question. She called out, "Is Cleve going to be completely lost coming into your group so late?" Alex looked back at her over his shoulder. "He's a show-off when he's fighting. Some humility should help." What Alex didn't see until he turned back was a cluster of Sligari about to pass in front of him. He let out a startled murmur that Effie thought she heard as a curse. Then she heard Alex laughing. He straightened his back and put his hand over his chest. The whole group of Sligari veered over to him as he stood stoically. The little green creatures raised their claws to brush against his arm, making him lose his composure and look around frantically for a way out of the cluster. Effie backed away nervously. Her mind wasn't in the right place to control the excess Bastial energy that would flood her body upon their greetings. She jogged to her classroom. "The Sligari are close behind me," she told her instructor. "They're early," Penny said. "Good. I just hope they brought more than one translator." The rest of Effie's group slowly trickled in. She was surprised to see Stefan enter and introduce himself to Penny. Soon her teacher addressed everyone. "This is Stefan. He knows some Sligarin, so he'll help translate when each of you is working with a Sligari." Some of them already knew Stefan from the dining hall, greeting him as he walked to an empty seat in front of Effie. "You didn't tell me you were going to be here," she said. "Sorry, there's been too much going on." "Now that everyone is here," Penny said, "let me say a few things before we meet with the Sligari in the training grounds." She unfolded a scroll, glancing at it as she continued to speak. "The Sligari greet others by letting BE flow through their claws while grazing you with them. They should already know not to do this to anyone wearing a mage's robe, but be cautious about it happening anyway. Our group is the only one training with the Sligari today. Depending on how it goes, the other groups may begin training tomorrow. Handling more BE than our bodies are used to is dangerous. We have the same chances of hurting each other as we do our enemies without proper training. For this reason, we'll begin slowly, gradually building up in a safe manner." Penny glared at Effie, clearly speaking about her more than anyone. "The Sligari know even less than we do about what we're capable of with so much BE, so we must take responsibility. You're going to start by learning a few words while I speak with the Sligari. No one leaves this room until everyone has memorized these words." She extended her hand to Stefan, who replaced her in front of the class. Effie felt slightly uncomfortable with him in charge of her group. Was he even prepared for this? Surprisingly, his face was calm, collected. "Bastial energy in Sligarin is one word. Bosh." He waited for everyone to repeat it. "If they're giving you too much bosh, then tell them to stop, which is Aishihalio." He gestured for them to say it. They uttered a jumble of syllables. It sounded like only a few people were saying the same word. Stefan scratched his cheek. "Aishihalio," he said again. Effie tried to repeat what she'd heard. It came together with the other mages somewhat better the second time, but they weren't nearly as unified as with Bosch. "Is there another word for stop that's easier to say?" Effie asked. Unfortunately, no. She found that hard to believe. What about halt or cease? They don't have those exact words, and what they do have isn't easier. Aishihalio. He held out his hand for them to repeat it. It sounded good the third time, but Effie was nowhere near confident she could remember it. To tell them you want more, say Halio. It's the same as the ending to Aishihalio. He gestured, and they repeated it. That's confusing, Effie complained. It's going to be hard to remember which one is which. It might help to know that Aishi is a common word in Slagarin. It means almost the same thing as no. Instead of two separate words, they usually just put Aishi in front of a word to get its opposite meaning. If you can remember this, then you shouldn't ever get confused. Effie was embarrassingly bad when it came to memorization. She bit her lip as she repeated in her mind, Aishihalio means stop. Aishihalio means stop. Stefan had them repeat Vash, Aishihalio, and Halio until everyone seemed to have it, but Effie knew that didn't mean she'd learned it for good. She continued to repeat Aishihalio as they left the classroom and walked to the training grounds outside. There wasn't a lot of space for all the Slagari in the entire mage group. This worried Effie even more. Penny stood in front of the charred training dummies with a Slagari behind her. When Effie found grins on the little creatures' round faces, her nervousness dissolved. They were so cute, she wanted to squeeze them. The two teeth of the Slagari were especially large, making their resting mouth slightly agape. Their beady eyes stretched and seemed to reflect excitement as they smiled. Their antennae were pointed forward, while the flower-like nose between their antennae slowly drifted back and forth. Their torsos were plump. Even in the shade from the blackened walls around the training area, their emerald-green flesh still had a shine. Their small, rounded tail didn't wag like a dog. The only time Effie saw the tail move was to propel the Slagari forward, slithering behind them like a snake, while the rest of their body rippled. This Slagari is female, Penny announced, and her name is... Penny leaned down to the shy creature. Can you say it for everyone? It's difficult for me. Kai, the Slagari said in a meek voice. Her name had a sound that wasn't part of any pronunciation in common tongue. To Effie, it sounded like someone clearing her throat with only a faint trace of a hard Kai sound. Hello again, Stefan waved. I didn't recognize you at first. Hello, Stefan. We're happy to be here. The Slagari spoke common tongue very well. Penny asked, Do you mind if I call you Kai? She said the Slagari's name without the sound of air rushing through her throat. That's fine, Kai said. Kai will be translating my announcements to her fellow Slagari. Stefan will help later when all of you are working with the Slagari individually. Kai translated as Penny spoke. Effie ran her eyes over the clump of 50 Slagari, wondering which one would be feeding her Bastial energy. They didn't seem to mind huddling together, possibly even liked it, as there was hardly any space between them. Everyone please create a line facing me, Penny said. As Effie and the others got into place, the Slagari filed into a line as well. But Effie never heard Kai tell them to. Penny noticed it as well. How did they know to do that? She asked. We can communicate simple ideas through our antenna. Kai pointed a claw above her head. Psyche? Effie wondered. Can you tell the Slagari to choose a human to work with? Penny asked. This time, Kai spoke Slagarin, so the others knew what to do. Effie quickly found which Slagari had chosen her, as its eyes didn't leave her face while it jiggled over to her. Hello, it said when it was close, its gray eyes wide with palpable friendliness. You speak common tongue? I try learn. Some is better than none, Effie thought. She could hear the other mages attempting to introduce themselves. My name is Effie. She put her hand on her chest. My name is Heliocalum. Bastial hell. Effie held her smile as best she could. That's a long name. she said. "Can I call you something shorter, like Halio or just Leo?" The Sligari continued to smile. In an extremely polite tone, it said, "No." "Oh," Effie was shocked. Then it occurred to her that the Sligari probably meant yes, but got its words confused. "Do you know what no means?" "Yes." That confused Effie even more. If the Sligari thought no meant yes, then what was it saying? She scratched her head. Penny spoke before she could figure it out. "You can tell if your Sligari is male or female by its tail. Males have shorter, more rounded tails." Effie found Leo to be male. "Does everyone remember the 3 words Stefan taught them?" Penny asked. "Yes," nearly everyone replied. Effie was too distracted trying to figure out how to determine if she could use the name Leo or not. "We're going to begin with some BE," Penny said. "Take the claw of your Sligari and ask for Bash. They know to start with just a little so your body can get used to it." Leo raised his arm. Effie took hold and felt his claws come around her hand. They weren't that sharp, but Leo easily could cut her if he wanted to. "Bash," she requested. Leo produced soothing heat, and her body soaked it in like a sponge. "Concentrate on controlling it," Penny said. Then she waited a moment before saying, "Raise your wand if you believe you could turn this BE into a fireball." Effie raised hers, figuring all the mages would do the same, but she was surprised when only 5 others did. Penny had her hand locked with Kai's claw. "It seems to work better when I actively pull BE into my body. The energy coming from Kai's claws is just a boost then." Many mages began breathing deeply, focusing hard to pull in Bastial energy, but Effie didn't feel the same struggle. Her body absorbed it freely. It was more difficult for her to stop it. In fact, there wasn't much more she could handle without needing to cast. Her body was becoming hot, itchy, and full of energy. She took her hand out of Leo's grasp. Patting his head, she said, "Too much Bash for me right now?" He seemed confused, reaching for her hand again. When she moved it farther from him, he seemed to understand. He muttered something in Sligaran. Many mages were asking questions. Penny took a break to send Kai and Stefan around to help the pairs communicate with each other. "May I call you Leo?" Effie tried again. She'd forgotten his full name. He just looked confused. She tried to think of what she could say, eventually deciding to wait for Kai to come over. "Is my mate bothering you?" Kai ran her claws down Leo's back. "I didn't know he was your mate." "His common tongue still needs a lot of work, but he's much improved." "Can you ask if I can call him Leo?" Kai spoke Sligaran, ending her sentence with, "Leo? Leo is fine." "Thank you." Penny whistled to get their attention. "Let's try again, this time more BE. Afterward, those who feel they can manipulate it will get a chance to cast." Effie looked forward to casting, eager to see how big of a fireball she could create. She'd never made one taller than her, but she felt as if she could with Leo's help. Her Sligari partner gripped her tighter this time. She wondered if he didn't like it when she let go. Maybe it was some form of insult? He started to push the energy through his claws. She was amazed by how much Bastial energy Leo could control effortlessly. It was only a breath before Effie felt the need to expel it. What was the word for stop? Panic made her memory worse, and knowing this about herself made her panic even more. She remembered Bosch for Bastial energy, but what was it for stop? Something like Ashy hell. Ashy hello? She tried. Leo tilted his head, confused. Hello? Ashy hell. Effie tried to pull back her hand, but Leo wouldn't let go. She pulled harder, lifting half the Sligari's body from the ground while focusing to keep the BE from being expelled. Leo wrapped his other claw around her wrist and said something in Sligaran. She could feel her body on the verge of being burned from the inside from too much BE. She had to let it out. "Penny!" she screamed desperately, barely able to speak without exploding. Leo seemed to understand then, letting go. But it was too late. There was too much BE already within Effie. She knew the moment she tried to let it out slowly that it would erupt violently. It raced to escape with such force she felt as if she could be ripped apart by trying to hold some of it back. She had to cast, but Penny was in front of the training dummies. Students were all around her. She screamed to keep her focus, trying to ignore the urge to shoot a fireball into the air. "Just aim high at a wall. Hopefully the bricks can contain it." Without another choice, she aimed and let out all the energy in a single burst. Never had she seen a fireball so large. The walls surrounding them were 10 feet tall, and her fireball struck one from its middle to its top. Some of the burning orange and red went over. She barely saw it happen, as the force of it made her fall backward. The fireball splashed against the wall, bouncing back and raining down. "S.E.!" Penny screamed. Effie already had the same idea. She, her instructor, and a few other mages snapped their wands to create a thin level of Sartius energy, catching the fragmented fire. Effie did so from her back. Once it was all out, Penny sprinted past Effie, out of the training grounds. "The fire went over the wall," Effie remembered. She ran after Penny. Splotches of fire were scattered along the dirt outside. Luckily, no one was there. Penny kicked dirt on the flames until they were out. Everyone had joined them by then. Penny glared at Effie with her arms folded. "Let me hear you say the word for stop." A word came to Effie, though it didn't feel right. She said it nonetheless. "Sashala." Many of the Slagari murmured, some uttering a high-pitched giggle. "That's not it," Penny said, her glare worsening. "You could have killed someone." "I'm sorry." Effie looked to the dirt, unable to meet her instructor's eyes. Penny let out a loud sigh. "I suppose it's good you can cast such a fireball, but I don't know what I'm going to do with you." It was incredibly uncomfortable with all the mages and Slagari silent, watching. "Everyone but Effie, back to training," Penny said. Then she pointed at Effie. "You're going to be training with me during lunch." Kai was translating for the other Slagari. Effie wished she wouldn't, but said nothing of it, nodding subordinately to Penny. "And what should I do while everyone else is training?" "Watch, listen, and learn the damn Slagarin." Penny started back toward the training grounds. Kai and Leo came up to Effie. "How do you know that word?" Kai asked. "What word?" "The one you said." "Oh, I have no idea. Is it a real word?" "Yes, a very bad word." Effie nearly fell over from shock. "What?" "You must have heard it when you were in our colony," Kai said. "Damn my memory," Effie thought. "How could I remember that and not—" Then she realized she still couldn't recall the word for stop. "Bastial hell, where's Stefan?" She located him, but she needed to know one more thing before going over. "Can you ask Leo why he didn't let go of me?" Kai asked, and Leo flailed his arms at Effie. "I think wants Bosch," he said, then transitioned into Slagarin. "He was told you learned the word for stop and would say it when you wanted him to stop, so when he felt you tugging, he figured it was just some movement humans did when they drew in Bastial energy. He thought you wanted him to hold on at first. It wasn't until you screamed that he realized you wanted him to let go." "Sorry," Leo said, tapping her knee with his claw as he lowered his head. "Slagari tap low on another's body when apologizing. The lower, the worse we feel." Effie squatted to get low. "I am the one who should apologize. I put everyone in danger." She tapped the very bottom of Leo's stomach. It was gray, unlike the rest of him, and quite soft. He giggled and pushed her hand away. "Slagari are ticklish on our stomachs," Kai informed her. Chapter 27. Effie. The only time Effie got to use her wand again that day was after a quick lunch with Penny, Kai, and Leo. Penny had brought food to them out on the training grounds, giving them more time to practice before the rest of the mages from her group returned from the dining hall. She'd memorized the Slagarin by then, though she knew herself. She would have to practice again that night and the next morning. After that, she would have it. It wasn't easy focusing with a full stomach, especially knowing she had less than an hour before she was stuck watching everyone else again, bored. But it quickly became clear that Effie had no trouble reproducing the massive fireball she'd unleashed earlier. She couldn't stop smiling after Penny realized Effie could cast bigger fireballs than she could, even with both of them drawing Bastial energy from their Slagari partners. Effie's fireballs were too massive for the training dummies. There was little point in even aiming, for the explosion of fire reached 2, sometimes 3 dummies after crashing into the wall behind the one that took the majority of the force. Effie tired herself out rather quickly. It was difficult not to, when she didn't allow herself breaks for meditation. Soon she found out Leo was exhausted. He shook his claw at her and said, "I rest." Only then did she realize they were both panting, the little Slagari's fat stomach expanding and contracting with each breath. She petted him, kneeling and moving her hand down his smooth back. "Good job," she said. "What is?" He pointed his claw at her hand on his back. Effie stopped. "Don't you like that?" He looked to where Kai was working with Penny and asked something in Slagarin. "Don't mind," Kai told him. "I don't mind," Leo said. "It's strange. I don't mind." "It's strange, but you don't mind?" "Yes, but I don't mind." Effie was ready for more fireballs then. Minutes before everyone was due back, Penny stopped casting to watch Effie once more. "Bastial hell," Penny said. "I can't imagine you being able to safely cast a fireball that size during battle. You're going to hit some of our own." Extreme disappointment made Effie's shoulders collapse. She waited for the inevitable, Penny telling her she should focus on training with smaller fireballs. Then Penny surprised her by saying, "But if you could learn distance casting, I could put you with our archers. Would that be all right?" "Yes," Effie smiled in relief. "Tomorrow, you and Leo will train with a few others on our wall, casting out into the open land to the east. Meet at our classroom first, though." "Thank you, but does this mean I'm done casting for today?" "Yes, you can put your wand back on your belt." Fortunately, Penny let Effie leave early after it was clear there would be no more discussion, just mages training with their Slagari. She took the rare opportunity to see if she could get a glimpse of how Rila and the other psychics trained. Battle training for psychics was always last to begin and first to end. Rila had explained this was to give the psychics more time to practice on their own, as that was the main way any psychic could improve. This just made Effie even more curious about what the psychics did together. Rila had told her she was bored for most of her time spent with her classmates. "We get reading assignments and exercises," Rila had said, "but most of it just seems like methods for students to discover their potential. Many of the people in my class can do hardly more than create a pinch of pain, and it's remained this way since the beginning of the year. Only a few are strong." Effie remembered asking, "How are you so much better than they are?" "I trained with Rek for years. The only other psychics who have decent ability had someone they trained with as well. Like magic, it takes hundreds of hours of training before a psychic can do anything to a human." "So you do practice on animals?" "Yes, but we're not cruel to them like you've implied," Rila had retorted. Still, Effie had little idea what she would find the psychics doing when she peered into the classroom. There weren't many psychics in the academy, just 150, and that was at the beginning of the year. There had to be less now. Their classrooms were tucked behind the eastern side of Redfield. There were 50 psychics per group, but they were split by year, so Rila was stuck with the other first years no matter how much better she was. It was the same for chemists, though there were 3 times as many chemists as psychics, so there were 3 times as many groups. The first-year psychic buildings were painted white, like the rest of the buildings around them. It was just the mage buildings that were made of black ironbark, so errant fireballs wouldn't burn them down. Windows without curtains allowed Effie to sneak looks inside as she walked around trying to find Rila. She was sitting with crossed arms, barely paying attention to something in front of her that Effie could only hear. A man and a woman were grunting as if wrestling. Effie went to another window for a better look. The training pair each had an arm stretched out toward the other, palm open. They must have been casting Psyche by the strain on their faces. The man fell to one knee, but then he clawed his other hand out at the woman, and she fell as well. He jumped up and stomped his foot as he thrust both hands out. The woman twisted on the ground. "I yield," she uttered. He stopped, breathing heavily. Effie expected him to walk over and help her up, but he made no motion toward her. The woman slowly got back to her feet, and they shook hands. They didn't show any friendliness toward each other, parting as soon as the handshake was over and returning to their seats. Rila's instructor came into view from wherever she was watching the duel. Effie barely made out her words through the window. "Rila, duel, who would, her?" Effie watched Rila stand and glance around the room. The instructor said something else in an urging tone. Finally, the man who'd just been up stood again. He and Rila went to the front, where she defeated him in less than 2 breaths' time. He barely shook her hand after, refusing to even look at her face. Effie hoped it wasn't because of Rila's scar, but from disdain or embarrassment. Their instructor dismissed them shortly after. Effie hid behind a wall that she knew Rila would pass by, testing her friend's ability to sense her presence. She tried to think no thoughts, nothing that could alert Rila that Effie was going to sneak behind her. When she tried to empty her mind, though, for some reason, Brady jumped into her thoughts, as if he'd been waiting for his opportunity. She cursed her mind. Why did it like to torment her? If only I could forget about Brady as easily as the Slagarin I need to remember. Rila peeked around the corner. "What are you doing, Eff? Trying to sneak up on me?" She had a proud grin. "Just waiting for you." She calmly dusted off one shoulder of her marred training gown. "Right," Rila said, offering her arm. "We have some time before dinner. Shall we go home?" "Yes." Effie wrapped her arm around Rila's as they walked. Effie looked around to confirm that hardly any of the psychics were speaking to each other or even walking together. It was the opposite of the mages in her group after battle training was over. "Why aren't you psychics friendly with each other?" "Did you see any of the duels?" Rila asked. "Yes. That's why. Often we train on each other, and it's painful, especially for the loser. It's not easy to be friendly with someone who hurts you. Don't you remember how angry you were when I used Psyche on you?" "I see. So that's why you have no friends?" Effie was mostly joking. "Exactly. And it's even worse when we can sense each other's unfriendliness." "You told me earlier there are many psychics who still can't do much." "That's right." Effie checked to make sure no one could overhear them. "Then what do they do during battle?" "Like the chemists, we also spend time training with weapons. Those who aren't strong in Psyche have swords and armor during battle to fight with instead. Sometimes we train with each other on Warrior's Field, though I never have to." "Alex never mentioned seeing psychics." "Alex has barely noticed we're there, I'm sure. He's always busy with the other warriors, and his instructor is always screaming, though I never know what about." "Are any of the psychics good with a sword?" Effie asked. "Some of the men are decent, but I can't see many of them ever defeating a Crep." "So what'll they do during battle?" Rila had a breath. "The same as many of the chemists, cower to where they're safe." Effie thought of Meretrice. Stefan had said regretfully that she shouldn't have been fighting. Rila must have sensed Effie's change in mood. She leaned over to kiss Effie's temple. "Meretrice was brave," Effie said. "Yes, as were many of the others who died." They passed by Redfield, stopping in front of the wall where the names of those who'd fallen were inscribed. It was common for people to visit the wall, but no one else was there at the moment. More names had been added after the battle in Tenred. There were hundreds, so many names stretching on and on. When they continued walking, Rila asked, "Mind if we walk by Warrior's Field? I want to see how Cleve is faring with his group." Effie smirked in silence. Rila tossed her hand. "Let's hear it." Nothing. I just like seeing you embarrassed. I'm also curious how Cleve is doing with Zoke and Alex. A question she'd meant to ask earlier crawled its way back to the front of her mind. What happens when two psychics of poor skill duel each other? They don't. Why not? It would be like two mages who aren't skilled enough to cast fireballs, aiming Bastial light at each other. Nothing would happen. Rila stared at Effie with raised eyebrows, waiting for something. What? Effie asked. Why haven't you told me what happened with you and the Sligari? I heard you nearly killed everyone with a massive fireball. Some of it even flew out of the training area. Effie shouted, How do you already hear about that? During lunch, the mages in your group were talking about it. Everyone was huddled around them because the Sligari came into the dining hall with them. So everyone knows? Effie asked, her body burning with shame. Many do. What's wrong? I really did almost hurt a lot of people and Sligari, Effie said. It could have been avoided, but I was an idiot. I couldn't remember a few simple Sligaran words. All of the humor in Rila's face was gone. She spread her arms to offer Effie a hug. It's fine, Eff. People are excited about what you can do. When they embraced, Effie felt better. The smell of the grass of Warrior's Field always made Effie think of sweaty men and hard work. She couldn't recall when this association started, but it had to have been since coming to the academy. She and Rila walked along its edge. Effie didn't know where the Group 1 warriors trained, but Rila seemed to. Effie had glimpsed the men fighting many times. As Warrior's Field was on the way to the dining hall from her classroom, she never stopped to watch, though. She'd witnessed men being struck hard in the legs, chest, and arms. Even with the tough leather they wore, she could see from their faces how painful it was. She'd even seen one man hit in the face, the sight of his bloody nose difficult to forget. It was hard to imagine Alex being violent. He was so gentle with her. The memories of him decapitating Krebs felt distant, like it wasn't even him. Rarely did she find a bruise along his arms or legs. She'd asked him if he often had aches that didn't show up as marks. No, he'd said. If it hurts, usually there'll be a bruise. Why do you hardly have any bruises, then? He'd showed her a smug grin. Because Zoke and I rarely lose. She wanted to see him fight, along with Zoke and Cleve. Unfortunately, their group was sitting, listening to Warrior Sneery. Their backs were to Rila and Effie. How often do they fight each other? Rila asked. So it seemed her friend wanted to see the same thing as she did. Only about a third of the day is spent dueling, Alex told me. There wasn't much to see. Cleve sat on one side of Alex while Zoke sat on the other. Cleve's size made him stand out, giving him the appearance of being older than he was. Shall we go? Effie asked. Rila stared for another breath before she nodded. All right. But as they started to leave, the young men stood. Many grabbed their wooden swords. Wait, Effie said. It looks like they're going to fight. 4 men took their places, 2 on each side. They often dueled 4 at a time, but sometimes Effie saw 3 against 2, even 4 against 2. When she'd asked Alex about it, he'd explained that those who were outnumbered were never expected to win, though it did happen. It was more of a training exercise for when the same thing happened in a battle. It was difficult for Effie to tell what was happening between the 4 men she didn't know. They danced around, swiping their weapons at each other. Everything seemed so carefully planned, as if choreographed. Attacks, ducks, lunges, weaves. Then someone grunted when he was struck on the arm. Hit, Sneery called, and everyone stopped. Effie's heart jumped when not only Alex and Zoke came up next, but Cleve as well. He was partnered with a warrior she didn't know. Her competitive side spoke for her. Cleve's going to lose against Alex and Zoke. Rila arched her eyebrows. If that's what you think, you're going to be surprised. Want to make a wager? Effie had little idea who would win. She was just looking for some fun. What do you have in mind? Effie thought of what she might want from Rila. Immediately a brilliant idea came to her. If Alex's team wins, you have to run over there and kiss Cleve, then run back without a word. My Bastial stars, does it have to be so embarrassing? Yes. And you'll do the same to Alex if Cleve's team wins? Yes. Rila started laughing nervously. Fine. They shook hands. Cleve better win, Rila muttered. Cleve attacked Zoke with a hard slash as soon as Sneery yelled for them to start, but the Crep blocked it with his weapon. They had both hands on their swords as they pushed against each other, trying to knock the other off his feet. Alex was busy fending off Cleve's partner, but managed a quick swing at Cleve's side. He turned and kicked Alex's arm before the wood reached him. Zoke took the opportunity to swipe at Cleve, but missed, for Cleve already had rolled forward toward Alex, who was distracted fighting with Cleve's partner. Behind! Zoke yelled, and Alex leapt forward to avoid Cleve's unseen sword. Cleve must have known Zoke was going to attack him, for he turned with his sword ready to block the overhead slash before he had time to see it coming. Hit! Sneery yelled. Effie was confused at first, for she was certain Cleve had blocked the attack, but then she noticed Alex's opponent hopping around and nursing his hand. She'd won the bet, but she was too awestruck by what she'd seen to enjoy her victory. Bastial hell, how is Cleve so agile at his size? Effie wondered. He has good manipulation over Bastial energy. Whenever he's fighting, it's constantly flowing through his limbs, giving him extra strength so he can move quickly. Rila squeezed Effie's hand. Please don't make me go over there and kiss him. Her cheeks already were red. Before Effie could decide if her guilt outweighed her desire to see the ridiculous sight, she noticed that some of the warriors were turned toward them and seemed to be talking about them. Alex and Cleve walked over to listen. Rila confirmed it. They're talking about us. She sounded curious. Effie took it to mean the psychic didn't know whether it was good or bad. Someone must have said something heinous, for one laughed while the others shook their heads and stepped away. It left one man shrugging, the one who must have spoken first. He had very short brown hair and a square jaw. What? He said, laughing. Effie barely could hear him. Am I wrong? He asked loudly. Effie had never seen such anger on Cleve's face. He trudged toward the young man, practically frothing at the mouth, but Alex was closer to the short-haired man, and he punched him in the face with a wide swing of his arm. The man grunted and fell. He grabbed his cheek and moaned. Cleve stopped and unclenched his fists. Sneery came over, drew his sword, and hit Alex in the back of his leg, causing Alex to groan and fall to a knee. Now run a lap, Sneery yelled, around the entire field, not just our section. Alex hobbled off and started into an awkward jog. When Sneery turned to rejoin whatever conversation he was having with a different cluster of warriors, Cleve knelt down and grabbed the back of the short-haired man's neck. He said something Effie couldn't hear. Then Cleve nearly lifted him by his neck and shoved him. The man gladly let his momentum take his body away from Cleve and joined a small circle of other warriors with a quick look over his shoulder. With some anger still in his eyes, Cleve quickly walked toward Effie and Rila. What was that? Effie asked him. Nothing. Stupid warrior stuff. He put his hand on Rila's back, turning her south, away from the field. You both should go. Rila turned and kissed his cheek. I'll see you at the dining hall, she said. Cleve nodded. There, Rila said as they continued toward their student house. I kissed him. Fine, Effie said. They walked together silently, the image Effie had just seen repeating over and over. She hooked her arm around Rila's. That definitely wasn't just stupid warrior stuff, Effie said, imitating Cleve's deep voice. No, it wasn't. Effie had a feeling she didn't want to know what had really happened, but her curiosity wouldn't let it go. She had her chance to find out later when she and Rila went to the dining hall and found Alex eating alone. They waited in line for food and then sat with him. You're all by yourself? Effie asked. Sneery made me leave battle training early as punishment for hitting someone. He was unusually distant, his tone sad. What happened with that warrior? Effie asked. What did he say? Alex looked across the table to Rila. He swallowed his food, his gaze falling back to his plate. Nothing. So it was about me. Rila spoke calmly. You know you're going to have to say it. Just get it over with. Cleve won't be happy with me if I tell you. Then he doesn't have to know, Rila said. Fine, but keep in mind that Quinn is an idiot. Is that the short-haired man you hit? Effie asked. Yes. It doesn't seem like you to hit someone like that, Effie commented. I wasn't going to hit him. I was going to point out his ignorance. But then I saw the look on Cleve's face as he came at Quinn. Alex chuckled. I was worried Cleve was going to kill him, so I intervened. It was about my scar, wasn't it? Rila asked. Alex nodded. Going back to eating, it seemed he wished to say no more. Tell me exactly what he said, Rila insisted. Why does it matter? He's an idiot, like I said. Wouldn't you want to know? Rila asked. I'm going to make you tell me if you don't just get it out. Defeated, Alex sighed and looked around to make sure Cleve wasn't there. Someone else said that it was sad what happened to your face. Then Quinn said, Oh, is that Rila? Yeah, she used to be pretty. Now she's just another ugly, useless psychic, but with big ears. Alex thrust out his hands. But others don't think that. Rila's eyes were watery. There was a tremor as she spoke. What, that I'm ugly, or that I'm useless? Neither, Alex whispered with furious intent. He was just being mean for the sake of it. He doesn't know what you're capable of. He's never seen you fight. It was too late. Rila already was deeply saddened. She didn't cry, but she neither ate nor looked up from her plate. Effie was about to get up and hug her when she saw Cleve and Zoke come into the dining hall. Alex muttered a curse. He leaned over the table and whispered, Rila, I'm sorry. I didn't want to tell you. Try to ignore what Quinn said. It's not the truth. I'm sure there are many who think that, though. Cleve noticed them and started over before joining the queue for his food. Alex stood and cursed again. Rila, Cleve's coming. She took a deep breath. Cleve came to her side and put his hand on her back. Alex quickly sat and focused on his food. Hi, Cleve, Rila said, her tone still sad. What's wrong? He asked. Nothing. Cleve looked straight at Effie, holding her eyes in his harsh gaze for a breath. Then he shifted to Alex. The silence was dense as Cleve studied his face. Cleve must have seen guilt in Alex's expression. He balled his fist and shouted, I told you not to tell her. Alex jumped up from the bench. I didn't want to, but she made me. Cleve started toward him, but Rila grabbed his shirt. I would have made you tell me if he hadn't, Cleve. Don't be upset. You were better off not hearing it, Cleve said. I wouldn't have told you. Rila rolled her eyes and scoffed. Please, like you could have kept it from me. Go get your food. I'm not hurt. Surprisingly, her tone had its usual strength back. Cleve didn't move, staring at Rila in disbelief. Go on, she said, giving his rear a slap. His back stiffened. I'm fine. Just try not to kill anyone on the way back. Cleve hurried off to join Zoke in line. Rila had a long breath, then started eating once again. I'm sorry, Rila, Alex said. She waved her hand to stop him from saying more. Don't be. Then Effie could hear it in her tone once again. She was still hurting. This damn scar, Rila muttered. I've never hated anything about myself so much. Effie joined Rila on her side of the table. She hugged her, then kissed her good cheek. She wanted to tell Rila that she was just as pretty as before, that no amount of melted green flesh could ever make her look any different. But unfortunately, Rila would know better. Effie thought of what else she could say, something completely genuine. That's what Rila needed to hear. You're still pretty, Effie said. Don't let one man's idiocy change how you feel about yourself. I wouldn't, Rila said. The problem is, I already think differently about myself, even if nobody else says anything. My own sense of beauty is practically gone. So when someone compliments me, it just reminds me of what I'm constantly trying to ignore. It was utterly depressing to hear Rila speak that way about herself. She'd always been proud of her appearance, especially after she let her ears show. Rila? Yes, there's a scar on your face, Effie said. But that doesn't mean the rest of what makes you beautiful is gone. Your hair practically glows. Your eyes are greener than any I've ever seen. Even with the scar, there's beauty everywhere I look along your face. Effie folded her arms. And let's not ignore your breasts. She unfolded an arm to point at them with her thumb. I could only imagine if I had those things. I'd probably rule Cairo. She snapped her finger at Alex. Don't you dare say anything. He had his mouth open, but closed it the moment she was done talking. His shoulders and neck slumped as he went back to eating. Rila laughed half-heartedly. I know you're right. It's just difficult to think that way. She carefully brushed her hand against her scar. I'll never stop hating it, though. It still hurts whenever it's touched. With a full mouth, Alex managed to get out. Those bastards in Tenred will pay. Chapter 28. Stefan. Stefan finally was beginning to feel that everything was as it should be. He figured it had to do with Cleve and Rek returning to Cairo. It had been like completing a puzzle, only to find out days later that 2 pieces had been put in the wrong place. Now it was finally done, but he knew it was only a matter of time before the whole thing had to be taken apart. He still missed Meretrice, and he figured the pain would be there for the rest of his life. Though, from what he'd read about grief, it was his understanding it should get easier. And it had. He'd spent yesterday in Effie's group helping translate between the Sligari and the mages, but today he was back with the other chemists, fighting on Warrior's Field. Ironically, with a sword in his hand again, it was easy to forget how it was just a matter of time before he would have to use it for real, and that his life would depend on his skill with it. Stefan yearned to hear that Tenred had agreed to peace. It needed to happen before the Kreps attacked. Otherwise, Tegri could have his army join them. Everyone knew how small their chances would be in that circumstance. During his visit to Oakshin, he'd spoken with Gabby about the Kreps. People were trying to determine when they would attack, but there was just too little information to go on. Not an hour into battle training, the Redfield bell beckoned. Everyone froze after its first chime, waiting for the next. When it rang again, Stefan's lack of nervousness about a third chime was surprising. He was ready. If they had to fight, so be it. But it didn't ring again. Many chemists around him let out a loud breath as they started toward the stadium. He found Effie and sat beside her. The stadium seemed to fill quicker than usual. Everyone's eager to hear good news, Stefan thought. Terran took his spot in the middle. He didn't need to raise his arms to quiet everyone. They were nearly silent already. I have important information to share. Some good and some bad, Terran said. I'll start with the good. Effie grumbled. They should always start with the bad, she whispered. Heyman, one of the Sligari who led the Kreps, has been killed. Stefan already knew that, but he enjoyed hearing the gasps and seeing the smiles of those around him. He was killed before he made it back to the Krep camp, shot with a poisoned arrow by our own Cleve Polkin, who was accompanied by the powerful psychic some of you may have heard of, Rek Warrender. Everyone applauded. Stefan could hear people shouting to each other. How did they do that with all the Kreps around? Cleve's Terran's nephew, right? Rek is the other elf. And the other good news, Terran shouted, then waited for everyone to quiet. Tegri Hiller has agreed to meet with our king to discuss terms of peace. This sent Stefan jumping from his bench and clapping from the enthusiasm pumping through him. He wanted to shout just for the sake of it, so he did, as did those around him. The cheering and applause lasted for some time. When he was seated once again, Effie admitted, All right, maybe it was best to give the good news first. I'm ready to hear anything now. Terran was peering into the audience with a hand cupped over his eyes, looking for someone. Soon he shouted, Stefan Derobi, stand and raise your hand. Stefan was struck with such fear. Every joint and muscle stiffened. He couldn't move. Everyone was looking around. Did he say your name? Effie asked. Stefan Derobi, Terran yelled again. Will you stand and raise your hand so I know you're here and you've heard me? Effie grabbed Stefan by the shoulders and urged him to his feet. Raise your arm, she commanded. He did. Everyone turned to stare. He felt his heart stop. Thank you, Stefan, Terran said. come meet with me after this announcement is over." Stefan crashed back into his seat as quickly as he could. "What does he want?" Effie asked. "I have no idea." Terran continued before Stefan could ponder it. "Now for the bad news. It has been confirmed that 2 Dodriks have joined the Kreppen army." Stefan felt a whisper come out on its own. "What?" He was in disbelief. "Why do I know that word?" Effie asked him. Then she gasped and covered her mouth. "The giant with the Slagari. He's a Dodrik." There were murmurs and looks of confusion among most others. "For those who don't know what a Dodrik is," Terran continued, "they are creatures that are 20 feet tall, with tougher skin than Kreps." There was a palpable change in the air, pure fear emanating from everyone. The silence in the stadium was unnerving. Stefan kept waiting to hear someone say something, but no one spoke. "I'm not going to tell you not to worry about a couple of 20-foot creatures," Terran said, "but you should trust by now that the king and your instructors have already begun planning how we'll defend ourselves against them. We still have the advantage." He thumped his chest, his voice proud. "We have the training and teamwork to win this fight." Terran's confidence was infectious. Stefan could feel himself and others starting to let go of their worries. "We even have mages, with the Slagari's assistance, who can cast fireballs big enough to take out 5 Kreps at once. These Dodriks are just bigger targets, easier to hit. They'll be the first to die of those that dare attack Cairo." Redfield roared with applause. "Now get back to battle training and work hard. Don't ever forget that you're part of the Cairo army, and that it's up to you to protect our cities." Good advice, Stefan thought. It was too easy to forget the point of his training. He might not specialize in killing, but he was just as much of a soldier as any warrior. But what could Terran need from him now? Not a single idea came. "Tell me later what he says." Effie followed the others toward the nearest exit, while Stefan descended to the center of the stadium. Terran was speaking with Wilfrey and Jack when Stefan got there. They stopped, each greeting Stefan with a handshake. "Congratulations," Wilfrey said, but Stefan couldn't feel anything but nervous curiosity until he found out more. Terran put his hand on Stefan's shoulder and showed him a serious look. "The meeting between Welson Kimmard and Tegri Hiller will be without psychics. That means 2 others beside Welson and Tegri's usual scribes will need to record the meeting." He pointed with a grin. "You're going to be Welson's scribe." "But I've never scribed before," Stefan argued. "You do it all the time," Jack said, starting a list with his fingers. "I've seen you write down notes during our discussions. Chemist Leandra has seen your ability to record what's discussed in class. You had nearly all the Slagari's plants categorized before a Slagari destroyed your list, right?" "I suppose." Stefan didn't know what else to say. "This is an honor," Wilfrey reminded him. "We're confident you'll do well." Terran squeezed his shoulder. "Follow Wilfrey to his office. He'll give you the supplies you'll need and any further instruction you require. The king will be here shortly." "I still don't know exactly what I'm doing," Stefan complained. "You're just recording what happens," Jack said, "with as much detail as you can manage without falling behind. Wilfrey will tell you what tone and tense to use." Wilfrey put his hand on Stefan's back, and they walked out of the stadium. "Third person, past tense," Wilfrey said. "Stick to formal words and sentence structure. Don't speak on the way there or in the meeting unless you're asked a question. Repeat what I just told you." "Don't speak unless I'm asked a question." "All of it," Wilfrey said. Stefan couldn't help but show his frustration with a scoff. "Stop." Wilfrey extended his arm in front of Stefan. "Listen to me carefully. How you perform reflects on me. I need to make sure nothing goes wrong, and I won't have you giving me an attitude about it." Stefan held back a grumble. "Yes, sir." Wilfrey had finished giving Stefan instructions by the time they got to his office. He gave Stefan a bag with blank scrolls, 2 quills, and 2 jars of ink. Then he fastened a light blue ribbon to Stefan's collar with a pin. It hung down across the right side of his chest. At its bottom was a gold crown outlined in silver for Cairo. "There," Wilfrey said with some satisfaction. "Now you're a true scribe. At least for the day." Wilfrey tested him with questions until they heard horns blowing. The king had arrived. "He knows to meet you at the north gate," Wilfrey said. "I'll take you there. As we walk, tell me if you quote someone speaking, or you generalize what was said." "I already answered that." "And now you're going to answer it again." "In choosing me for the role, didn't you find out I have an exceptional memory?" Stefan decided not to speak his thoughts aloud. "I quote the speaker verbatim whenever possible," he said. "I only summarize if absolutely necessary." Wilfrey continued to test him until they arrived. Stefan's eagerness to leave Wilfrey's company had diminished his nervousness, but it all came back when the king of Cairo asked his name. "Stefan de Roby, sire," he bowed. "Thank you for doing this." Welson surprised him with a humble tone. "I'm sure you'll do fine." He smiled. Stefan was overcome with pride. "It's my pleasure," suddenly came out of him, Stefan realizing shortly after that it was the truth. The gate opened and Stefan nervously went through it in the middle of Welson's retinue. There were hundreds, all of the men warriors and all of the women mages. As Stefan walked with them through the Fajalajan pathway, many questions came to mind, making Wilfrey's rule of not speaking harder and harder to follow the farther he got from the academy. The woman nearest to him wore a red robe. She was tall like Rila, but with wide shoulders and a hard look in her dark eyes. Still, she seemed less threatening than the men nearby, a few big enough to weigh twice as much as him. "May I ask you a question?" "Yes, scribe. We'll be doing nothing but walking for 10 miles. If you have something to say, I don't see why you'd even need to ask permission." He took a moment to curse Wilfrey in his mind. "I was wondering why so many are escorting the king to this meeting," Stefan said. "It's just to discuss terms of peace, correct?" "Yes, but the king still needs protection." "But then why so many?" Stefan asked. "That would be a better question for Hambaum," the mage said. "Alex's brother. I didn't know he was with us." Stefan had never met the man, he realized, so he wouldn't recognize him unless he resembled Alex closely enough. "He walks beside the king toward the front," the mage continued, "but I don't recommend bothering him." "Then could you at least tell me why you believe Welson has brought hundreds with him?" The woman shrugged. "Why not bring this many? As long as he doesn't bring enough men and women to scare Tegri into retreating before signing the treaty, then there's no harm." "So Tegri could be bringing his entire army?" "If he does, we'll turn around the moment we see them. I'm sure Tegri chose a number in the same way our king did." Stefan found himself quite interested in the politics of it all. He wondered how much thought went into the number. This mage wouldn't know, but there was something else of interest that she might. "Why are no psychics allowed?" Stefan asked. "There's too much history between Welson and Tegri. This meeting isn't about anything but signing a treaty. Psychics being there could change it into a discussion of secrets and motives. I'm sure neither king wants that right now. Maybe never." Stefan stayed behind the mage the whole way through the Fajalajan pathway. They ate as they walked. Stefan was surprised to learn that the king was doing the same. He didn't stop, nor was he carried at any point during their trip. He walked just like they did. Stefan had never met the king, but his humility quickly earned Stefan's respect. He already knew much about Welson, that he wouldn't take a wife or have a child until matters with Tenred were resolved, that he ruled out love for Cairo, unlike his father in his later years. Yet Stefan had still expected a proud man who relished the benefits of wealth and power. Welson Kimard was not that man. Stefan was eager to witness the meeting between his monarch and Tegri Hiller, a known liar. Stefan wanted to see Tegri grovel and apologize for everything he'd done, turning the Kreps against Cairo, developing heinous potions that melt skin, causing thousands to die because of this stupid war. meretrice included. Stefan wondered how Tegri's people could serve him like those in Cairo could serve Welson. Don't they know they're the villains? He thought of Brady and the other traitors. How could their perception of Tenred be so different from mine? With the sun hidden behind the tall slabs of mountains, it was difficult to tell the time within the twisting Fajalajan pathway. Shade drenched them, chilling Stefan as his legs began to ache. Eventually they came to the last turn. A blanket of clouds covered the sky, thick enough to block all but a small glow of orange from the east. Their group stopped. To Stefan's right, the trees of Corin Forest swayed in the wind. Ahead was clear land for about a mile, until a hill blocked the rest of his view except for the top of Tenred's castle, the apex of it taller than the peak of the Fajalajan Mountains. Tegri's army came over the hill, led by a massive black and red flag held by 2 men in front. Time passed slowly as Stefan watched and waited to see the last man Tegri had brought. But they continued to come, more and more of them, until Stefan knew there had to be more than there were with Welson. And still they came. Murmurs began. As inconspicuously as he could, Stefan maneuvered to the front. He wanted to hear what Welson thought of this. A man in bright steel, who Stefan assumed to be Hambaum, was urging the king to leave. "They have twice our numbers. Come, we need to turn around." Welson said nothing, nor did he move. He stared forward with tired eyes. They were wrinkled at the sides and filled with frustration. "Sire," Hem tried, "we must be going. We agreed you wouldn't meet with him if this was the case." "I changed my mind," Welson said softly. "We're here, and we don't have time to set up another meeting." Ham whispered something in a pleading voice. "I know," Welson said. Ham continued to plead, though Stefan couldn't hear what he was saying, just that it was something about Tegri. "So you'll protect me if that happens." Welson started forward, without hesitation, clearly expecting everyone to follow him. They did, many of the men thronging in front of him. Some even began to draw their weapons. "Don't unsheathe your swords," Welson demanded. "No blood will be shed. Set up the tent here. Ham, continue forward and tell Tegri to bring his scribe, but no one else inside." The commander trudged forward with such a scowl it was as if he were preparing to fight the whole army on his own. "Stefan!" His heart leapt at the sound of the king calling his name. "Sire?" "When the tent is set up, you'll go in first and ready yourself to record everything that happens. Tegri's scribe will do the same. We would like to keep this cordial. I recommend introducing yourself to his scribe. But as soon as Tegri and I enter, I expect no words from you." "I understand." Welson left to give orders to the rest of his men and women. Stefan was shaking from nervousness. They set up the tent rather quickly, and Stefan was led inside. There were 2 small tables and a stool behind them for each scribe to sit. Behind Stefan's table was Cairo's banner of blue. A black banner with 10 red stars was pinned to the tent behind the other table. They were positioned close, as the tent itself was large enough for only about 10 men to stand comfortably. Stefan quickly set his scrolls in place and readied his ink and quill. The other scribe entered. He had a pleasant face that was easy to look at, with bright blue eyes and what seemed to be a genuine smile wide enough to show his teeth. Stefan stood and offered his hand, giving his name. "Brady," the other scribe answered as they shook. Reflexively, Stefan's hand slipped out of his grasp. His heart had fallen into his stomach. "Brady? As in the Brady who went to the academy? I see you've heard of me." A courageous voice told Stefan to wrestle the man to the ground and choke him. Soon he realized it was a stupid voice, not a courageous one. It could ruin everything this meeting was set up to accomplish, and he doubted he would have any success. Brady was tall and muscular, especially for a chemist. "Why did you try to take Effie?" Stefan asked. He sighed. Effie Elligan. How do you know her?" "I'm her roommate." "It was stupid. I thought she felt the same way about me as I did her. There's something about that girl, isn't there?" Stefan shook his head. No? Brady laughed, then stiffly imitated Stefan shaking his head. You're an awkward one. What could you possibly have hoped would happen with Effie after she awoke? She would learn what a terrible king she was serving, and eventually she would join the right side. Your king? Stefan stopped himself, as his voice was becoming too loud. Your king is the one who's terrible. Welson is just. Just? Brady was incredulous. Was it just when he ordered his men to attack Tegri's boat? A bunch of unarmed men? That was many years ago. Brady scoffed before Stefan could think of what else to say. I was 3 when that happened, when your king killed my father. He was on the boat? Along with many other innocents. Welson is a violent king who doesn't care about what happens to anyone else. He's not like that, Stefan argued. Or if he was, then he's changed. Brady examined Stefan's eyes. You actually believe that? He sighed in disappointment. Welson is a good, honest ruler, unlike Tegri, who lied to turn the Kreps against Cairo. Think about all the death he's caused. He's evil. Evil? Brady laughed, a laugh of malice, of contempt. It angered Stefan to his core. Everything Tegri has done has been for a good cause, and his people know it. How can Welson explain many of his decisions that resulted in death? He doesn't. He claims they were mistakes. Tegri doesn't make mistakes. Stefan folded his arms and spoke smugly. It seems like going to war against Welson has been a mistake. Both kings entered through opposite ends of the tent. Brady whispered, We'll see about that. His tone was dripping with vengeance. It made Stefan's chest feel like it was about to collapse. What's that supposed to mean? But the kings already had greeted each other. He began to record everything he saw and heard. 1 year of peace, Welson said without preamble, handing Tegri a scroll. Tegri unraveled it. His gray eyes fell upon it, but they didn't appear to be reading. They held steady as if his thoughts were elsewhere. His mouth was flat, indifferent to the offer. The king of Tenred had some blonde left in his hair, though most was brown. It was thin and ugly, hanging over his ears and forehead. He was taller than Welson, stronger as well, even in his advanced years, with wider shoulders and thicker arms. And how will I entertain myself for a year? Tegri joked. Welson had no reply. What has happened to you, Welson? Tegri taunted. You've become an old man so quickly. You had a hand in that. Tegri tilted his head and smiled. Did I? Let's not get into other matters. Welson pointed at the scroll. Are you going to sign the treaty? Why did you demand that no psychics come? Stefan couldn't quite tell if the question was rhetorical or not. Tegri's tone was just on the verge. I could see how being a psychic would make this task easier. You know the reason for that as well as I do. I've heard you've been training to resist Psyche, and you've done well. Have you forced the elf to help you? The one your father kidnapped? I know you tried to have him killed for meeting with me. Rek has been cooperating by his own will. Welson looked at Stefan and spoke clearly. My father never kidnapped him. He's a cherished ally. Oh, yes, Tegri muttered quickly. Mustn't let the scribes record false information. But still, I wonder, why not allow psychics? Now Tegri was clearly speaking rhetorically, putting on a show. Welson was steadfast. There's no reason to discuss anything but our terms of peace. I think you knew I would bring up other matters besides peace. Tegri had an overly dramatic tone, as if speaking for an audience. You didn't want to answer any questions about your, what should I call them, mistakes? I just didn't. And you knew I would bring up the past, didn't you? What do you need to know that you don't already? When my father died, there was already an unhealthy rivalry between our territories. Don't forget why. Because of his gifts. 3 boats, 1 destined to sink. Wilson sighed. Must we get into this again? I'm afraid we must, Tegri snapped back. Your father claimed all the boats were in perfect condition. But then why would he stop trading boats for stone after that incident? Tegri's constant rhetorical tone had begun to take its toll on Wilson. A scowl had formed. I'll tell you why, Tegri said. Because your father, just like you, didn't want us exploring the islands around Ovira. No, the potential of finding more Kergalows or other invaluable resources was too great, and his greed took over. This is why you gave the men on your ships orders to attack mine. Isn't that right? Greed? I told them they could protect themselves. Something must have given them the impression of danger. Immense anger flooded Tegri's face. Against unarmed men, he shouted. Sire, is everything all right? Hem shouted from outside. We're fine, Wilson shouted back. Then he pointed at Tegri. You act as if you're innocent. My boats have mysteriously sunk. My men have been killed during the night within my own castle. He lifted his shirt to reveal a scar down his side. Assassination attempts. I know all of these come from you. How do you even keep your people from revolting? They must know of your lies by now. I don't lie to them. My people support every decision I've made. They know what kind of man you are. They've been ready for war as long as I have. It's common knowledge that royal blood was on the crew you brutally murdered. We must move past this. There will only be more death if we don't, Wilson pleaded. I'm sorry about your nephew. He was my son, Tegri screamed. He stuck his fingers in his mouth and whistled. Just behind him, Stefan could hear the sound of swords singing. There were screams and then clashes of metal, bone, and flesh. The crackle of fire came next, then explosions. What are you doing? Wilson screamed incredulously. Tegri held the treaty forward and ripped it in half. Hem rushed into the tent with 2 other men. He grabbed Wilson by the arm. We must go. Someone fell into the tent, a woman by the sound of her scream. Her arm hit Stefan in the back. He was off his stool by then, though he wasn't sure what he would do. The tent threatened to collapse, but managed to bounce back and straighten itself. More of Tegri's men had come in to flank their king. Before Hem could get Wilson out, enemies stormed in behind them and began a sword fight. Stefan started around his table. No one was focused on him. He could sneak up behind one. Then he was tackled. He kicked and punched to get Brady off him, but Brady was far stronger, pinning Stefan and punching him in the side, then across the face. It dazed Stefan and left him unsure of how to protect himself. Again he was struck, and again. He grabbed Brady's shirt, though it did nothing to slow him down. The blows kept coming, each more painful than the last. Brady jumped off him, and then picked him up mostly by his hair. Stefan heard himself screaming from the pain and frustration as he tried to fight back. Keeping his grip on Stefan's hair, Brady put him on the stool. By then, Stefan saw that Hem was motionless on the ground with a grievous cut across his neck. Only Tegri's warriors remained, and 2 of them had Wilson's arms. The king of Cairo struggled to break free until one elbowed him in the stomach, causing him to double over, his body limp as he coughed. The sounds of battle behind Stefan had started to quiet. There were still screams, men and women fighting, but there were yelps of despair and victory. A man handed Tegri a dagger. He trudged toward Wilson with a look of despicable satisfaction. Stefan slammed his head backward into Brady's stomach. He flailed his arms in desperation, knuckles connecting with Brady's flesh. But then the grip on his hair tightened, and a blow to the back of his head made dizziness overcome him. His head sank to his chest, but Brady pulled him up again by his hair. You need to watch this, scribe. Welson had a look of disgust in his fearful eyes. "No king will ever meet with you again," he said. "There will be no peace until you're killed." "There will be," Tegri said. He shifted the dagger into a downward grip. "When I control Cairo." He brought the dagger high and then slammed it down into Welson's skull, embedding it deeply. The guards let go, and the king of Cairo fell, his tired eyes still open, with his head turned toward Stefan. Stefan screamed every curse he could think of. No one replied. They didn't even look at him. "You will die for this," he told Tegri. "Shut up and pick up your quill," Tegri demanded. Stefan didn't care what his enemy said. He made no motion toward his quill. "Do it," Brady said, twisting his hair with one hand and grabbing Stefan's quill with the other. He pushed it flatly into Stefan's chest. "I won't write lies," he said, taking the quill. "No, you'll write the truth," Tegri said. "Every detail. When you're finished, you'll bring it back with you and deliver it to whoever is in charge. Make sure it gets into the hands of the next king." Brady finally let go of Stefan's hair. A guard came in with Tegri's coat. He helped the king into it, and all of them left the tent without another word. Stefan sat there, staring at Welson's body. He didn't know how long he sat without moving, without even a thought. Eventually he crouched and used his hands to shut Welson's eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered. When he stood and looked at Alex's brother, dead with the rest of them, he rushed to the corner of the tent and retched. Wiping his mouth, he found his face was bloody. No matter where he put his palm, it came back red. He felt cuts along his cheeks, his forehead, even his lip and nose. Pain came soon after. Determined, he sat back on the stool and wrote. A few drops of his blood fell onto the scroll when he began, so he leaned away to make sure no other words would be smeared. He didn't look up until he was done. He set paperweights on the scroll's edges. Then he left the tent as he waited for the ink to dry. Stefan closed his eyes as he emerged. He let one eye squint open, just enough to confirm that there was no one else left alive. The clouds had parted by the time Stefan got back to the Fajalijan Mountains. The evening sun was warm and bright. It angered him. It should have been the darkest day in Ovira. "Hey! Hey!" A voice shouted down from the peak, barely intelligible. Stefan looked up to find silhouettes of what he knew to be his allies, men and women of Cairo who would stop any intruders from using the pathway to get into the territory. "We couldn't see with the trees blocking our view," one shouted. "What happened?" The thought of screaming it sent him to his knees. He grabbed onto the soil for balance. "Are you hurt?" they shouted. "Do you need help?" He shook his head, though he knew they couldn't see it from their distance. "No," he whispered, getting back to his feet. After a deep breath, he tried to utter the words, but nothing came out. "What happened?" he was asked more insistently. Stefan fought back more nausea and took a gulping breath. Then he leaned back and screamed, "The king is dead!" Chapter 29. Zeddy. Zeddy saw Kinu as a different Crep during their walk back from Tenred. A lot had changed from the time they'd left. Their human allies had proven themselves to be weak, as Kinu and Zeddy had both predicted. They'd fled up into the Tenred castle, and all the Creps that had come with Zeddy and Kinu had been killed. Zeddy knew she and Kinu would have died with them if it weren't for Zoke, but she couldn't find any gratitude toward her brother, not when he continued to fight with the humans who inevitably would be crushed. She was too angry with him. Kinu never brought it up, but Zeddy knew her brother had mentioned the prospect of Kinu being her Seshar. It was the way he looked at her after the battle, as if they already were family. It made her feel weak and vulnerable. She wanted no one else to worry about besides Zoke, especially after what happened to Greyall. His death still caused her great misery. She didn't know if she was ready to lose another Crep like him or her brother. She knew Kinu wouldn't speak about being her Seshar. It was the female's duty to ask a male to be her mate after he demonstrated his interest, usually through gifts. When they arrived back at their encampment, worrying about whether Kinu might give her a gift was one of many things on her mind. She would be leaving her home only one more time, to march with the rest of the Kreps to Cairo, where she would face her brother in battle once more. Only this time, he would be on the losing side. Zoke was going to die. She'd come to terms with it by now. She wouldn't be the one to kill him, nor did she wish to see him suffer. But she'd done everything she could. There was nothing left in her power that could save him. She didn't forget what he'd told her at Tenred, though. Heaviest on her mind was finding out what really happened when she was a baby. Did her mother truly enter the apple garden to get herself killed? Zoke made it seem like there was more to it, and knowing Doe, that was certainly a possibility. After jumping over the wall, she and Kinu went straight to see Doe. She wondered what she could say to bring up her mother. The enormous Sligari was speaking with another Krep, though Doe let Zeddy and Kinu enter to listen. They were discussing the progress of the weapons for the Dodriks, something Zeddy had been responsible for before leaving.
"Their swords and shields are nearly done," the Krep said. "Do you wish to dress them in armor, like the humans have suggested?"
"How long would it take?"
Doe asked. 30 days, maybe 40.
"No,"
Doe answered immediately.
"But when you're done with the Dodriks, work with Zeti to make sure every Krep that can fight has a suitable weapon."
Doe pointed at Kinu with his black, gnarled claw, his bulbous tail wiggling to propel him.
"I already know Tenred was attacked and lost,"
Doe said with surprisingly little anger.
"How many Kreps did you bring back?"
The other Krep left quietly, knowing Doe was finished with him.
"Only Zeti and I survived."
"How's that possible?"
Shame gripped Zeddy. She couldn't look at Doe as she waited for Kinu to answer.
"Many of our human allies fled while Zeti and I were busy elsewhere. We stayed somewhere safe when it was clear that the battle was lost and the other Kreps were already dead."
"So you hid?"
Kinu puffed out his chest.
"We fought and killed many. Zeti and I aren't cowards, but we didn't wish to throw our lives away when there's so much more fighting to do."
Doe grumbled as he stared at Kinu. When his beady black eyes shifted to Zeddy, her guilt almost made her blurt out the truth about Zoke, forcing her to drink a sleeping potion, and Kinu staying at her side until she woke.
"Did you see brother to you?"
Doe asked.
"No, he might have died, for all I know."
Suddenly the fear was gone. She relished in her ability to lie, knowing there was no psychic. Doe broke his gaze with her, satisfied.
"Haman has been killed."
What?
Did she hear that right? Kinu said nothing, his face frozen with an indifferent expression.
"Vithos and some human shot him with a poisoned arrow before he and the others made it back to the encampment."
Zeddy didn't understand, but she refrained from speaking, knowing it wasn't her place.
"May I ask questions?"
Kinu said.
"You may."
"How many were with Vithos and the human?"
"Those with Haman reported seeing only 2 of them."
"So they at least killed Vithos and this human," Kinu said.
"No. They shot Vithos, but he was still alive when he escaped."
"How?"
Zeddy blurted before she could stop herself. Doe showed her a scowl.
"They each were riding beasts with 4 legs that were too fast for the Kreps to stop. They buried Haman where he died, and they brought back the corpse of one of the beasts they killed for me to look at. I don't know what it was.
I don't know where the humans found 2 of them. Perhaps they've discovered a way into Sumar to the south, and they came from there. Will these beasts help our enemies fight? Kinu asked. Yes, but we believe there were only 2 of the beasts, now 1. The Kreps with Haman had already attacked 2 of the human cities, their capital, and what they call the Academy.
Doe stopped himself, his scowl worsening. He seemed to be speaking to himself when he continued.
But some Kreps reported seeing Vithos in the capital with the beast, while others said he was in the Academy without one. So obviously there's a mistake. No one can be in 2 places at once.
Doe squeezed his claws and looked to the dirt, seemingly struck by a thought.
I'd forgotten there were 2 of them.
He shook his head, his fat jiggling. He looked back at Kinu.
It won't be long before we're ready to attack. What of Tenred? Kinu asked. It seems they're ready to give up. Not according to their king. Although they retreated, they still wish to fight with us. In Tegri's letter, he mentioned a plan to kill Welson before we strike again. He gave me no details, only that another pigeon will inform me when it has happened, which should be in the next few days. I'll send someone for you both when it does. In the meantime, get back to your tasks.
Zeddy was too distracted figuring out how she would ask about her mother to focus on anything Doe said. When Kinu turned to leave, she knew this was her only chance.
I would be grateful if I could discuss something briefly with you,
Zeddy told Doe.
Fine. Make it quick.
Kinu stopped with a look at Zeddy over his shoulder, his eyes asking if he should stay.
Go on,
she told him. He nodded and left. Zeddy struggled to find the right words. Doe began to grumble as he waited.
Mother to me died when I was very young. She went into the Epil Garden, so you were forced to kill her. I would like to know if there was anything she said about why she did it. I don't understand why she would. No, that didn't happen. She didn't say anything? No.
Doe became annoyed.
Mother to you never came into the Epil Garden. Only 4 Kreps have ever done that. Each of them male. Is that all?
No, of course that wasn't all. That was just the start of it. But she was too unprepared for this answer. What did it mean?
Father to me told me she did,
she said mostly to herself. Doe's claws squeezed together, and he began to wheeze.
Are you calling me a liar?
Zeddy spoke frantically as she backed away.
No, I didn't mean that. Father, to me, obviously is the one lying. I'll give you permission to speak with the Death Keeper. Just make sure you get your tasks done. There are many weapons to be made, so we're ready to fight.
Zeddy risked asking,
What's a Death Keeper? It's the Krep who keeps records of all those killed. He helps us keep track of our numbers, differentiating the traitors who fled from those who've died honorably. If Mother to you died, then there'll be a record of it. This is something only officers have access to. We don't want Kreps distracted with the past. I don't want that.
He muttered something in Slagaran,
All Zeddy could understand was Haman's name.
Is that all?
Now he was irritated again.
Where is the Death Keeper's hut?
She asked meekly.
Close to the eastern wall, toward its center. The Crep's name is Bip. If you must ask other Creps for help finding his hut, don't mention Bip's task.
He turned away from her to show he was done. She left and broke into a run toward the eastern wall, but someone shouted her name.
Zeddy!
She stopped only when she saw it was Kinu. He was concerned.
Why are you running?
I need to find out what happened to Mother to me. Unwilling to waste any more time, she ran. She'd already told Kinu about her despicable father and how her mother was killed when she was young. She figured he'd understand. Near the eastern wall, she began to ask Creps for the location of Bip's hut. Many had never heard of the Crep, making her believe she was in the wrong area. She continued to ask others as she came closer to the wall. Eventually, she came to a Crep that guided her the rest of the way, but to her disappointment, she was led to one of the pig farms.
Are you sure Bip is here?
Zeddy asked.
That's him.
The Crep pointed toward a tall, yet lean male Crep. He was pouring a bucket of slop into a trough. He barely made it out of the way before being trampled by the swarm of swine. Zeddy approached.
Are you Bip?
Yes, he answered, too busy refilling the bucket to look behind him.
Who asks? Zeddy, I would like to speak to you.
The closest Crep seemed to be too far away to overhear them, but she kept her voice low, just in case.
In private, I have permission from Doe.
From the glance he showed her as he brought the bucket back to the trough, it was clear he understood what she meant.
Follow me.
Bip licked the residue off his fingers. He led Zeddy to his hut. Behind his bed was a locked chest of sturdy wood. He removed a key from his pocket and took out the largest book Zeddy had ever seen. Its pages were made of thick paper, both tall and wide. All of the books she knew of were small enough to carry easily with one hand. They'd been in Zoke's possession, most of them, while she'd seen some for sale at the market. Unlike her brother, she had no interest in reading. He'd tried to teach her how when she was younger, but it was too frustrating for her.
How long ago did he or she die?
Bip asked.
10 years ago,
Zeddy answered. She was just 2. Pra Durin at the time, barely able to speak. Zoke was 6. Pra Durin.
Her name was Junie.
Bip moved his claws back and forth as he appeared to search. He stopped and said,
Here. She was killed by her Seshar, Rusker.
Zeddy felt difficulty breathing. She dug her claws into her palm.
This upsets you?
Bip said softly.
What else does it say? It says Rusker was attacked by her. He was defending himself when he killed her. Lies. Is that it? There was one witness to confirm. Dentar. Of course. No punishment was given to Rusker. That's all it says.
Zeddy decided then that she would kill Rusker. She should have done it years ago. Already out of Bip's hut, she was squeezing her dagger so tightly her arm shook. She didn't know where Rusker was, but she knew how to find him. She went to the market to ask around as to where the best games for gamblers were that day. Zeddy had eaten nothing since returning to the encampment, but she was fueled by her determination and anger. Rusker wasn't at the first table of card-playing Creps she found. He wasn't at the second either, nor the third.
Do you know Rusker?
She asked the group of them. One scratched the air in front of her without looking up from his cards.
He's at his task with the chickens.
Zeddy left, still unwilling to sheathe her blade. When she arrived, Zeddy was surprised to find Dentar there as well, sitting on a log and sharpening a blade as Rusker decapitated chickens and ripped the feathers from their carcasses.
Dentar spotted Zeddy first. He stood and muttered something. Rusker turned next.
"What do you want?"
Rusker said.
"I want to hear the truth, for once."
He spat.
"About what? How did Mother to me die?"
Rusker came toward her, letting himself out of the chicken pen with his sword still in hand. Dentar was close behind, carrying his own weapon.
"She was a slucha. That's the truth."
Zeddy nearly threw her dagger at him. Instead, she spat. He jumped out of the way.
"It's true, Zeddy,"
Dentar said, stepping to Rusker's side. Rusker added,
"I caught her with male creps." "Doing what?"
Zeddy knew her father was lying. He always lied.
"I knew what she was doing,"
he insisted.
"I didn't need to see it. I could tell from the way she spoke with them." "So you killed her? You believed she cared for other males, and this gave you grounds to kill her?" "She attacked me,"
Rusker lied. Zeddy cursed at him, then spat again. He spat back and raised his sword.
"You're going to attack me also, you stupid kushlat?"
There were no more thoughts, only rage. Zeddy grabbed a rock near her feet and threw it with all her might. It struck Dentar in the chest. He grunted, stumbling backward and clutching his heart. She threw another, this one hitting her target. It struck Rusker in the shoulder as he turned defensively. He uttered a scream and charged at her. Her rationality came back just in time. Her dagger against their swords would require technique over strength. She jumped to the side as he lunged, but she was too far to counterattack.
"Kill her,"
Dentar encouraged, watching with an ugly grin. She jumped back to dodge another attack. Rusker snorted and said,
"You shouldn't have come here, kushlat."
She kicked up dirt, hoping to blind him for a breath. But he moved his forearm in front of his face in time, then charged again. She tripped over the uneven ground. He was coming too fast. She twisted and bent her leg up to protect her torso. A blur of gray slammed into Rusker, tackling him. They came apart quickly, Rusker wildly swinging at what Zeddy soon saw to be Kinu. She got to her feet when she saw Dentar coming behind Kinu as he and Rusker swiped at each other.
"Behind you!"
Zeddy screamed, too far away to help. Kinu rolled before Dentar could remove his head with his blade. Rusker was already over him, ready to strike with an overhead swing. This time Zeddy did throw her dagger. It was a calculated toss, without anger interfering with her focus. She couldn't see whether the blade or the handle struck Rusker in his naked chest, as it didn't impale him, but it did halt him enough for Kinu to run his sword through Rusker's stomach. Rusker dropped his weapon and fell backward. Kinu's sword was already out of his flesh, blocking Dentar's aggressive attacks. Kinu finished him quickly when he found an opening, stabbing Dentar in the heart. Rusker grunted and struggled, but lacked the strength to get up. Zeddy retrieved her dagger and knelt over him.
"Wait," he uttered. "I've always done what's best for you and Zoke. I've been a good father to you." "Stop lying, father. You know you're selfish and dishonorable."
His hand struggled to grasp the handle of his sword.
"You're the dishonorable one, kushlat."
Zeddy drove her dagger into his chest. Chapter 30. Zeddy.
"Will we be punished?"
Zeddy asked.
"Not when you were defending yourself,"
Kinu said.
"Then what about you?" "I was protecting you from death. I had the right to kill either of them. Besides, chiefs are never punished for what they do to other creps. Only when they fail their tasks."
They reported the incident to the creps responsible for the dead. She knew close friends and relatives were to be notified. A few of her father's associates might feign sadness, though she knew none would care that he or Dentar were gone.
"And Zoke would care even less,"
she figured. It was easy for Zeddy to pretend nothing had happened. She'd already come to accept she'd never see Rusker again. The fact that he was dead hardly made a difference. Guilt woke her in the night, though. Her neck and back ached, as if she was twisted awkwardly while sleeping. She knew there was no reason to be guilty. but she couldn't seem to rid herself of the feeling completely. When she started her tasks the next day, however, the memory of her father easily became just as distant as that of her mother. It wasn't the same for Zoke. Just because she'd accepted there was nothing she could do to save him didn't mean she'd really accepted him being killed. It was frustrating, being unable to accept something inevitable. She didn't know what to do to fix it. The more she thought about it, the worse it became, causing nausea and even tears when she was in private. As she and others took painstaking efforts to make sure every able Crep was equipped with a good weapon, she couldn't help but think of each day as one less that Zoke had to live. She showed her gratitude to Kinu for saving her life by making sure a sword of the finest steel went to him. He showed up at her hut that evening.
"This was your doing, wasn't it?"
He smiled as he displayed his new sword.
"For your assistance with father to me. Usually it's the male that offers gifts."
He seemed embarrassed.
"I've tried to think about what I could give you, but I haven't decided on anything. I don't want to insult you with something you can't use or wouldn't like. The things I want can't be gifted."
She thought of her brother, though her mind quickly searched for something else she could say if he asked what she meant. But he didn't. Kinu slowly slid his pristine sword into the sheath on his belt, gazing at Zeddy silently.
"Is a Seshar one of those things?" "It is, but a dead mate is worse than none. I can't endure the pain."
He came forward and knelt.
"I won't die."
Zeddy laughed. Kinu showed insult in a grimace. He stood and straightened his back.
"Why is this funny?"
She touched his arm to show her mistake.
"Just what you said. No Crep thinks they'll die. Not even father to me, with his stomach pierced by your blade. He still lied, as if he was going to live. You can tell me you'll try not to die, but that's the most I'll believe, until this is over."
The insult was gone from his bright eyes.
"I understand. So you'll take a Seshar after we destroy Cairo?" "I will."
By the time news came of Welson Kimmard's death, Zeddy knew the final preparations for battle would be done soon. Their whole army would march to Cairo, every Crep able to fight, and the two Dodriks. With there being no chance of failure, all of her worries were for her brother. She was with Kinu in Doe's quarters when one of the pigeon keepers brought in the announcement of Welson's death. Doe began to read the message from Tenred aloud.
"The king of Cairo has been killed. Tegri Hiller wanted me to."
Doe fell into silence as his fat face scrunched while his beady eyes continued reading.
"May I ask a question?"
Kinu tried.
"No,"
Doe said.
"Leave me."
But they hadn't finished their original conversation. Doe was explaining a new task he needed from them before the messenger came in. Zeddy opened her mouth to say something, but Kinu touched her shoulder and shook his head. They left quickly. Zeddy waited until they were far enough from the two guards outside the entrance to Doe's building. Then she asked Kinu what he was thinking.
"That letter was different than the others," he said. "Nebre has always translated what was told to him. He never wrote directly to Doe before."
Doe had never started reading a letter aloud without finishing it. He clearly trusted Kinu and Zeddy enough with any information about the war, but something different must have been in that letter, something he didn't wish them to hear. At first she assumed it had to be something about Zoke, but the thought became foolish before it was even fully developed. Doe loved to bring up her traitorous brother and watch for her reactions.
"So then what is it?"
But these were dangerous thoughts. Curiosity would only lead to injury or death. It was usually easy to dismiss, but not in this case.
"Is there any way we can see the message?" she asked.
Kinu gave her a serious look. It seemed like he was about to scold her for her curiosity when he said,
"I was trying to think of a way to do that, but if Doe really doesn't want us to see it, then he'll burn it. Only once he's absolutely sure he's done with it, he'll leave it with the others until then." "True," Kinu said. He probably won't be burning it until later. If there was some way to get him out of there, I could go in and read it. He might kill you for entering without permission. Only if he found out. He doesn't keep his scrolls hidden. All I need to do is get past the guards while he's away. But he won't leave his quarters today, Zeddy said. Not until he must visit the Rugin garden to make the emerald for the Dodrix. He'll probably burn the message before then. So you'll need to give him a reason to come out right now. Zeddy twitched her claws nervously. This is becoming too much. We shouldn't be curious. This isn't pointless curiosity, Zeddy. We both know there's important information on that message from Nebre. Doe is keeping it from us for a reason. I need to know why that is, don't you? If we can do so safely, how would you have me get him out? There's only one thing that brings Doe out of his quarters when he doesn't need to be. Zeddy thought back to the times she'd seen Doe wiggling through the encampment in a hurry. On each occasion, there had been a massive brawl in the market. You're asking me to start a fight? Zeddy asked. Only if you wish to. I would do it, but you're not able to read the scroll. It would also be easier for me to convince the guards to leave. I'll tell them I'm looking for Doe, and that I'll guard the entrance until he comes back. But we need to hurry, Kinu urged. He could burn the scroll at any moment. I'll do it. She turned to run, but Kinu grabbed her arm. Wait. He kissed her forehead. This isn't goodbye, Zeddy said, confused. Just in case. She showed him a smile, and then sprinted to the market, devising her plan along the way there. As in her old encampment, the market was in the center. Hundreds of creps always were gathered there, sometimes thousands. It was difficult to know how big the whole market was, as she couldn't see over everyone. She shouldered her way through to what she believed to be the center. Wooden tables were lined up end to end, each containing goods belonging to the seller behind it. Many creps came to trade a single item, shouting with it raised over their head as they walked around. Often creps behind a table would see something they found to be valuable and offer these creps a trade, putting their newly acquired item on the table. Surrounded by a cluster of creps, Zeddy was about to initiate her plan until she stopped herself. She tried to think of what could be on the scroll that would be worth the damage. It must be something about the war. Then she remembered Tegri's name. Nebre was saying that Tegri wanted him to do something, probably write something. By Doe's reaction, it was clear Nebre had chosen to speak by his own will. Zeddy didn't speculate further. If Nebre risked going against Tegri, it had to be important. She took a deep breath to ready herself for combat. With a hard shove, she maliciously pushed one crep into another. Who did that? The crep she pushed asked, angry. She had spun out of the cluster already. She pushed another crep. This one said nothing, but the crep he fell into shoved him back. She heard voices behind her, tones of aggression. Zeddy was too busy pushing another crep to listen. Continuing through the market, she used her small stature to hide herself after each shove. When the fighting didn't escalate as quickly as she expected, she started muttering curses with a low voice, putting more force into each push. Soon creps were falling, taking down others with them. A table was knocked over, then another. Something broke against the ground. Screams of exasperation erupted from the crowd. Her heart jumped as a crep fell onto her legs. She tried to get up as quickly as she could, but another tripped on her arm and fell over her back. A crep slammed into the ground just in front of her. Another jumped on top of him. Whoever was on her legs wasn't getting up. She looked behind her to find it was a female crep on her back. Someone else was over her knees trying to pick himself up. Zeddy tugged hard, managing to get one leg free. She turned and grabbed the other, yanking, but someone bumped into her, threatened to fall, and grabbed her head for balance. A lurch of weight alerted Zeddy to someone else ramming into the crep holding her head. One screamed as Zeddy saw claws being dug into his arm. He punched his attacker with his other hand. Zeddy somehow got her leg free.
Jumping to her feet, she tried to escape the ensuing brawl, only to run into another female who'd come from the other direction. Zeddy knocked her down by accident, but pulled her back up just as quickly. They each sprinted forward, separating. Running at near full speed, she reached the outskirts of the frenzy hastily. Kreps had formed a circle to watch. Many were fleeing the brawl, as Zeddy had, but there were some entering it from the audience, usually screaming the names of Kreps they recognized. Zeddy figured they were jumping to their defense, as Zoke would if he saw her in there. As she left the market, she wondered why she'd thought of Zoke instead of Kinu. Her brother could never be there, and Kinu would have jumped in just the same.
"Brawl at the market!"
Zeddy yelled in every direction as she hurried back toward Doe's quarters. Half the Kreps she passed began to run. Soon she no longer needed to shout. The news traveled on its own, for the sight of hundreds of Kreps sprinting to get somewhere always meant a fight. Unfortunately, some of them would end up joining. At least it might extend the spectacle, hopefully giving Kinu the time he needed. She hid behind huts when she found Doe wiggling toward the market, shouting for Kreps to move out of his way. With a burst of light, he would stop the brawl soon after he got there. The entrance to Doe's wooden building was vacant. Zeddy stopped in the twisting hallway.
"Kinu, are you in there?" "Yes, and I don't know what to do about this."
His voice was muffled, coming around the corner, but she still heard his frustration.
"He left a scroll out on the table. It appears he was writing his response when he left."
She heard paper being grabbed, then the sound of Kinu's feet pressing against the dirt as he came closer.
"I'll read both to you. We should have plenty of time, but watch for Doe or his guards while you listen." "I will." First, Nebri's note. "The King of Cairo has been killed. Tegri Hiller wanted me to lie about how it happened, but I won't do that."
Kinu wasn't the most fluid reader, pausing between words at times.
"He agreed to meet with Welson Kimhard to discuss a new treaty between Cairo and Tenred, but he had no intentions of signing one. Tegri's people believe what he's told them, which is that Welson's men attacked his during the meeting. Tegri claims they fought back and won, killing Welson in the process. But those who were there know the truth, and some of them are honorable enough to have told me Tegri killed Welson dishonorably by luring him into neutral territory, where his men could kill Welsons and escape. There are rules between Cairo and Tenred. Kings have always needed to be able to meet with each other, and it's unheard of for one to attack another during these meetings. Nothing in human or Krepan history has been as heinous as Tegri's actions. He's not to be trusted, and he must be punished with death for this dishonor. I cannot serve an army under his leadership. I know other Kreps will agree. I understand it's not my place to recommend anything, but the only solution I've thought of is for you to bring your army here first and demand Tegri's execution. They'll select a new king, and then we can destroy Cairo honorably. If we fight with Tegri Hiller, we're just as dishonorable as he is. When you reply, I beg you not to say anything of the truth. Some humans have been learning Krepan, and I would be killed if they discovered that I got this message to you. I hope to see you and the rest of the Kreps here when you're ready. I could translate when the time comes."
Zeddy cursed.
"What did Doe write back?"
she asked.
"Nebre, I won't waste any more time getting to the Slagari. I don't care what Tegri did. I'm not sending an army there, and I'll kill you myself if you try to ruin this. Just translate what they tell."
Kinu's voice became more fluid.
"That's all it says so far. Put the pages back and come out,"
Zeddy said.
"Put them back?"
Kinu was incredulous.
"Yes, so we can discuss this outside his quarters. What's there to discuss? I'm bringing both letters out to show every Crep. Doe has always been a good leader, but this is unforgivable. Nebre is right. We need to kill Tegri before we fight with Tenred. Otherwise, we're just as bad as the traitors. His dishonor must be punished. None of that matters. Doe will kill you before you can tell 5 Creps. Put the letters where you found them, and hurry out here. We can figure out what to do later. We'll never have this kind of proof, Zeddy. He's going to burn Nebre's letter and send the one he's writing. It may even get Nebre killed. We can't ignore this.
Zeddy contemplated trying to drag Kinu out, but she didn't have the strength. He would overpower her easily. She squeezed the handle of her dagger, unsure how to save Kinu.
If you take those letters out, you'll die. We both might.
Kinu came out with both scrolls rolled together in his hand. Zeddy reached for them. He moved away.
You would fight with Tegri Hiller after hearing this? No, of course not. But we must figure out something else. What else is there to do, Zeddy?
He waited for her reply.
I don't know.
She could feel her anger telling her to tackle him, wrestle the scrolls out of his grasp, but she would probably rip them, and the evidence of what they did would be impossible to hide.
Just put them back. Tell me what you would have us do first.
She tried to think quickly, but nothing came. The worry of seeing the fat Sligari returning between huts had taken all her focus.
We can't convince Doe to change his mind, Kinu said. The first time he ever does won't be now. There must be something else. If we fight with Tegri's army without punishing his dishonor, then we're just as bad. Humans are cowards, and it shames me to fight with them, but this is something else completely.
He shook the scrolls.
This is their leader we're talking about. He's supposed to be the most honorable, yet he allowed Welson to believe they were meeting for peace, only to kill him. This is worse than anything a Crep has ever done, worse than anything a human has ever done.
Kinu spat.
I know. All Creps would agree. Yes, but it's our only choice. We can't kill Tegri on our own. Doe needs to be forced into the decision, or he has to be killed for allowing the lie to continue. And I will lead us.
Kinu straightened his back, lowering his voice.
I cannot serve under him any longer. Kinu.
The anger had drained from her body, leaving her weak.
Just because you're right doesn't mean you have to do anything about it now. Tell me what we could do after he destroys Nebre's message and sends his back, and I will. We can confront Doe about it.
Kinu let out a quick snicker.
So he can kill us. We can tell other Creps. Without the scrolls, no one would believe us. Look.
He unrolled Nebre's message, pointing at a circular symbol at the bottom.
This is the mark that Nebre puts on all his messages to show they're authentic. It's created with a stamp pressed into ink that can't be replicated. This is our only proof.
He shook the scroll.
It'll be gone soon after Doe comes back.
Zeddy grit her teeth.
You really want to lead? I do. There must be another way. None with honor. This honor is going to get us killed, Zeddy muttered. You're speaking like a coward.
With her next breath, Zeddy's anger came back. She wanted to claw Kinu's face and scream that she was only trying to save their lives. But everything he'd said was the truth. They had only one option.
How will we notify the other Creps? There's too much to explain to simply run around screaming about it.
Zeddy froze at the sight of Doe's blubbery figure maneuvering between huts. He was hurrying, wiggling at twice his usual rate.
We'll confront Doe while I hold the scrolls,
Kinu said, his tone determined.
He'll kill us.
Zeddy could see by Kinu's face that he knew she was right. He came behind her and started to stuff a scroll into the back of her pants.
Take this,
he said.
It's Nebre's message. I'll threaten that you'll reveal it to all the Kreps at the market if Doe doesn't agree to bring our army into Tenred and kill Tegri. Go.
Kinu shoved her.
Walk that way, away from Doe. If he calls your name, ignore it.
Zeddy only moved a step.
Go,
Kinu said, Doe nearly close enough to hear them.
He won't hurt me,
Kinu continued.
He'll agree to kill Tegri. Their army is far smaller than Cairo's. It's an easy decision.
She couldn't leave him.
He might kill you instead. He'll certainly kill both of us if we have no leverage. Leave.
Zeddy ran, unable to think quickly enough to come up with something else.
Zeddy,
Doe called.
Zeddy, stop.
Fear gripped her heart, but her legs continued. She'd never disobeyed Doe so blatantly.
Over here, Doe,
she heard Kinu shout. Zeddy looked back to find him taunting the massive Sligari with a scroll. Doe yelled something in Sligaran, adding Kinu's name at the end. Zeddy became too far away to hear anything else. She changed her course toward her hut. There was time to get her bow and quiver first, so that she wouldn't feel so naked. When she reached the market, she was panting and holding back tears of worry. Some Kreps were kneeling, picking up goods off the ground. There was more space, many paying more attention to where they walked. Zeddy wished there was a hill nearby, but most of the encampment was flat. There was nothing to climb up to watch for Kinu. Instead, she put herself on the outskirts of the market, watching in the direction of Doe's quarters between bodies of Kreps passing in front of her. As her breath came back, she began to hear her thoughts again. Her worries worsened.
What if I see Doe without Kinu?
A tear threatened to fall. She wiped it.
It would mean Kinu was killed.
She waited, watching, desperately hoping to see Kinu. In brief moments of calm between panic, she told herself she needed to come up with a plan in case Doe came alone. Saliva filled her mouth, so she spat. How could she have gone this long without realizing how dishonorable Doe was? Nebre's message had stunned her, as it would any Krep, but Doe's response was even more shocking. Her plan came easily after that realization. The moment she saw Doe, she would take out Nebre's message and announce loud enough for all the Kreps nearby to hear.
I have proof that...
What should come next? It was difficult to summarize everything Nebre's note revealed quickly enough to hold everyone's attention, and she would only have a few breaths' worth of time once Doe was close enough to cast a fireball at her.
I have proof that Tegri Hiller killed Welson Kimard dishonorably.
Zeddy was stuck again. She cursed herself.
Just come up with something. I have proof that Tegri Hiller has committed a heinous act of dishonor and needs to be punished. But Doe refuses to do so. He killed Kinu to cover up this truth.
That should draw everyone's attention. Doe couldn't kill her after that. It would be too obvious he was hiding information. Then she could hand the scroll to someone able to read it. A burst of light came from behind her. It was hot, startling her into jumping.
Clear out,
Doe shouted. There was another burst of light. Zeddy turned around as Kreps rushed out of the market.
Get out of here,
Doe yelled.
Go back to your tasks.
He sent another burst of light from his black claws. Zeddy felt it hit her face, the heat painful to endure. Only then did she realize it was too late to get everyone's attention. All the Kreps were fleeing as quickly as they could. Doe had come from behind. He'd taken away her leverage. The fear of Doe propelled her away from him as fast as her legs could carry her. She cursed as she ran, not slowing for a look to see if Doe had found her yet. But she knew the guards wouldn't let her over the wall. It felt like she was stuck in a nightmare, her heart racing. She turned to run west. There was one guard that liked her. Maybe she could convince him to let her over. But then Doe would kill him, just as he'd killed Kinu. Zeddy wished she had the strength to face Doe. A well-placed arrow could end him in one shot, but the moment she drew it, she'd be tackled by any creps nearby. Even if she managed to shoot it, the chances of killing Doe before he killed her were too slim.
I'm a coward. I should have stayed with Kinu and fought.
She couldn't be responsible for another innocent crep's death. She needed to think of a way to get over the wall without Doe killing the crep who helped her. She suddenly realized what she needed to do, and she hated herself for it. Her speed had halved by the time she reached the wall, exhaustion doubling her over. Doe was nowhere in sight, though he must have given the order for her head.
Zeddy, what's wrong?
Grappo asked.
Nothing. Just tired from running. I need to get over the wall. Doe wants to attack Cairo soon, and there's something I need to get. What is it? I don't know if I'm supposed to say. Only chiefs are allowed over the wall on their own. Is Kinu meeting you here?
There was a hint of jealousy in his tone.
Kinu's dead. No, I'm going on my own. I must hurry. Are you going to shoot me? Just make sure you get a note next time. I will.
She walked behind him, removed her dagger, and slammed its blunt side into the back of his head. He collapsed with a grunt and didn't move. As Eddie landed on the other side of the wall and started to run, she hoped she hadn't killed him. She didn't have time to check, as another wall guard had seen what she'd done and started running over from his post.
Hopefully Grappo will be smart enough to tell Doe he tried to stop me. His life depends on it.
Zeddy knew she was too far for the other guard to catch her, though she did expect him to fire an arrow after he climbed the wall. Sure enough, it came soaring over her head, piercing the ground ahead of her. Another struck the dirt somewhere to her side. She kept running, as fast and as far as she could. Only when she lacked the strength to take another step did she stop to look back. She'd taken turns around hills and patches of bushes. They could track her, but they wouldn't catch up. Zeddy wouldn't allow it. Although she was on the verge of collapsing, she trudged farther west, still unsure where she was headed. The scroll was pressed into her back. Her bow was latched to the carrying strap around her back. It wasn't comfortable to run with as it bounced against her, and for some reason, it made her realize she might never feel comfort again. Instead of despair, anger made her want to scream. It was difficult to understand Doe's dishonor. Why did he behave like such an impatient child? No crep would have continued to fight with Tegri after hearing what he'd done.
And no crep would have killed Kinu for doing the honorable thing.
She wanted Doe to die, and she wanted to be the one to do it. Vantakar belonged to her more than anyone. It was then that she decided where she was going. Chapter 31. Effie. In the 3 days since Terran's announcement about Welson and Tegri meeting to discuss peace, Effie's Slagaran had improved greatly. She knew many words now, mostly from the need to repeat them throughout the day as she worked with Leo. Effie knew it was wrong to think of the Slagari as her pet, but she couldn't get the idea out of her mind. She liked to stroke his back when they did well, sometimes even patting his side. His flesh was soft yet plump, constantly calling to be touched. She'd rubbed his head a few times, but she got the impression he didn't care for it. They trained at the eastern wall with 3 other pairs of mages and Slagari, casting out onto the stretch of dirt to the east. The spells Effie and Leo were able to conjure together made chills run through her body. Even so, Leo was still nervous about the creps. Through Chai, Effie learned that both of them had seen their own kind devoured alive when the creps broke into their colony. Just the mention of a crep made their eyes shrink with fear. During lunch, Effie found Rila already in the dining hall when she got there. Happily, she took her plate of food and set it on the table across from her. "How are the duels going?" Effie asked.
"Boring." Rila circled her food with her fork. "I'm nervous why Welson hasn't come back yet."
"It takes a day just to get through the Fajalajan pathway," Effie said. "Maybe they're walking slowly. I wouldn't worry yet. What could have happened?"
"I don't know. I feel so prepared for bad news that I've already convinced myself it'll come."
"Now you're worrying me," Effie admitted. "I hope Stefan is all right."
"Me too. I trust a rabid dog more than Tegri Hiller. The man is no idiot, F. The ploys of his army when we attacked were both smart and cruel. I'm sure he meant to scare us, and it worked. Rila glanced over her shoulder, looking for any listeners. I was somewhat relieved I couldn't fight, I'm ashamed to say. I trust you not to mention this. Of course. You're braver than I am. I didn't even leave the academy. You should have seen Zoke. He couldn't even turn his body after we jumped off the peak, yet he still fought, practically killed himself doing it. Sometimes I worry all Kreps have the same tenacity, and that they won't stop fighting until we're all dead. But then I get this hope that he's different. I tell myself his determination to fight is for love, not hate. I can feel his emotions for his sister. She rubbed her throat. It's frightening to think other Kreps want us dead as badly as Zoke wants to keep his sister alive. I'm more worried about the Dodriks. I've had nightmares of being crushed by the giants. Rila swallowed quickly and said, We should change the subject. How has training been going with Leo? Good. I can't wait to see how big the Kreps' yellow eyes get when they see the size of the fireballs we can cast. Rila chuckled. That makes me feel better. I know you said we should change the subject, but I've been wondering something. Rila frowned as she waited. I would never ask you or your brothers to do this, Effie continued, but I'm curious. Could one of you cause enough pain to cripple a Dodrik like you can a Krep? I believe if we're close enough we should be able to, but it would be far more difficult than paining a Krep. The Dodriks are well over twice the size of a Krep. Just like with any other weapon, it's far more difficult to hurt them. How difficult is it to hurt a Krep? Very, if I want to cause enough pain to completely debilitate them. It's even harder when they're ready for it. During battle, everyone, even animals, are more resistant. I would probably have to be touching a Dodrik to stop it completely. But at that range, it could crush me quicker than I could focus enough. I don't believe psychics will be the solution to the giants, especially with us outnumbered. There most likely will be too many Kreps to deal with the Dodriks through psyche. Disappointed, Effie let her gaze rest on her food. I asked Kai if Queen will allow their Dodrik to fight for us. What did she say? Rila was hopeful. She said the Dodrik is busy doing something else she couldn't tell me. I thought it sounded like a lie. Rila hummed. I don't think so, but I definitely don't like the sound of that. If they're doing something we can't know about, it's probably not good for us. They finished eating and were leaving the dining hall when Cleve, Alex, and Zoke came in together. After a greeting, Alex expressed his worries. You haven't seen Stefan? He asked Effie. My brother should have brought them back by now. No. That's strange, he said mostly to himself. They'll probably be back soon. She hugged him, holding on longer than she first intended. It always felt comforting to share an embrace with Alex. There'd been times she'd been at his home and was ready to leave, but when they hugged and said goodbye, another conversation started. They'd held on to each other as they spoke, too warm and comfortable to let go. The feeling reminded Effie of the rare mornings when she would wake to the cold, yet her anxious lungs didn't torment her. She would breathe free and wrap herself tightly in her covers, drifting in and out of sleep as her lips held a grin. Every time she parted from Alex during their embraces, it was like finally pulling off her sheets, the cold air attacking. Back at the eastern wall, Effie greeted Leo with a pat to his side. Hiya, he said. Hiya. She held out her hand, showing she was ready for his Bastial energy. Try lots, Bash? Leo asked. We know try lots. Effie glanced down the wall at the other mages and their Sligari partners. There was plenty of space between them. She couldn't think of a way she could hurt them. Effie felt her lips pressed together with excited nervousness. Lila, she agreed. I'm going to direct the energy into a beam. Mages at Effie's level could cast a stream of Bastial energy, but a fireball was easier and more damaging for the same amount of energy. Yet fireballs had limitations that a beam of energy didn't. Fireballs were messy, harder to aim, and difficult to cast long distances. With Leo's help, she wanted to see if it was possible to create a beam powerful enough to kill a Krep. He asked if she was ready. Kaileipo? His two large teeth pressed against the bottom of his mouth in a cute grin. Kaileipo.
Unlike with a fireball, Effie would be using no Sartius energy. While a low amount would allow the stream of BE to catch fire, it would also reduce the range to a few feet. Leo poured the energy into her body through his claws. When she couldn't hold any more of it, she let out the BE in a burst, directing the white light from her wand in the thinnest stream she could, grunting as she tried holding the BE together. With a subtle blue tint, it soared over the land at 100 times the speed of a fireball. It was gone in an instant. But Effie managed to see that it came out the width of a toothpick, striking the ground 100 yards out, where it widened to about 20 feet, causing the dirt to rise in a cloud of dust, but not much else. Leo disapproved with a grumble. The spell was clearly powerless. It was moments like these that Effie wished she could speak fluent Slagaran. She wanted to keep working on the same spell. If she could contain the thin stream of Bastial energy so that it didn't spread, it would prove to be more viable than fireballs in some situations. It wasn't long before they both needed a break. She leaned against the parapets of the wall and tried to explain what she was attempting to do. The Redfield bell interrupted her. Realizing it had to be news about Stefan and the king's meeting with Tegri, she started to hurry before seeing that Leo looked scared at the loud noise. His arms were flailing. He began to slither back and forth, unsure where to go. Effie put her hand on his back and told him to be calm. Haitu. Instead of running, she chose to walk, so as not to alarm Leo. They joined the other mages and Slagari walking to Redfield together, everyone smiling. "I hope they give us details about the meeting," one of Effie's classmates commented. "I want to hear what Tegri said when he signed the treaty." "I would have paid all my money to see his face," another added. Effie agreed with them. The group split upon entering. Months ago it would have been difficult for Effie to arrive as late as she did and find room for her and a Slagari, but now there were always empty spaces between groups of friends, a painful reminder of the lives lost already. Leo had great difficulty going upstairs, his blubber tugging him back to level ground as he grunted. She took Leo's claw and led him down the first aisle so he didn't have to climb, but soon she realized that he wouldn't be able to see over the metal wall in front of them, and that was if he even could get on the bench. "Can I lift you?" she asked, demonstrating with her arms. "Lift, yes." She braced herself, then scooped him up. The fat little guy was heavy, and she almost dropped him when another set of hands helped steady his body on the bench. "I saw you come in," Alex said. "And who's this?" He had a sweet tone, as if talking to a child. Leo couldn't face forward on the bench. His body was too long, so he faced Effie instead. Alex came to sit on her other side. She spoke slowly. "He would like to know your name."
"My name is Leo,"
the Slagari said perfectly. Effie liked that he'd accepted his nickname enough to introduce himself with it.
"What's your name?"
"My name is Alex." He held out his hand. "Thank you for training with us." The Slagari already knew how to shake his hand without Effie's instruction.
"You're welcome."
Leo knew formalities well. It was any other conversation where he would struggle.
"Why are we here?"
Leo asked. "To learn important information," Effie answered. She knew the word for important, so she said it. "Viloha." Terran came to the center of the stadium. Hushes were the last sounds before complete quiet. Effie could feel the excitement of everyone around her as they all waited for the good news. But then Terran turned, and Effie saw his expression. It looked like his eyes were ready for tears. His mouth was open, ready to speak, yet frozen in place. It closed, and he bit his lip and shook his head, letting out a breath.
"I advise all of you to prepare yourselves for the worst news imaginable," he began.
All around her, Effie could feel quiet suffering, people's stomachs turning in on themselves. She put an arm over Leo and stroked his side. His body was turned so he could watch Terran, his flesh crinkled.
"Wilson met with Tegri a mile from the Fagelajon pathway. Tegri had brought more than twice the number of men and women as Wilson, though our king decided to meet with him anyway."
Terran folded his arms, then unfolded them. After a breath, he folded them once again, seemingly wanting to use his hands.
"Tegri revealed his plan during their meeting, when his army attacked and slaughtered ours."
Effie heard Alex mutter a curse as Taryn continued.
In the ambush, nearly everyone was killed, including Welson himself.
Effie was too shocked to feel anything yet. Though she still expected to hear something from the stadium, there were gasps, a couple people beginning to cry, but that was it. Taryn spoke over them.
Tegri killed Welson with his own hands, forcing the scribe to watch and record everything that happened. It pains me to say that the scribe was the only ally to live, and it's because Tegri wanted him to bring the record of the meeting back to us.
Alex began cursing again, this time louder, angrier. Effie heard Tegri's name, as well as a promise for revenge. Effie was still in shock, unable to feel. Stefan was alive, but Wilson was dead, and so was Alex's brother. Effie worried about the fury she could feel coming from Alex. He was breathing heavily, with his hands and teeth clenched. She started to wonder why she didn't feel the same anger. But it seemed to be the case for many. Nearly all were silent, waiting for Taryn to continue. She only heard Alex's loud breath and the weeps of a few women far from her.
Liaison Wilfrey is already on his way to Cairo City. Because there was no heir to the throne through blood, Welson wanted James Kerr to be king in case something happened. Although he's older than Welson, he's the most capable man for the task. I fully trust his ability to lead, as should you.
Taryn paused to survey the crowd.
I know many of you have family in the king's army. We'll get a list of those who were with Welson during this despicable act.
I already know my brother was there, Alex whispered as he stared at Taryn, speaking mostly to himself. His anger was gone, replaced by gloom. Leo put his claw on Effie's leg.
What say?
Very sad news, Effie replied. Our king was killed, and so were many others.
Seshala,
Leo blurted.
Taryn spoke again. Most of you are feeling shock right now, and you might be wondering how this has affected the war. We won't give Tegri another chance to surrender. The only time anyone from Cairo will hear him speak again will be when he gives his last words before we execute him for his crimes. Never has any king in Ovira or Greenedge attacked another during a meeting, especially when that meeting is to discuss peace. It's up to us and the rest of the Cairo army to make sure the king of Tenred is rightly punished for this.
Alex was one of the first to start applauding, the rest of the audience joining in soon after.
Kill the bastard,
she heard him say. Taryn was nodding as he raised his arms, his sign for everyone to quiet their applause.
This war is coming to an end. Scouts outside the Kreppen encampment sent a pigeon to Cairo City. The Kreps are coming. Their whole army is marching toward Cairo. They'll be here in 10 days. We expect Tenred to attack as well.
With a gasp, Effie could feel her heart once again, only after it had stopped for what seemed like the span of a breath. Taryn extended his arms.
Before you let this alarm you, remember that we are prepared. We will crush anyone who comes into our territory. Our enemies expect us to be weak. Our king was killed, and our army is nowhere near the size of our enemies' armies combined. But they still underestimate us. James Kerr cares for Cairo's people just as much as Welson did. He knows battle better than anyone. Before some of you were even born, he was helping Weston Kimard's army overpower Rin Takari, which led Weston to the throne. Trust him as you trust me and each other. I'll lead us into battle, and I expect all of you to fight just as hard for me as I will for you. Together, we fight for everyone in Cairo.
Taryn had a way of speaking that made Effie feel safe. His determination spread to her, overwhelming her other emotions.
Do not fear battle, Taryn commanded. There's something we have more of than they do. Have you asked yourselves what your profession is? You're warriors, mages, psychics, and chemists of the Cairo army. You've been trained for war.
He let out a light-hearted chuckle as he continued.
And not much else.
Effie felt a laugh escape, and she heard many others chuckling as well.
"But the Kreps," Terran continued, "the most abundant enemy of Cairo. They don't train for war, or even battle. All of the Kreps coming here know how to use a sword or a bow, and that's it. The most experience they've had was when half of them came here and lost. Those who took down Tenred's wall have seen the inability Kreps have to fight with Tegri's army. We'll win this battle and this war. I'll be gone for a few days to devise our battle strategy with King Kerr. Keep training. Anytime you start to worry, think about Tegri stabbing Welson while his arms were held by 2 men. Think about if that were you, what would you want to do to the enemies responsible?"
A tear fell from Effie's eye then, running down her cheek.
"You have that chance. Remember the traitors who killed our men and women. Remember the seed of anger deep within. I'm eager for revenge. I'm eager for this last battle. For after we're victorious, no enemy will dare hurt our king or any of our people again."
Effie joined everyone else in standing and applauding. Dodricks, Kreps, traitorous humans with heinous potions and plots. It didn't matter. Nothing was stronger than the Cairo army. She walked over and squeezed Alex. He held her and kissed the top of her head. "I'm sorry about your brother," she said.
"I know. They will pay."
She let go of him only because she was in a hurry. "I need to ask Terran about Stefan before he leaves." "I understand. Go." Effie caught up to the headmaster as he was exiting the stadium with a group of instructors. "Terran, where's Stefan?" she called.
"I might be back by tomorrow,"
Terran said over his shoulder to answer an instructor's question. Then he turned to Effie.
"He's been recovering within the Fajalajan Mountains. He was beaten badly."
"But he'll be all right?"
"I believe so. I'm sorry, Effie. I can't stay and talk."
She nodded and thanked him. Then she stood there, tilting back and forth to feel the crunch of sand beneath her shoes, forgetting what she was supposed to do now. Something brushed against the back of her leg. She turned to find Leo. "I didn't help him off the bench." "I'm sorry," she said. "Did you get down all right?"
"Help from human, but don't understand why happy."
"We aren't happy, just enthusiastic," Effie said, showing him a clenched fist. "We're eager to fight our enemies." The Sligari hummed and brushed his claw up her leg.
"I understand."
He scratched his claws across the sand.
"Zoho."
"What does Zoho mean?"
"I want, and humans want, revenge."
Chapter 32. Cleve. Cleve had come to Redfield with Zoke and Alex, though Alex left Cleve alone with the Crep when he saw Effie and her Sligari enter. Most of Cleve's conversations with Zoke had been between duels after battle training was over. The Crep challenged him the first day Cleve was back, with Alex and other warriors rotating in to combat the winner, which was always Cleve. Dueling with Terran had been one of Cleve's favorite activities over the years. Only recently had they become evenly matched, making their battles even better. Zoke fought differently than Terran, though. He always seemed to be holding back, stopping himself at times as if worried about injuring Cleve, like how Terran used to be when Cleve was younger. They dueled every day, Cleve losing so few times he could count them on one hand. Eventually, Cleve asked why Zoke seemed to hesitate.
"When Kreps fight, we spit, bite, kick dirt, throw grass, and use our head. It's difficult to ignore my—"
Zoke stopped as he thought of the right word.
"Feelings. Natural feelings."
"Instincts?" Cleve asked.
"What does that mean?"
"It's what we do without thinking."
"Then yes, instincts. Usually I can still win, but not against you."
"There are no rules in the duels between Kreps?" Cleve asked.
"Kreps don't duel like humans. We fight, sometimes for fun, other times because we're angry. When we fight for fun, there are rules, but never about what isn't allowed. The rules only exist to acknowledge a winner, so we don't kill each other. One Crep trying to tell another not to bite or spit would be like another human suggesting something stupid that made no sense. Like saying neither fighter can kick.
Then fight me as you would a Crep. Spit. I don't care. Just stop when either of us scores a point. Cleve was confident he could win just as often, even when Zoke showed a wicked smile.
Ready?
Zoke asked. Go. The amount of saliva the Crep produced came as a shock. It wasn't that he spat often, for Zoke only let his frothy liquid soar about once a match. It was that Cleve never knew when it was coming. If he were to spit on an opponent, it would take him time to gather saliva, the motions of his mouth making his intentions clear. But globs of it would shoot out of the Crep's mouth instantly. Zoke also used the claws on his feet to rip grass and fling it at Cleve's face. He was surprisingly accurate with both methods of distraction, causing Cleve to lose 3 matches in a row. He could feel himself becoming irritated. None of the Creps I killed were spitting or kicking grass at me, Cleve commented. Is this really what Creps will do?
The smart ones.
The uneven grass caught Cleve's eye. In just 3 fights, there were splotches of dirt showing where Zoke had ripped it up. You're destroying the field, Cleve pointed.
Then let's fight on the dirt path to the south,
Zoke said. We're not allowed to fight anywhere but on Warrior's Field, Cleve reminded him.
We're not allowed to spit or kick grass either, and you said you didn't mind,
Cleve grumbled. It's not that I would mind fighting you outside Warrior's Field, but the moment any warrior instructor sees us, they'll force us to stop and scold us.
So?
Zoke said.
We can fight until then, or would you rather I go back to how I was fighting before?
Cleve shook his head. If some Creps are going to fight like you, then I want to train myself. An idea came. Follow me.
Where?
Zoke scowled. I'm sure Terran will allow us to fight behind his house in the corner of campus, so long as we don't tell anyone. There's dirt instead of grass, and we'll be out of sight. Zoke smiled at Cleve as they walked.
I'm surprised.
About what?
I thought you were making excuses before. Do you think you can beat me with no rules, human?
Cleve trumped Zoke's smile with his own confident grin. I'm sure of it. Just give me one more match to adapt. They fought near Terran's house each day after that. Cleve was quickly able to figure out when Zoke was likely to spit or kick dirt, using sudden aggression to take advantage of the effort the Crep put into each act. The only times Cleve lost were when he tried spitting or kicking dirt himself. It felt unnatural. Even worse, he couldn't surprise Zoke. His body announced his sneaky tactics well before he could execute them. Once he did manage to strike Zoke with his own saliva. It hit Zoke in the chest, but the amount of his spit was 1/5 of what Zoke often hurled out of his mouth. The Crep had to stop the match from laughter.
A baby Crep can spit better than you,
Zoke shouted. Cleve always had to shower when they were done fighting. It was the only way to cleanse his face of the feeling of Zoke's hot spit. When Alex found out about their duels, he joined them, commenting that some Creps had spit on him during the battle at the academy. They kicked dirt, also, Alex said. I'm surprised none did that to you. Probably because I killed them too fast, Cleve said, immediately realizing it sounded like he was teasing Alex. I meant because of their surprise over my horse and Bastial steel weapon. Where is your horse? Alex asked. With the king. All of that was before Terran's announcement. After it, Zoke was in disbelief.
Won't Tegri's people kill him for what he did?
The Crep asked as he and Cleve walked to Warrior's Field. Many of them probably see it as a victory, Cleve guessed. Zoke was even more incredulous.
No Crep could ever side with Tegri after this. To do so is to be just as dishonorable. If the Creps found out, they would kill Tegri even before attacking us.
Then they're probably not going to find out, Cleve commented. Why is honor so important? I thought the Creps cared more about Slagari meat than anything else.
They care about Slagari meat, not me. But you do care about honor just as much as they do. Because honor is everything. When Kreps are honorable, their family is proud, their friends are proud, they are proud. But when Kreps are dishonorable, they cause shame to everyone, even other Kreps that barely know them. Honor is what makes a Krep a Krep. That sounds like morality more than honor, Cleve said. Morality? Zoke asked. Right and wrong, Cleve added. I've never heard this word. How is it different than honor? The question made Cleve pause to think. At first he was going to say that honor had nothing to do with right or wrong, but that wasn't true. It did. Don't you have a word for morality in Kreppen? Cleve asked, still trying to figure out how to answer Zoke. There is a word for right and wrong. It's Fari. So what's the word for honor? I said it. Fari. For a moment, Cleve was confused. Then he realized what Zoke was saying. Honor and morality must be the same thing to Kreps, but they aren't to humans. Then what's the difference? Cleve tried to think of something honorable that had nothing to do with morality. Duels came to mind. Dishonor can be like shame, Cleve said, knowing Zoke was familiar with the word. There are acts that cause dishonor, like losing a fight, groveling for forgiveness, and begging for money, but none of these are wrong. They just tend to make us feel shame. They are wrong, Zoke argued. Begging, losing a fight, these are the acts I was talking about. They cause great shame to friends and family of the Krep responsible. So they're wrong. But shame is different from wrong, Cleve tried, beginning to lose hope. It's wrong to kill another Krep, isn't it? Yes, if they're innocent. But it's the same kind of wrong as groveling. They aren't different, like you say they are. Killing is just far worse than groveling. They are different to humans, though, Cleve said. Some people don't care about honor at all, yet they believe heavily in morals. Then there are others, usually proud warriors, who care more about honor. Zoke's mouth was twisted. I'm confused how you say they can be different when they aren't. Cleve sighed, unsure what to say. This must have to do with why you humans apologize for everything, Zoke said. You don't realize how wrong it is. Cleve realized that Zoke's use of wrong didn't translate correctly, but he didn't mention it. Cleve wouldn't be able to undo Zoke's beliefs, so he felt no reason to keep trying. Alex was already at Warrior's Field when Cleve got there. He was sitting hunched over one knee, the other bent against the grass. He seemed to be focused on his thoughts as he stared just past his lap. Alex's brother was with the king. Cleve's stomach twisted. His legs stopped. What's wrong? Zoke asked. Alex found out during the announcement that his brother was killed, Cleve said. It didn't occur to me until now. Cleve and Zoke approached Alex together. The dark-haired warrior stood when he saw them. I'm sorry about him, Cleve said. He was a great warrior and leader, Zoke added. Very honorable. At first I was furious, but that stopped when it came to me that he was gone. His gaze was stuck to the grass. It's hard to believe. I know how it feels. Cleve embraced Alex. The news is going to kill my mother. Alex's arms meekly came up around Cleve. I don't believe I have the energy to train today. Sneery and the rest of the warriors were there by then. Form a half circle, Sneery said, pointing in front of him. Cleve and the others shuffled into place. No more battle training today, Sneery said. Use the time to reflect on what you heard in Redfield. This battle means something to all of us. Tomorrow, I want you to tell me what it means to you. And don't come back here telling me revenge. That's just a form of rage, channeled and dangerous. And just like rage, it's more likely to get you killed than do any good. It has no place on the battlefield. Let it ready you for the fight. Let it fuel your eagerness to kill. But when the Kreps and Tegri's army come to Cairo, don't let revenge be the reason to swing your sword or shoot your arrow. It's not good enough. I'll hear your answers in the morning. Dismissed.
While Cleve was leaving with Alex and Zoke, Sneery called to them. "You three, come over here." He waited until they were close. "Stop ignoring the dueling rules and quit fighting outside Warrior's Field." "How do you know?" Cleve asked. "Terran told me about it the first day you talked with him." For a moment, Cleve felt betrayed, but Sneery spoke again before Cleve could say anything. "He just wanted to inform me it was happening. It's better that you learn how to fight against what Kreps will really do anyway." "Then why stop us now?" Alex asked. "Safety. I can't have anyone getting injured if I can avoid it. Too much of a risk with battle approaching." Sneery paused to look hard into Cleve's eyes. "Am I going to have to monitor the three of you, or do you understand?" "We understand," Cleve answered for them. "Good." Sneery left, walking north to the faculty housing. The three of them went the opposite way, toward their homes. Cleve asked if Alex wanted to come with him for some company. "Thanks, but I'd like to be alone for now." The image of Alex drinking by himself came to Cleve's mind. He decided not to mention that alcohol would be a bad idea. Alex was an adult. Cleve didn't feel right advising him of anything. "But when Effie comes home, I'll suggest she visit him." After the three of them split, Cleve entered his room and put away his wooden training sword, then started to reach for the Bastial steel sword on his other hip. He didn't feel comfortable leaving it anywhere, even in his own home. Training while it was attached to his belt was an inconvenience, but the weapon was too light to be more than that. Sometimes warriors would come up to him and claim they'd heard about it from someone in Cleve's group. They wanted to see the weapon for themselves. All would ask to hold it. Cleve allowed them to feel it in their grasp for a few swings. It was all he could manage before nervousness made his hands want to grab it back from them. A voice from behind startled Cleve. "You're not going to say anything?" "Bastial hell," Cleve said, turning to find Stefan slowly sitting up in his bed. Stefan put down his book. "Oh, I thought you knew I was here." He gingerly got to his feet. One eye was swollen and black. There were bruises on both cheeks as well as small cuts. "Did you hear about Wilson yet?" Stefan came into Cleve's room, standing in the doorway. "Terran just announced it. Are you hurt?" "I'll be fine." Stefan's voice had an unfamiliar toughness to it. "Do people blame me for not saving the king?" Suddenly his vulnerability was back. His mouth was slightly agape, his eyes longing for Cleve's answer. "When I heard the news, I didn't even think of you being able to do something. I'm sure no one did." Stefan's head began to move. Not quite enough to be a nod, but close. "Tegri killed him right in front of me. Stabbed him in the..." His voice broke, and he swallowed. "Head." Then Stefan began to cry. "I'm sorry." Cleve didn't understand the apology, quickly embracing Stefan with a hug. "Why are you sorry?" "For crying." He let his head rest against Cleve's shoulder. "There's no shame in crying." Stefan squeezed Cleve surprisingly tight, his weeping becoming louder. "Everyone died. Even Alex's brother. Does he know?" "He knows." For a few breaths, Stefan continued to cry and hold on to Cleve. He tried to think of what he could say, soon realizing this wasn't a time for wisdom. Stefan just needed to feel comfort, safety. Cleve stepped away and grasped his shoulders. "There will be an end to all of this," Cleve told him. "We're going to win this war." Stefan nodded and took a deep breath, wiping away the remnants of his tears. Chapter 33. Zoke. The news of the Kreps coming made Zoke feel like a rat had taken his stomach as its new home. 7 days passed since the announcement. In that time, the rat had become more skittish, never at rest. He knew this feeling was from fear and anxiety, but knowing didn't help. The humans spoke confidently about winning. At least the instructors did. No one mentioned the possibility of losing, but Zoke could feel them all considering it. Their smiles and laughs waned. They felt the same way he did. But there was something they didn't worry about that made him jealous. A sibling on the opposite side.
"If I could just fight without fear of Zeddy's safety."
The only way to get rid of the rat in his stomach would be to go into battle without needing to watch out for her. Nothing would be more of a relief. Vithos was the only one Zoke could be completely honest with. When they were settling in for the night, Zoke asked him in Crepin,
"Do you really think we'll win this battle, like the humans claim?"
"I don't know,"
Vithos said.
"I can't say. What do the humans on the farm say?"
"They're scared," Vithos said.
"And you?"
Zoke would have lied to anyone else.
"I'm scared I won't be able to save Zeddy and keep myself alive in the process. I was lucky in Tenred. There were hardly any creps. It was easy to find her."
Vithos put his hand on his chin.
"I know what she looks like. If I see her during battle, I'll let you know."
But Zoke wondered what Vithos would do if it seemed like Zeddy was in trouble. Would the elf protect her against his allies? Zoke couldn't bear to ask.
"I want to kill Do,"
Vithos said.
"Doesn't everyone? I want to be the one who does it." "Do you want the title?"
Zoke asked.
"I don't care about that. I want Vantikar for my kin." "Just don't let it control your actions,"
Zoke said, thinking back to Sneery's words a week ago, after Terran's announcement. The elf patted Zoke's shoulder as he grinned.
"Don't worry about me. I won't do anything stupid just to get it."
Zoke fell asleep, pondering the oncoming battle, and he awoke to the same thoughts.
8 days since Terran's announcement. 2 more days.
Throughout the day, he knew 2 more days would repeat itself over and over. They didn't duel during battle training. Instead, they focused on team combat. It only occurred to Zoke that day that he would miss training with the humans when he left, if he was still alive after the battle was over. Zoke always ate lunch with Alex and Cleve. Vithos joined them when he happened to arrive at the dining hall at the same time, as would Cleve's other housemates. Stefan's face had taken a long time to heal, still faintly bruised on the edge of one cheek. He'd come in the dining hall while they were eating yesterday, but today it looked as if Zoke, Cleve, and Alex would finish their meals without anyone else coming in. It was only in the company of the 2 tall warriors that Zoke could feel completely at ease around humans. The 3 of them sometimes were silent their whole meal, not bothered by the lack of talking. But whenever anyone else sat with them, Zoke could tell the humans had a need to speak with each other. It made him tense, for he worried they would become frustrated with him if he didn't say anything.
2 more days,
Zoke thought to himself as he ate. "I haven't talked to Rila in a while," Alex said to Cleve. "How is she handling everything?"
"The same as the rest of us,"
Cleve said, hardly looking up from his food. Zoke often found appreciation in Cleve's terse statements. "So she's scared, yet she doesn't show it?" Alex asked. "She's nervous, yet she's eager to be done?"
"Exactly,"
Cleve said. Someone put a plate of food next to Zoke and sat beside him. "Hello, boys," Effie said. "Do I look like I have the plague or something?" Alex's inflection made Zoke believe he was joking, though Zoke didn't understand it. Effie smiled at him. "There's no room next to you." Alex was on the corner with Cleve on his other side. Zoke was sitting across from them. "So at least come give me a kiss before you sit." Alex still sounded facetiously insulted. Effie shoveled food into her mouth and then chewed with wild, emphatic bites, showing her food and speaking all the while. "Still want a kiss?"
"That's disgusting,"
Cleve said. But Alex was laughing. Now smiling, Effie swallowed her food, wiped her mouth, and then got up. She walked around and sat on Alex's lap, squeezing her hips between his torso and the table. She grabbed his cheeks and kissed him on the mouth. Zoke still hadn't gotten used to the sight of humans kissing each other. He focused on his food instead of watching. "Better?" Effie asked, walking back to her spot beside Zoke. "Yes," Alex said, his tone finally serious. "Does Leo get lonely during lunch?" She waved her hand dismissively. "It's too far for him to wiggle all the way to the dining hall and back. He eats with the other Sligari on the wall. The farmers bring them plants."
2 more days.
Soon after battle training resumed, Sneery halted them when he noticed Terran approaching.
"Need something, sir?"
Sneery asked.
"Yes. A crep was found nearly a mile out from our eastern wall."
Zoke's mouth fell open. His next breath came as a gasp.
"It appears she came alone,"
Terran continued.
"We don't know who she is or what she's doing here, She's famished. I need to see if Zoe can identify her, or at least try speaking with her when she has the strength." "Very well," Sneery said. "Come back when you're finished," he told Zoe. Terran motioned with his head for Zoe to follow him. "Has she said anything yet?" Zoe asked, running to catch up. "Nothing anyone can understand. She's half dead, completely dehydrated. Do you have an idea of who it might be?" He didn't want to reveal his hope that it was Zeddy. But why would she come now when the rest of the Kreps would be attacking in 2 days? "Could it be your sister?" Terran asked. "You told me she's younger than you, and this Krep seems to be that." "I don't know," Zoe said. "We have to keep her restrained," Terran warned him. "If any of the Sligari found out we have a Krep within our walls that wanted to eat them, they might flee and never trust us again, even if it's your sister. I can't risk damaging the relationship with the Sligari. I hope you understand, because I won't negotiate this." Zoe didn't care in that moment. "Do whatever you have to do." He was starving to see if it was Zeddy. "I would like to run there." "That eager? Fine." Terran began to run. Zoe stayed at his side. He couldn't help but speed up when they neared the building. The hope that it was Zeddy had become too strong. Seeing any other Krupp would crush him with disappointment. He threw open the door to the medical center. "Zoe, slow yourself," Terran said. "Where is she?" Zoe yelled even before looking around. It was just one big room that he'd sprinted into. Unoccupied beds were against the walls. He saw 2 women gathered around a bed and ran to them. They turned when they heard him coming. "Move!" he yelled. They shuffled away from the bed quickly. "Zoe!" Terran screamed, but Zoe ignored him. Zoe collapsed to his knees when he reached her bed. It was her light gray skin. It was her yellow eyes. It was her black hair, mangled and twisted together. But it was hers. She looked dry and sick, delirious even. Her eyes wouldn't shift to him. "Get her some water," Zoe yelled at the women. "We have been," one replied. "She needs more." "Zoe, you need to calm yourself right now and listen." Terran stepped between him and the chemists. Zoe barely heard him. "Why are they standing still?" he yelled. "Get her water." Terran was saying something, but Zoe was too busy looking for the water pitcher. He found it close by and started toward it. Terran moved in front of him. "Will you listen?" the headmaster yelled. Zoe tried to step around the large human, but Terran grabbed his shoulders. Zoe tried to push him aside. Only Terran didn't budge. Frustrated, Zoe growled and shoved with both hands. "Calm yourself," Terran yelled as he was propelled backward, now appearing angry, though Zoe didn't care. Terran came at Zoe. "They've already given her as much water as she can take." Not knowing how it started, they began to wrestle. Zoe heard the women screaming, one running away from them. "Stop!" Terran yelled. "What's the matter with you?" Zoe was too filled with rage to listen. He tumbled across the floor with Terran, trying to escape his grasp. "Let me go, or I'll hurt you," Zoe warned. Then he felt liquid being poured onto his back. Knowing it must be a potion to stop him, he started to thrash and shout. "What did you put on me?" But as soon as he finished the question, his back began to burn. Quickly it became unbearable, as if a live flame was melting his skin. He screamed and turned on his back to rub it against the ground, hoping to get the substance off him. It didn't work. The burning remained excruciating. "I'll give you the remedy when you agree to stop," one woman said. "I'll stop." Zoe would have said anything they wanted in that moment. "Turn over," she told him. He did, and she poured more liquid on his back. Immediately he was soothed. He started to curl a leg so he could prop himself up, but Terran's hand pushed him back down. "Stay on the ground for now." Zoe obeyed, only now hearing some of what Terran had tried to tell him. "They've already given Zeddy water?" he asked. "Yes, you stubborn bastard," Terran said, exasperated. "I was trying to tell you that with someone this famished and dehydrated, we have to replenish her water and sustenance slowly. She won't recover immediately, no matter how much we try to force into her body. It takes time." He let out a breath. "But she'll recover." Zoe had never heard this before, though he did trust the humans. They were right too often for him to argue against their methods. Terran continued. "They're giving her water, and they have food ready for when she can eat it. I understand, Zoke said. I'm going to get up now.
Fine. Terran took his hand off Zoke's back. He noticed then that one woman still nervously clung to a potion as she watched his movement.
I won't disobey, Zoke said. Don't be scared.
She looked relieved and walked over to a cabinet to put it away.
So, it must be your sister then, Terran said. Yes, it's Zeddy.
Zoke leaned over her bed. He asked in Crepin,
Sister, can you hear me?
He saw her mouth move, and it sounded like more than a breath had come out. He put his ear over her.
Zoke,
he heard her say.
Yes, it's me. I'm not dead, she asked, her eyes creaking open.
He laughed.
No. Where?
Her voice was quickly weakening.
Here at the academy, in Cairo.
Zoke wasn't sure if she'd heard him. Her eyes had closed again, her mouth shutting with them. She needs to rest, one woman told Zoke. She just got here. We're preparing juice. At least it'll give her some nourishment while she builds enough strength to eat.
I want to stay with her, Zoke told Terran. You may. I need to leave, though. I must tell Kai about this before any of the Sligari find out on their own. She'll most likely want to come by and make sure that Zeddy isn't a threat. Terran stopped. Does your sister have the same issue as you? She can't smell? No, Zoke said. She craves Sligari meat. Terran let out a grumble. That's going to make this quite difficult if she wishes to stay here. The headmaster was waiting for Zoke to reply before leaving. I understand, Zoke said, unsure what else to add. Why did she choose now to come? Terran asked, when the rest of her army is about to attack. I'm wondering the same thing myself. A meek and accented voice came from behind them. So it's true. There is another Crip here besides Zoke. It was Chai, the only Sligari on campus that spoke common tongue fluently. They'd met before. While she knew Zoke wasn't a threat, from the way she seemed reluctant to get closer to the bed, she clearly didn't think the same about Zeddy. I was just about to come tell you, Terran said. Who is she? She's family, Zoke said. It was difficult for him to adjust to the way the humans addressed their family members possessively, but he made a point to do it in this case. She's my sister. Is she hurt? Kai's question was out of curiosity, not concern. She's weak from lack of food and rest, Terran said. Is she like you, Zoke? She can't smell? Kai came toward them. She can. Kai stopped. Then she can't be here. Even if she wants to ally with us, she won't be able to resist her urge to eat. Zoke would have argued, but he knew it to be the truth. Terran was looking at him, both he and Kai waiting for his reply. But this is my sister, he implored, knowing neither Kai nor Terran would punish him for speaking. I don't wish to make this difficult for you, Zoke, but if she's going to stay here, then my race will be leaving. I can't be responsible for any of their deaths. Zoke knew Sligari were far more important than his sister. He'd heard Effie speak of the powerful spells she could cast with the little creature's Bastial energy. His back stung. He felt tired, irritable. Zeddy was here and alive, but just for her to be cast away? Anger came out as he spoke. If she must go, then I'll go with her. I'm saddened to hear that, Hai said. Then the Sligari turned to the chemists at Zeddy's other side. How much longer does she need before she's strong enough to leave? She's not ill. In just a few hours, she'll be feeling much better. By tomorrow, she should be fully recovered. Then she can stay until tomorrow, as long as she doesn't leave this building. Hai looked to Terran for confirmation. The headmaster seemed reluctant to agree. Suddenly there was hope. Zoke had always appreciated the way Terran's mind worked. He was quick-witted and a great speaker. His brow furrowed. Perhaps he had an idea.
What test was done on Zoke when we first came to the Sligari colony?
Test?
I asked. To ensure he didn't crave the Sligari, Queen had the Dodric take him somewhere for a test.
I'm not sure what Queen did,
I said. They turned to Zoke.
They used vines on a wall to restrain me against it,
Zoke said.
Then they brought Sligari close to see how I reacted. I could tell they expected me to salivate and try to break free, but I did neither.
Kai, could we do this test on Zeddy? Terran asked. She's already restrained. He yanked one of the chains, holding her wrists to the side of the bed. Kai wiggled a little closer, her eyes widening. Zoke said,
Saliva floods from creps' mouths when they can't control their hunger. There's no way she can feign disinterest. Very well, but if she fails, she'll need to leave, or I must take the Sligari back underground.
She'll leave if she fails, Terran said.
Come get me when she's ready. I'll be the one who gets close.
Kai turned and waddled out. I don't have time to stay any longer, Terran said. I'll tell Sneery that you're going to be here the rest of the evening. If Zeddy recovers enough for the test before nightfall, I should be at my house by then. Terran offered his hand. I know you don't like apologies, but I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry if she must leave. I can't have the Sligari departing for one crep, even if she is your sister. Zoke shook his hand. Even if you leave with her, Terran added remorsefully.
I understand.
As Terran left Zoke with his thoughts, he wondered what Zeddy would say to him when she had her strength back. Did she really want to stay in the academy? Perhaps she only came to warn him that the Kreps were coming, which he already knew. She might have intended to leave after delivering this news. All these questions made him realize he hardly knew Zeddy anymore. She looked like a stranger, lying there unconscious. Her old shirt looked small on her now. It was ripped and stained. In the hours that followed, the chemists tried to wake Zeddy several times. When they were successful, they gave her some juice and bread. Her skin already was looking better, less cracked and dry. Zoke was falling asleep when Zeddy finally sat up and spoke.
Brother.
He jumped from his seat.
How are you? Better.
The words seemed strained, though.
What brought you here? Doe's actions have become dishonorable. I can't fight for him, and I can't fight with an army that lets Tegri Hiller's actions go unpunished. Do you know what he did to your king? My king?
Before Zoke could hear more about what Doe did, he needed to make something clear.
Welson Kimmard was not my king. I have no king. Yes, I know what Tegri did to Welson. But what happened with Doe? Nebre wrote to him, explaining the truth, but Doe didn't care that he was allied with a dishonorable king. He's keeping the truth from the other Kreps, so they don't revolt. Kinu and I tried to expose this truth.
Zeddy looked down at her lap.
Doe killed Kinu, and I ran before he could kill me. I didn't have any food or water, nor did I have any bags or even a pouch to carry water in. I drank from the rivers, and I hunted, but I couldn't make it all the way here. I remembered seeing a lake in the distance when I finally collapsed. I still don't know if it was real. What happened? Humans watching from the wall saw you. They have devices that allow them to see far. Some sort of special glass. I don't understand it. And you made them get me?
Zeddy asked.
No. They brought you back to the academy on their own and began to treat you before they even knew who you were.
Zeddy was confused.
Don't they know Kreps are their enemies? Of course. Then why would they help me? I don't know. That's just how they are. Stupid.
Zoke lightly smacked her forehead with the back of his hand.
They saved your life, didn't they? At least they were smart enough to restrain me, I see.
She tested the chains around her wrists and ankles.
Does this mean you no longer think of me as a traitor? Zoke asked. I could never think of you as a traitor.
Zoke felt a mixture of joy and despair from her statement.
But I am a traitor. We both are now.
Don't say that. It makes my stomach sick.
We are.
Zoke found himself thinking back to his conversation with Cleve about honor.
But that doesn't mean we're wrong.
Yes, it does. Traitors are wrong. I know you know this. Every crep knows this. It's not something you can forget, even living with humans.
It's not that I forgot. There's more to it than that. Don't you feel it would have been wrong to stay and fight with Doe and Tegri?
Yes, but I was dishonorable to leave the creps, so I can't say I've done the right thing.
You have. You've done the right thing for us, and that's all that matters.
By the twist of her mouth, he could tell she didn't feel the same way.
Pretend creps didn't care what you did, he said. What's the honorable thing to do for your own sake? Kill Doe and Tegri.
Zoke liked her answer, though there was something that still worried him.
What about the Slagari?
Zeddy let out a breath that revealed her exhaustion.
I can't help wanting to eat them, even if they go against Doe and Tegri.
She leaned toward her claws to scratch her face, but she couldn't reach.
Will you ask them to unlock the chains, now that they know I'm sister to you? I don't understand the point. It's because there are Slagari here, Zeddy. They're helping the humans fight. In fact, they've threatened to leave if you aren't gone by tomorrow.
Zoke could hear Zeddy sucking in drool as he continued.
They're scared you're going to eat them. I would, brother. Even honor is not stronger than my appetite for Slagari meat. And I can't stop myself.
Zoke had a feeling this would be the case.
Then let's leave tonight. We'll go south to avoid the creps coming from the east and Tegri's army from the north. We can go around the battle, eventually turning north to meet with Suba and the others in Merijic, like you told me about. If you want to do that, why didn't you go earlier when I told you to? Why stay with the humans this long? I don't want to do that. I want to stay and fight. But leaving is the only option I can think of to make sure you are safe. I'm a woman now, Zoke. How would you feel if I wanted to fight, but I ran to keep you safe? That doesn't matter. I'm older brother to you. You would never need to do something like that. And you don't either,
Zeddy yelled. A chemist was coming over with a plate of food, but she stopped when Zeddy began to shout.
It's all right,
Zoke told her in common tongue, waving her closer. Will you feed her? The chemist asked, nervously giving him the plate.
Yes.
Zoke held the bread to Zeddy's mouth. She ignored it, looking intently at him instead.
I don't want to run, she said. You asked me what would be the honorable thing to do if the opinions of others didn't matter. It would be to tell the creps what Doe did. It would be to lead the creps against Doe and Tegri. Then, with a new leader.
She fell silent as she looked around the vast, nearly empty room.
We attack Cairo.
Zoke was struck by shock. She took the bread from his hand with her teeth.
You still wish to attack these humans?
He was in disbelief.
Why?
She swallowed and spoke with conviction, crumbs of bread spewing from her mouth.
Have you forgotten they killed Greyall? They didn't mean to take his life,
Zoke argued.
It's right for you to be angry, but not for you to want to kill him as revenge. Wishing for Ventikar on these humans is wrong. There has been too much Ventikar. This whole war is because of revenge. It's happening over and over. The honorable thing to do is to be strong and only punish those deserving.
But he saw stubbornness in Zeddy's angry eyes. She wasn't heeding his words, so he pointed at the chemist watching them.
She saved your life. You want her to die for what happened to Greyall? Not her, no. What about the humans that care about me, and even care about you because you're sister to me? You want them to die? What about Vithos, who saved you, Kinu, and Greyhall? You want him to die? No. Her voice trailed off. Then who deserves to die? Who will you kill that will make you honorable? The ones who killed Greyhall.
There was a thrash of her chains as she twisted.
You won't find one man whose death will be Ventikar for that. If it weren't for Tegri going to war against Cairo, there would have been no need for the explosion. It was a decision made out of opportunity to help save lives by killing their enemies. Are you saying it was right? That it was honorable?
Zeddy spat over the opposite side of the bed.
No. I'm saying there's no right and wrong anymore.
He took a breath to calm himself, only noticing then how strongly he was grabbing the bars of her bed.
This has gone too far for us to still be discussing honor. There've been too many despicable acts. Spies, traitors, torturous mixtures, and lies. So many lies.
He spat.
I'm sick of worrying about what's honorable anymore. What I want is for you to be safe. And I want these humans to win. I know my reasons are just. And if I'm marked as a traitor or dishonorable for them, then so be it. To me, that is honor.
He slammed his clenched fist against his chest.
To do what you believe is right, no matter what anyone else thinks. That is honor.
Zeddy was silent, no longer enraged. She turned and showed him sad eyes.
But that means leaving with me before battle would be dishonorable to you. It would. But honor is not as important to me as keeping you safe. I wish to be honorable also, but it's not as easy for me as it is for you. I wasn't forced out of the army. I ran on my own. Fighting against the Kreps brings me some honor, knowing I'm going against Doe and Tegri, who need to be punished. But it also brings me dishonor for being a traitor.
She let down her head.
Anything I do would bring me dishonor. If I fight with you, if I fight with the Kreps, or if I run and fight with no one. So forget honor. Do what you want to do. I want to kill Doe. And eat Slagari.
Zeddy let out an exasperated breath.
But I feel now that my urge to eat them is shameful. I want to stay and fight with you, brother. I've always wanted to fight with you since this war began, but I couldn't join your side, and I knew you couldn't join mine. At least we're finally together.
Half her long mouth curled into a smile. Zoke leaned over and kissed Zeddy's head.
We're family, once again, he said, even if we must leave dishonorably together.
She frowned.
But I don't want us to leave. Is there some other way? Yes, if you pass a test that proves you can resist the urge to eat Slagari. I don't think I can do that. It's the only way we can fight. Still.
She went silent.
You must.
He showed her a look of fortitude.
I know you can do it. You're strong.
She fell into thought, staring at her lap.
I'll try.
He stood and left to retrieve Terran and Chai. Chapter 34. Zoke. The moment Zoke came back with Chai and Terran, he heard his sister sucking in drool.
It smells so good,
Zeddy said, panicked. Chai stopped. She asked Terran,
You're certain the chains are strong enough to hold her?
Terran came to Zeddy's bed and tested each one. She can't do more than sit up, he reassured her. Chai wiggled forward slowly.
I can't do this,
Zeddy whispered, sucking violently so that no drool escaped her mouth. Zoke didn't know what to do. He couldn't cover his sister's nose, nor wipe the saliva he found escaping the corners of her mouth without interfering with the test. The little Slagari kept her small eyes on Zeddy as she came closer.
It sounds like she's trying not to drool.
Zoke whispered to Zeddy.
You must stop salivating.
Zeddy couldn't even speak. Her mouth was so moist. Then the drool started to escape. Quickly it ran down her chin, wetting her shirt, arms, even the bed. Zeddy knew she'd failed. Zoke could see it on her face. His sister even began to cry. Hai said nothing. She simply turned and headed for the door.
Wait,
Zoke called to her.
I'm sorry,
Hai said.
but that's it. Just give her one more chance.
Zoke quickly caught up to Hai, but she kept waddling. He didn't wish to step in front of her or grab her tail, though both ideas were tempting.
There's no point,
Hai said.
Clearly, she can't help herself. She can. She must. What could possibly change for her to suddenly stop wanting to eat us? It's over.
Zoke felt nauseous for what he was about to do. He stepped in front of the Sligari and got down on his knees, hoping his sister or Terran weren't watching, though he knew they both must be.
Please,
he begged.
I have an idea. Will you give her a chance? I thought Kreps never groveled. It's that important to me.
Hai let out a breath of what Zoke knew to be remorse. He could see the pain on her face. His begging was working.
What's this idea of yours? Talk with Zeddy, sister to me.
That'll do nothing.
It will. While Kreps are different from Sligari and humans, we still feel guilt, shame, pity. Once Zeddy sees Sligari as the intelligent creatures you are, she'll stop thinking about you as food.
Terran had come over to listen, his head tilted as he waited for Hai to answer.
I'll give your sister one chance to speak with me.
She held up one small claw.
I'll try to ignore my pride as I watch her salivate. You must understand how infuriating it is.
Zoke hadn't even thought of it from Hai's perspective. He tried to imagine what it would be like if every time he was near humans, they started to drool uncontrollably because they wanted to devour him. Hai was right. He would claw them across the face.
I understand.
They went back to Zeddy's bed. Although she held a stern expression, Zoke could see exhaustion and sadness in her eyes.
What's happening?
She asked Zoke.
You have one more chance,
he explained.
You'll speak with the Sligari, and I'll translate. Why would I want to speak with it? Her name is Hai. This is so you can see that the Sligari may be shorter and weaker, but they're intelligent creatures just like we are. They aren't food.
But Zeddy already was drooling again, with Hai near her. She let it fall from her mouth, dripping onto her lap.
I don't know what to say,
Hai began. Zoke didn't know whether she was talking to him or Zeddy, but he translated what she'd said to Kreppen and hoped his sister would reply.
Neither do I,
Zeddy said. Terran suggested, Kai, why don't you tell Zeddy about your experience in the Sligari colony when the Kreps broke through your ceiling? Zoke translated so Zeddy could understand. His sister let down her head in shame, drool still falling from her mouth.
It was the worst experience of my life,
Hai said.
I saw some of my kin eaten alive by Kreps. I watched chunks of their flesh ripped out of their bodies as they screamed in agony. It angered me. It saddened me. It made me wish for revenge. Yet it also brought forth the worst fear and guilt I've ever felt. Can Kreps imagine what it feels like to be eaten alive?
Zeddy had begun to cry again, even before Zoke completely finished translating. Yet still the drool wouldn't stop. Zoke was in disbelief at how she could continue to hunger for them after hearing this.
Why are you still drooling?
He asked.
I'm ashamed,
Zeddy said.
It's the scent. It's her scent. Don't tell her that,
Zeddy said, her gaze fixed upon her lap.
Have her keep going. I want to hear more about the Sligari.
Zoke translated.
We don't wish to live underground,
Hai continued.
But it's the only way to survive. All of us despise the Kreps, yet we also fear them. It's been our belief that Kreps don't feel the same things we do. They can't, not when they kill us without remorse, not when they side with Doe and carry out his orders. We've learned the story that he's told you, Kreps. It's not true. His need for revenge is madness. We did nothing but wish to help him. He and Haman were consuming a poisonous plant that made them paranoid and aggressive. It increased their size and gave them the ability to manipulate Sarsha's energy. But they aren't the first Slagari to have discovered the Epil plant. This has happened before. Every Slagari knows the Epil plant shouldn't be consumed. The destruction Doe wishes upon us came from madness that years of Epil plant consumption has caused. We've never intended to harm any other creature, so it angers me whenever I think of the lack of respect we get simply because we're small.
While Zoke translated, Terran brought over a handkerchief. He used it to sop up Zeddy's tears and drool. Zoke had never seen his sister cry this much. When Terran dried her face, Zoke saw that she'd stopped drooling. She finally looked at Hai, her eyes filled with pity.
I don't believe there's a word for how I'm feeling,
Zeddy said. She seemed to have difficulty speaking without crying, her voice wavering dramatically.
There is a word,
Zoke told her,
but it doesn't exist in our language. What is it? Zeddy asked. Tell me, so I can say it. I'm sorry,
Zoke said. Wiping burgeoning tears, Zeddy looked at Hai and said,
I'm sorry.
She shook her head back and forth as she continued.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Her own crying interrupted her, but she didn't drool again. Hai showed a sad smile, her mouth twisting awkwardly.
I don't wish to eat Slagari ever again,
Zeddy said. Zoke happily translated. Hai studied Zeddy with the same sad grin. She lifted her claw close to Zeddy, who squeezed her own claws around it.
So that makes 2 Kreps,
Hai said.
And only 50,000 more to go.
Zoke and Terran both started laughing, and Zeddy joined them after Zoke had translated. With Terran's assistance, it was easy getting Zeddy everything she needed. A tunic of Cairo's colors to replace her old leather shirt, a dagger to go along with her bow, more arrows, even an empty house for her to sleep in. Though Zoke didn't want her staying somewhere without him.
Are there any houses available that can fit 3?
He asked Terran. Only 2 and 4, the headmaster answered.
Then are there any houses of 4 rooms that are empty?
Zoke asked. Sadly, there are. Zoke brought Zeddy to the house he'd been sharing with Vithos. Battle training had ended by then, and many students were either walking to the dining hall or coming back from it. They all stared.
Do they always look at you like this? She asked. They're just confused about who you are. I've been the only Krep here this whole time. They have so much hair, she commented. Yes, and some of the men even have hair on their chests. Is it because they get cold easily?
Zoke had never thought of that.
Perhaps.
No matter what they spoke about, he couldn't stop smiling. He wanted to scream to everyone that Zeddy was his sister. But he knew none of them would understand the relief he was feeling. Except Vithos. Zoke's smile became wider. Zeddy saw him grinning and a smile broke out across her mouth.
Do you have to look like that?
She complained, trying to hide her own wide grin.
I can't help it,
he answered.
I'm happy.
Vithos rushed to the front of the house the moment Zoke stepped inside. His mouth dropped open at the sight of Zeddy.
So, it's true, he said in Crepin. There's been talk that your sister was here. Already?
Zoke didn't know the humans could spread information so quickly. Vithos came towards Zeddy with his arms extended.
This time, surely you must want to be embraced.
Zeddy looked as if she was about to spit, but Zoke held up his hand.
Not inside.
She stopped and swallowed.
I don't want to be squeezed like that other time.
Vithos shrugged and held out his hand instead.
Shake my hand, then.
Reluctantly she did.
Isn't that better than nothing?
Vithos argued.
No,
Zeddy said. Then she sighed.
Though I suppose I should let you know of my gratitude for helping me when those humans wanted to kill us.
She lowered her head.
You're welcome. We're moving to another house, Vithos,
Zoke said, already certain the elf would want to come with them. Vithos nodded.
I'll get my belongings.
Zoke heard Zeddy stumble as she followed him toward his room.
Are you all right?
He asked.
Fine,
she said, though he knew she wasn't.
You needn't be strong all the time,
he said.
All I'll say is that I look forward to sleeping tonight.
Zoke and Vithos could transport everything they'd accumulated since coming to Cairo in one trip. For clothing, Zoke owned 2 pairs of leather pants, both stained with blood and a few small rips. Vithos had far more clothes, but they weren't in much better shape than Zoke's. They both had a few books that didn't belong to either of them. Zoke constantly borrowed books from Stefan and his roommates, but mostly Stefan. He had the best collection. Rila had been teaching Vithos to read, though the elf was still nowhere near Zoke's level. As Zoke walked beside his sister toward their new house, he realized that while she'd grown, she was still small in comparison to the human warriors, and especially to the other Kreps they would be fighting.
I suppose it's pointless for me to ask you not to fight,
he said.
Yes, that would be pointless. You can't stop me from fighting this time.
Zeddy, Vithos said,
it's going to be dangerous, especially for you. Why me?
Zeddy was insulted.
Do you think I'm weak?
No, Vithos said.
Because you're unfamiliar with humans and their language. You're likely to get confused when the battle begins. Kill my enemies. Protect my allies. Seems simple to me.
Zoke had to agree with Vithos.
You're going to be surprised,
he informed his sister, going on to explain some of the strategies and plans that had been discussed.
I'll stay with the archers, then,
Zeddy said.
I'd rather you stay with me, so I can protect you.
The moment Zoke finished his statement, he regretted it. Zeddy showed him a look of fury.
You think I came all this way to be protected by you? No,
he said sullenly.
I've made my decision. I'm going to be fighting, and you know I won't be of much use with just a sword. Tomorrow, you'll ensure that I'll be fighting beside the archers. All right, brother?
Zoke knew there was no point in arguing. Something about her tone made him think of a Krep that hadn't entered his thoughts in a long time.
Does father know you're here? Raskar's dead, she said indifferently. I was going to tell you this tomorrow after I rested. He killed Mother, so I killed him.
Zoke saw Vithos' jaw drop, though the elf remained silent. Zoke didn't know what to say. He felt nothing. It was strange.
I see,
he said indifferently. That made Vithos' eyes nearly come out of their sockets.
2 more days.
Zoke noticed that they were near Stefan's house. His sister was tired, but he felt an obligation to introduce her.
This way,
he said.
You should meet some humans while we're near their home. Who are they?
Zeddy asked.
Friends,
he said.
Trustworthy.
Zeddy looked confused.
You're not joking? Just because I have some human friends doesn't mean I'm no longer a Krep. Will they expect me to say anything?
Her tone was disrespectful, and she spoke with a scowl.
I'm sure they know me well enough to not expect much from you. What does that mean?
Zeddy asked.
Have you been cruel to them? No. It means I've treated them how I would a Krep who behaves like they do. But you've always been too nice to Kreps. They couldn't possibly think you were mean.
Zoke laughed.
These humans would find it very humorous to hear that.
Zeddy's introduction was quick and uneventful. Zoke and Vithos taught her how to shake hands and say hello, and that's all she did. They gave directions to their new house, and then they left. Zoke couldn't help but smile all the way there. I'm proud of you, he told Zeddy. You're very honorable. She looked down to the dirt, embarrassed.
I would feel much more honorable if I'd fought Doe instead of running.
Vithos spoke before Zoe could.
That wouldn't make you honorable, just dead.
Chapter 35. Stefan.
One more day,
Stefan thought as he awoke.
the last day before battle.
His mind kept putting him on the battlefield, surrounded by Kreps. Then he would find Brady's face among them. He couldn't help but relive being beaten, his king about to be murdered. Brady was stronger, bigger, a few years older. He was everything more than Stefan. With each passing day, Stefan's confidence had been dwindling, and now, with Kreps nearly to Cairo, it was gone completely. He dressed slowly, wondering what Effie would say if he told her about Brady. He held me back easily. I was no match for him. The shame of the memory had only worsened over time. He would never tell Effie, for then he would have to relive every detail. She doesn't need to know anyway, he'd remind himself. She probably doesn't even want to know. The worst was the feeling of fear itself. It weakened him. He hadn't been afraid before. Even on his first day at the academy, when he found out there might be war, he was courageous. He laughed and shook his head. Stupid would be more accurate. He knew nothing about nothing back then. He should have been terrified, as he was now. Anger. Why wouldn't it come? Stefan knew it should be there. He almost could feel it, somewhere deep within him. He was reaching for it, stretching his arm as far as he could, barely scratching it with his fingernails. Brady, Tegri, the Kreps, they deserved his anger, but his fear of them was like a blanket over fire, smothering his rage. Rila knocked on his door. Cleve and F went to the dining hall a while ago, she called into his room. Do you want to go? Stefan wasn't hungry, but he knew he needed to eat. Yes, thank you. I'll be ready soon. He heard her footsteps going down the hall. His eyes found Gabby's most recent letter on his desk. Every time he looked at it, it gave him comfort. He turned it over for another read. Stefan, if I've learned anything from stories, it's that no one can be a hero without challenges of both heart and body. I know this must be the most difficult challenge for you yet, especially after what you told me happened between Tegri and Wilson. But you can do this. I used to cry every time I thought about you, Effie, and Rila fighting. It didn't seem fair. I hoped with all my might there would be some way all of you could come home and others could take your place. But as time went on, and your letters kept coming, describing everything you three have done for Cairo, I started to realize I was being selfish. You're there for a reason. There's no such thing as a replacement for you, my sister, or Rila. I know this from what you've told me, from everything you've described. Just keep going. Keep doing what you've been doing. That's all I can think to write. You need no further advice from me. Love, Gabby. Stefan had cried the first time he'd read it, and the second. Gabby's letters had rekindled his strength, his confidence over and over throughout the months. Then he started to feel it, the fire of his anger burning through the blanket of fear. My seed, he suddenly remembered, the seed of anger that had been created after the spies revealed themselves and killed Marie. When Brady tried to take Effie to Tenred. Stefan felt the blanket burning up, the fire spreading over it. He sat on his bed and cried as his teeth ground together from exasperation. Never had he felt such vengeance. It hurt, but somehow in a good way. He longed for violence. Rila came into his room with her eyes glistening. Oh, Stefan. She sat on the bed beside him, putting her arm around his shoulders. I'm just so angry, he said. I know. Rila sat with him, rubbing his back. Neither of them spoke. He didn't want her using Psyche. His feelings were so raw and natural. It seemed wrong to interfere, but he didn't need to tell her this. It was clear she was doing nothing but offering her touch. She must have known this was his emotional challenge. He didn't need nor want her help. Thank you, he told Rila when he felt calm enough to speak. His tears had ceased to fall by then, though he still could feel them on the verge.
"Ready for some food?" she asked. "Yes. I finally feel like I can eat."
Chapter 36. Cleave.
One more day.
Every time the thought came, he grabbed the handle of his Bastial steel sword, wanting to draw it from its sheath and give it a swing. The wooden sword he'd been using was twice its weight, making him eager to fight with his true weapon. He'd been struggling with whether he should inquire about retrieving Nolia from Cairo City for the battle. But eventually he came to believe that she would be cut down or impaled by an arrow soon into the fight. He trusted his body more without being on her back. Cleve's heart thumped against his chest when the Redfield bell dinged. It was impossible to forget how loud it was. Ding! He started toward Redfield, knowing that 2 rings would be it. Battle wasn't until tomorrow. It had been only 9 days since Terran's announcement. Ding! 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 What was this? The bell was continuing to ring. But more than 2 rings meant enemies were within sight. Ding! 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 He looked around at the other warriors, their brows creasing as they glanced at each other. Soon he and the rest of them rested their gaze upon Sneery's face, waiting for him to address the incorrect rings of the Redfield bell. "Must have marched faster than we expected, men," Sneery shouted through the sound of the bell. Then the ringing stopped. A trumpet blared from the east. "Grab your weapons and armor! Meet at the east wall!" Sneery yelled. No one moved. "Now!" he screamed. Many muttered curses of surprise as they broke into a sprint toward their student homes. "Bastial hell!" Alex said, running alongside Cleve. Zoke and his sister caught up to them. "Is it like Kreps to be early?" Alex asked Zoke.
"It depends on the activity. Battling humans, Kreps must be very eager."
Rila was already inside when Cleve got home. She was putting a dagger into the small sheath on her belt as she came down the hallway. After sliding it into place, she stopped and opened her arms. As they held onto each other, pressing tighter, their chests heaving from deep breaths, Cleve wanted to tell her he would keep her safe. He wanted her not to worry. But he knew she would be insulted. He already could hear her retort. "You're just going to get yourself killed worrying about me the whole time, and I can protect myself just fine." Rila kissed him quickly and started to let go. She seemed reluctant to part, holding onto his arm as the rest of her body turned. They still hadn't spoken. Cleve felt as if he had to say something before she left. "Rila." She looked back with arched eyebrows, her eyes making Cleve forget about the battle for just a breath. No words came. So instead he leaned down for another kiss. When their lips came together, Cleve realized that his worries weren't about himself, but about Rila and his friends. They had to win. There was no other choice. If Cleve fell, so be it. He would fight his hardest and protect everyone he could. Rila was smiling when they broke apart, but her grin was surprisingly coy. Cleve brushed his hand by the handle of his Bastial steel sword, as he did hundreds of times a day. Only this time his body went into a panic when he didn't feel anything. Just as he realized it must have been Rila, she presented it to him from behind her back, still smiling. "And that's why you mustn't think about me while you fight." It was good advice. He kissed her one last time before taking his weapon back and going to his room. There he dressed in the thick Cairo tunic he and the other warriors had been given. Next was the strap that came over his torso, holding his bow and quiver to his back. He was given no steel armor, but he knew his quickness was more likely to save him than armor anyway. Even most of the king's guard would be wearing leather. Only the officers and those on the front line would don steel. For a moment he saw Alex's brother in his mind, ready to scream orders. Cleve's next breath was somber. Effie was rushing in as he was leaving. "It's happening!" she shouted. "They're here!" He didn't understand what she wanted him to say. Perhaps nothing. She started by him, muttering something he didn't understand. "Effie," he called after her. She stopped and turned, eagerly shifting her weight back and forth. Then he saw from her face that it wasn't fear that he thought he'd heard in her voice. She was ready to fight, and all he was doing was slowing her down. "Fight hard," he said. "I will." Just outside the door, Stefan collided with him and fell on his rear. They're early, Stefan shouted as he jumped up. Fight hard, Cleve said, running past him. Everyone was gathering by the east wall, most of the students and instructors already there. Cleve quickly noticed his uncle, standing halfway up the ramp to what Cleve now saw as meager, 10-foot wall. Cleve found Alex standing near Zoke and his sister. Zeddy glanced around them and looked at Cleve's bow. Then her eyes fell to his waist. She asked Zoke something in Crepin, which he translated for Cleve.
Will you be fighting with the archers or the swordsmen?
Zoke pointed at Cleve's sheathed Bastial steel sword.
You have both sword and bow, but other archers only have bow and dagger.
I'm starting with the archers. Then I'm fighting with you and Alex when everyone has engaged.
I've never seen you use the bow,
Zoke commented.
Are you good with it, like you are with the sword?
Cleve couldn't help but smile. He's the best archer we have, Alex answered. The rest of them only began training this year, but Cleve's been training his whole life.
I thought bows were outlawed before,
Zoke said. Yes, but he trained anyway, Alex said. Zoke seemed to have a look of pride in his hard eyes. He turned to Zeddy and began speaking in Crepin. Vithos came up behind the two Kreps, putting a hand on each of their shoulders. Zeddy promptly shrugged it off her. The three of them spoke in Crepin. Terran lifted his arms, and everyone went quiet. He climbed the rest of the way up the ramp to the top of the wall, keeping his gaze on everyone watching. Cleve turned for a quick look behind him. The entire academy was there. Every young man, woman, and instructor Cleve had seen on campus, all prepared to fight. He felt something warm starting in his chest, a comfort of some sort, perhaps a sense of belonging. These were Cairo's defenders, and he was one of them. He always thought of this moment when he trained, but never did he imagine his uncle would be leading them. Cleve was overwhelmed with pride.
And why shouldn't I be?
He asked himself the moment he started thinking about pushing away the feeling. He was proud of Terran. Cleve could see his uncle transforming, his mouth steady, his eyes squinted and brushing over everyone. It was quiet as Cleve and the others waited for him to speak.
Their target has been confirmed as Oakshin, but we'll be standing before them so they don't reach the city.
Terran pointed a thumb over his shoulder.
On the other side of this wall, you'll find thousands of enemies. There are Kreps, men and women from Tenred, one fat, hideous Sligari, two Dodricks, and Tegri Hiller. There are more of them than us. Most of them are bigger than us. Many are stronger than us. Tenred has chemists with blinker potions and other substances that will quickly debilitate any of us within contact, just like we do. They also have psychics and mages, just like we do. But as you follow me out of the gate and stand before our enemies with the rest of Cairo's army, do not fear what they have. Think about what they don't. We have Rek and Vithos, the most powerful psychics in the world.
Cleve heard a few whistles and hollers.
We have Sligari feeding our mages Bastial energy, allowing them to cast fireballs big enough to kill 5 Kreps at once.
Terran's voice was getting louder. More people whistled and cheered.
We have more synergy, heart, and determination just here in the academy than all of our enemies combined.
Applause broke out. Terran grinned, but held his hands for them to quiet down.
There's something else we have.
Terran stroked his chin as if he'd forgotten something. Cleve couldn't tell if he was feigning or not.
It's something large, and you can hear it coming hundreds of feet away.
He was feigning. But what could he be talking about?
Do you feel that?
Terran asked them. Cleve did feel something. There was a slight shake to the ground, coming from behind. Just as he turned to see what it was, Terran continued.
We have the Sligari's Dodric fighting with us.
The giant stretched out his arms, leaning back and opening his chest to the sky. He let out a deep cry so thunderous it shook Cleve's body. Up close, it did seem as if the creature were made of dark stone. He was twice the height of the walls. Black eyes, a square nose, and a massive mouth made up his face. Atop his head were 2 horns. Just one arm alone must have weighed more than Cleve.
Some were gasping, others swearing, but everyone seemed to be making a sound of shock. The Dodric pointed at them and said something, his voice so deep it was impossible for Cleve to decipher what language the creature was speaking. "He says it's time!" Terran yelled, turning all eyes back to him. A Sligari had wiggled up the ramp and now was beside him. The Dodric spoke again. "It's time to defend our land against those who try to take it from us," Terran yelled. Again the Dodric spoke. It was one quick statement, the giant pointing at them. Everyone turned back to Terran. "This will be the last time anyone dares stand against us." Then the Dodric roared once again. Everyone joined in, screaming. The Dodric came around the crowd, slowing when he neared the gate. "How's he going to get out of here?" Cleve wondered. Even crawling, the giant couldn't fit through. But then the Dodric put his hands on top of the wall and lifted one leg over, then the other. Terran was down the ramp by then, already following the Dodric through the gate. Everyone started to march. As Cleve came through the gate, he saw what Terran had described. Kreps, humans, 2 Dodrics. But the sheer number of their enemies is what he noticed first. There were twice as many as those in blue, standing ready to defend Oakshin. Chapter 37. Effie. Effie followed Penny as they came together with the rest of Cairo's army. She held Leo's claws, grasping tightly to make sure she didn't lose him. They crossed through rows of mostly men, all older than her and big with beards and permanent creases around their eyes. Penny put her and the other mages with Sligari at the front. The very front. Her heart began beating wildly. The only thing between her and what she thought to be 50,000 enemies was dirt. "Where are my warriors?" She looked over each shoulder, knowing they didn't have much time before the Kreps would attack. Their enemies were nearly organized by then, separated into blocks. The enormous Sligari slithered between rows, shouting something. Tenred's army was behind the Kreps. Surely Brady and his king were there somewhere. The 2 enemy Dodrics were between the Kreps and Tenred's troops, hundreds of feet from each other, and with no one else near them, the Dodrics made up their own line. "It was smart of them to target Oakshin," Effie heard a man behind her comment. "Why?" another asked. "So we would have to face them on open land, instead of behind the walls of the castle or the academy." "I'd rather face them out here," the other replied. "No walls could stop those giants, and they could destroy half our buildings just getting to us." Men started taking up positions in front of Effie. Equipped with swords, shields, and steel armor, she knew these were her warriors. They were the men who would protect her, while she and Leo cast at their enemies. But what would happen once the line of these heavily armored men was broken? Effie knew what was supposed to happen, as Penny had gone over it countless times. But what were the chances their plan actually could be followed? Separated from her friends, Effie had only her classmates and the Sligari nearby. She was thankful it wasn't Alex or Cleve in front of her, though. The front line had to be the most dangerous spot. The Kreps seemed to be ready, for they began drawing their weapons. "In position!" Effie's commander yelled. She stepped close to the warrior in front of her. He looked behind, and then saw he needed to squat for her to see over him. "You're a small one," he said, a smile hiding beneath his mustache. "But I need to be low anyway, so as not to be knocked off my feet." "I'm Effie," she said. "Effie Elegant?" he asked. "Yes," she answered, confused. "I've heard your name a few times around the castle. I'm Garau." They shook hands. He had to have been her elder by 20 years. "I'll keep you safe," he said, "so long as you do the same for me." She patted his shoulder. "Just wait until you see the fireballs I can cast with Leo's help." Hearing his name, the Sligari shifted his glance up at her. Suddenly the enemies began to charge. There had been no warning, no chanting, no screaming or stomping. They simply ran, many with mouths open wide enough for Effie to see their sharp, blood-stained teeth. "Ready!" her commander yelled from somewhere off to the right. "Aim ones!" Effie's grip tightened around Leo's hand as she aimed her wand over Garau's shoulder. The Kreps were quick, already within range of spells,
at least with Leo's help, but her commander hadn't given the order to gather energy yet. She decided to do so on her own. "Bosh," she told Leo. He began to push Bastial energy through his claws. She could feel it entering her body, causing hot tingles in her stomach. She watched the creps come closer. Thousands of gray bodies, thick with muscle, all wielding swords, some with saliva flying out of the corners of their mouths. "Gather!" her commander said, but Effie already was near the capacity her body could handle. It was about time to cast. She aimed her wand and started to focus. She looked into the yellow eyes of her enemies, noticing their rage and eagerness to kill. How dare they come here? They will pay! The creps were still too far for a fireball to hit them without losing much of its energy into the air. Instead, she released all the Bastial energy at once, not mixing any Sartius energy into it. She screamed to keep control so that it wouldn't widen. The BE was so hot, it came out as an orange ray, bursting from her wand in a flash. It was gone in a heartbeat, but she turned it slightly while it was out there, so that it swept across dozens of creps. They all screamed and fell. Effie could see smoke rising from their singed flesh. They must have been trampled by the others behind them, for the gaps their falling bodies created quickly were filled by more. "Bastial hell!" her commander yelled. "Fine! Fire! Fire!" The other mages unleashed fireballs, each the size of a crep. They sailed high and long, seemingly resisting the pull of gravity as they continued to soar. A few still didn't make it to the creps, and those that did landed far behind the front line of enemies. "Gather and fire as quickly as you can!" her commander yelled. Effie already had her next spell ready. She knew it would come out of her wand at such a rate she had to direct it without much arc, straight at the enemies nearly there. She cast an enormous fireball that was almost entirely red. Just the edges were orange with yellow mixed in. The outer rim was coming off as a tail while it spun through the air, but it struck her enemies too quickly to lose much energy. There was an explosion of carnage as it hit the full-speed creps. Their bodies flew backward and collided with the others behind them. Other mages were casting fireballs nearly as large, causing the same carnage everywhere. The number of creps seemed endless. No matter the size of the fireballs killing them, there were always more to take their place. Soon Garau and the other warriors rushed forward to meet the creps. They collided with a boom of screams, metal, and flesh. As difficult as it was, Effie remained still. Men twice her size were rushing past her, engaging the creps sword against sword. She wanted to move, either to go forward and help Garau and the others, or to get back behind the warriors before they trampled her. But this was part of the plan. She and her Slagari needed to be still so they weren't killed by their own men as they stormed past. Finally, Penny gave the order. "Mages, move north!" Effie practically dragged Leo, unable to tell her legs to slow enough for him to keep up on his own. Soon she came together with a cluster of mages who'd been casting alongside archers. They were protected by their own line of warriors. Their Dodric was close by, though Effie didn't know how he would get through his allies without crushing them. Still with Leo, Effie prepared to shoot fireballs far enough that they wouldn't strike her own warriors holding off the creps. "A Dodric is coming this way!" Sneery shouted. To her dismay, Effie saw the Dodric lumbering right at them. He has an enormous black shield and a massive sword in his other hand. The weapons must have been resting on the ground when she saw the Dodrics earlier. The shield alone looked to be a third of the creature's weight. The creps in front of the giant quickly moved aside so as not to be crushed. "Archers, shoot it down!" Sneery demanded. Effie found Cleve among the archers, standing out because of his size. Beside him was Zoke's sister. No less than 50 arrows came from their group. The Dodric was so far away that only a few arrows hit, and only one got by his shield, striking the giant right in the forehead. He uttered a cry of anguish, but didn't slow. Still too far for fireballs, Effie watched and waited for her chance. Cleve was the first to draw another arrow, firing it before some even had their next loaded. It sped through the air with a hiss, striking the Dodric's knee. The giant stumbled for just a blink, then regained his pace. "Damn it," she heard Cleve mutter as he readied a third. Another barrage of arrows came, all blocked by the shield. Bosh, she told Leo, still wondering how she could get fire past the Dodric's shield. The giant had reached them easily. While hardly any Kreps had gotten past the thick line of Cairo's warriors, he'd merely run past the frenzy of swords, and no man could stop him. "Psychics!" Effie heard Sneery shout, though it was just background to her own focus of drawing in Bastial energy. The Dodric was coming at them, his tall shield covering his face down to his knees. How could she kill the giant when he could hold his shield like that and simply crush them with his feet? His feet, Effie thought. It was her only option. Her fireball needed to get over the heads of the archers in front of her, yet remain low enough to get beneath the Dodric's shield. It was a tight fit, making her wish she was taller. She lifted her arm high, pointing her wand, then she unleashed all the energy she'd gathered. Her fireball cleared the heads of her allies, though many of them still ducked from the startling heat as it sizzled over them. It spun and hissed, but her aim was slightly too high. Half of it struck the base of the Dodric's shield. At least the other half reached its mark, slamming into the top of his shin. The giant howled and stumbled. For just a moment, he lowered his shield and twisted. Arrows managed then to find his torso. Horror made Effie lose her breath when it all seemed to be for nothing. The Dodric fixed his shield and continued toward them, nearly there. She noticed psychics running toward them, Rila being one of them. Meanwhile, their own Dodric rumbled forward. Archers near the front turned and fled to make space for the giants to engage each other. Both were shouting in Slagaran as they came close and picked up speed. But then the enemy Dodric pointed his enormous sword past his shield. "Stop!" Effie wanted to shout to their Dodric. He had no chance against the other's weapon. Luckily, their Dodric halted before he was too close, and bent to dodge a slash of the enemy Dodric's sword. Both were slow in their movements. Out of the corner of Effie's eye, she saw the battle between the Kreps and warriors shifting toward them, making it clear their men couldn't keep the Kreps from progressing toward the archers and mages much longer. Even worse, many Kreps had followed the path of their Dodric, going around Effie's allies before they could reform their line. "We're about to be overrun." "Mages and archers, time to thicken!" Sneery yelled. Effie had dreaded hearing this order, but she knew to trust the warrior instructor. She hurried toward the warriors fighting the Kreps, wondering if the men really could keep the Kreps off the archers and mages when combat surrounded them. And what of the ally Dodric? They couldn't leave him with all the Kreps coming. "Group 1 warriors, fall back to the Dodric," Sneery said. "Psychics, join them. Mages and archers, prepare to engage close combat with the Kreps." Effie was being separated, commanded into the thick of battle, for there was nowhere else to go. She saw Alex coming from where she needed to be, joining Cleve, Zoke, Zeddy, and even Rila as they rushed toward the fighting Dodrics. Effie ground her teeth together and pulled Leo forward. The sing of steel came from all sides. The Kreps were close enough to hear their grunts and deep screeches. Effie was surprised to find many of them were female, some nearly as tall as the human warriors fighting them. Leo murmured something in a frightened tone, pulling on her hand so she wouldn't get closer. Kreps seemed to pick up his scent, for they no longer were interested in killing the warriors, only getting by them. She watched two enemies get themselves killed by trying to push forward, drool clinging to the corners of their mouth. But some Kreps did make it past, now licking their teeth as they ran straight at Leo. He screeched and tried to flee, but Effie held him tight. "Bosh!" she yelled. She felt a little come from his hand, though he still tugged on her, trying to make her run. "Halio!" Effie said, trying to get more BE from Leo. "Halio, Bosh!" But he wouldn't listen. He tried to let go of her hand while she held tight. Archers shot the closest Kreps coming through the line of warriors. It gave Effie and Leo more time. She tried again. "Halio! Leo! Need! Halio!" He stopped fighting her. His face squished as he grunted. So much BE came through at once, it nearly burned her hand, causing her to let go. But her body had absorbed it, and she'd already gathered some herself while screaming at him. Now the fireball was going to be enormous, yet there were no Kreps far enough from allied humans that could be targeted. nearly doubled over from the pain of keeping the energy in. She thought to turn toward the enemy Dodric. His sword had been dropped, though he still wielded his shield. He was wrestling with the other Dodric, each trying to throw the other off his feet. Kreps were all around them, fighting warriors and psychics, while a few archers tried to keep their distance.
"No, it's a bad idea,"
Effie heard a voice say. But it was too late. She'd already cast the fireball in that direction, hoping it wouldn't strike any of her allies. Chapter 38. Cleave. Unable to get the right angle to shoot the attacking Dodric, Cleave strapped his bow to his back and drew his Bastial steel sword. There were 3 times more Kreps than allies, but it gave him some solace that somewhere else in the battle the disadvantage couldn't be as bad. Then again, somewhere else was an enemy Dodric without an ally Dodric wrestling him. Everyone, enemies and allies alike, had begun fighting around the giants, trying to find a way to take the other's Dodric down while protecting themselves. Cleave couldn't find a spare moment to focus on the enemy Dodric. There were too many Kreps. He drove his blade through the chest of one, taking off the next one's head in a fluid motion. Rila and another psychic were somewhere in the chaos.
"No, don't think about that. Concentrate on the allies and enemies before you. Find a way to take down that Dodric."
Then he noticed his Dodric was being attacked by Kreps. They were slashing at his ankles, and everyone was too busy to help. He rushed through 3 Kreps to get there, dodging their strikes. One even kicked dirt at him, but he'd seen the creature grab the soil with the claws on his feet, and he blocked the dirt with his arm. The Dodrics were turning and stumbling as they fought one another, and now Cleave had to run through the legs of the enemy Dodric to stop the Kreps chiseling away at the flesh of his own. His Dodric was screaming as he tried to kick the Kreps away, successfully crushing one with the stomp of his foot. While the giants were sluggish, their feet were so massive that Cleave had to be careful where he treaded so as not to be squashed beneath them. He slowed as he passed beneath the enemy Dodric, studying his movements carefully. One of the Dodric's feet came up from the side and bumped into him, picking him up from the ground and sending him tumbling. He heard the grunts of a Krep coming behind him as he jumped back to his feet, but the massive shadow that came over him was of far worse concern. He knew the enemy Dodric had seen or felt him, and now he was about to be crushed. He dove forward and felt the ground shake as the giant's foot came down just behind him. There was a brief yelp from the Krep chasing Cleave just before he was flattened by his own Dodric. Cleave had to run to avoid another stomp. The shaking as the giant's foot came down nearly made him lose his footing, but he steadied himself and soon reached the Kreps attacking his Dodric. 2 he killed from the side, for they hadn't seen him coming. But then 5 noticed what Cleave had done and immediately rushed toward him, some bumping into each other in their eagerness to kill. Cleave suddenly noticed a giant foot coming toward him from the side. It was too late to dodge, smacking into his shoulder when he tried to run. He was sent stumbling at the speed of a sprint.
"Can't fall."
The moment he left his feet, he was dead, so he refrained from stopping too abruptly, letting the momentum of the push continue him in the direction fate had chosen. But while 5 Kreps chased after him between the fighting Dodrics, another Krep was coming straight for him from the opposite side. As the Krep lowered his sword, Cleave pulled Bastial energy into his legs to give them extra strength, and leapt as high as he could. He saw the Krep's yellow eyes fill with surprise just before Cleave kicked his sword out of the way and fell on top of him. Cleave quickly finished him by driving his Bastial steel weapon into the Krep's chest, then jumped off and turned to face the others. The disorganized cluster of 5 was tripping over each other while trying to dodge the Dodrics. Another shadow came over Cleave before the Kreps could reach him. He couldn't run fast enough, so he dove just as the enemy Dodric's foot shook the ground behind him. The Kreps were there before he could get up, already swiping at him. With one hand he threw dirt, with the other he fended them off with his sword. He used his feet when he could, but he would be dead as soon as they encircled him, which they were just about to do. Suddenly, all 5 screamed and fell. It had to be Psyche. Cleave jumped and readied his sword to end them, but then there was an explosion of light, and one of the Dodrics was shrieking. Fragmented pieces of a fireball fell around him. Next was the enormous shield, slamming into the dirt a few feet away and causing a cloud of dust to rise. "Get out of there!" he heard Rila shout. "Toward me! Hurry!" He turned and sprinted, but another shadow came over him, this one so large it had to be more than a foot. He looked over his shoulder to see the enemy Dodric looming over him, the ally giant about to throw him to the ground. "Run!" Rila yelled. Cleve fled as fast as his legs would allow. He could hear the creps behind him, and knew Rila's spell had only debilitated them for a blink. He felt claws scratching at his tunic until the crash of the Dodric's body launched Cleve like a spring. Feeling his Bastial steel sword twisting awkwardly, he let it go before he hit the ground so it wouldn't impale him. He somersaulted and then felt someone's hands on him, pulling him up. It was Rila, and she let go immediately to push her hand forward at the fallen Dodric. She ran toward the giant, getting close to give him even worse pain with her psyche. He howled and started to get to his feet as Cleve sprinted there, grabbing his sword along the way. "I can't hold him down," Rila screamed. The Dodric was already back on his knees, pushing himself up with his forearms. "Move back," Cleve yelled. She was too close, and creps were everywhere. She started to step away as she kept her palm forward, but the Dodric managed to swat her like a fly before she could get too far. His one hand was bigger than she was, causing her to tumble violently toward a group of creps and warriors fighting. She rolled into Zoke from behind, and he fell backward on top of her, but Cleve was nearly there by then. He fought away the creps rushing toward Zoke and Rila. They spat at Cleve as they defended themselves. Soon Zoke was fighting beside him and spitting back at their enemies. More creps came, but they fell as quickly as they arrived, taken by psyche, sword, or both. In the brief reprieve that followed, Cleve saw Rila limping. "I'm fine," she said before he could ask. He knew it was a lie, but whatever her injuries, they didn't seem completely debilitating. "Where are our archers?" Zoke asked them. "There, around the Dodrics," Rila pointed. The enemy Dodric had gotten back up, his shoulder and neck blackened from the massive fireball that must have struck him. With his shield and sword on the ground, he would have looked just like the ally Dodric, if not for his wound. They were still wrestling, creps still trying to cut the ankles of the ally Dodric. All around them were human archers too busy shooting the constantly charging creps to focus on the Dodric. Zeddy was there, easy to find. Zoke rushed over to her. "Cover me, Rila, just for a moment," Cleve said. He took the bow off his back as he watched Rila stop two creps from reaching them with Psyche. She called for warriors. When Cleve confirmed they were coming to help, he turned and aimed an arrow at the enemy Dodric. Behind him, he could hear Rila and the two warriors fighting hard. He refrained from turning to help as he watched the Dodric and waited for his opportunity. There. The Dodrics had hold of each other's arms, their weight shifting back and forth. Cleve's hands were steady as he drew the string of his longbow. His eyes didn't see the rest of the battle, only his target, the soft flesh of the giant's neck. Ready to let the arrow soar, he held his breath. No noise could interrupt his focus. He needed to put everything into this one shot, pulling back as hard as he could manage. He let go and started fastening the bow to his back, already knowing it was going to hit. The arrow drove deep into the Dodric's neck before Cleve had his Bastial steel sword in his hand again. The giant gasped violently, both massive hands coming to his throat as he stumbled sideways and started to fall. He slammed against the ground, crushing many of the creps nearby that had been slowly cutting away at the ankles of the ally Dodric. Now, without distraction, the Dodric easily kicked the creps away, bent to grab the other Dodric's sword, and then slammed it down into the enemy giant's chest. "Cleve!" Rila yelled. "The Dodric's dead," he said as he stepped between Rila and the creps, joining the other warriors. "Which Dodric?" she asked, now in a panic. "Their Dodric," he said. "One of them, at least." Chapter 39. Stefan. Tenred finally had joined the battle. Their mages and archers were casting fireballs and shooting arrows into clusters of Stefan's allies behind him. It was the only place creps hadn't reached yet. where Cairo's mages and archers, including some of their chemists, had gathered. Off to the north, Stefan had seen one enemy Dodric being killed, but the other was near him, and so was Doe, who continued to surprise Stefan with massive fireballs the Crep leader had been casting from a distance too far for anyone to reach with their own spells. Even the archers couldn't hit him. "Incoming!" someone yelled. Those who had a breath to spare looked up. Stefan saw that Doe's fireball was going to land behind him like the others. He moved forward and then turned, unable to look away at the mages about to be struck. Two women with green robes snapped their wands upward. A thick Sartius shell was created, bending around them and reaching all the way to the ground. Some nearby had jumped out of the way, but others didn't move quickly enough. They would have been struck if the shell created by the two mages hadn't absorbed the fireball. Its red color exploded into the shell, darkening the green energy while prickles of yellow flooded over it. Much of the heat escaped off the edges, and Stefan felt his hair being blown back from the force. They needed to kill Doe quickly. There was too much to worry about, even without his constant fireballs. But what Stefan saw next made Doe slip out of his mind. The Dodric was coming, crushing its own Creps and humans to move toward the heart of battle. Stefan watched, horrified, as enemies shouted at each other to clear space for the huge creature. He came quickly, even with his legs moving so slowly. The massive black shield protected him from arrows and fireballs that those behind Stefan were casting. Everywhere near the giant, battle seemed to halt so that allies and enemies alike could move out of his way. Eventually a path was cleared completely, and the Dodric was barreling straight toward Stefan. The archers and mages behind him were shouting at each other to kill the Dodric, but they couldn't get past his shield. Stefan knew Rek and Vithos had to be somewhere nearby. They must have seen the Dodric coming. But where were they? Yet Stefan couldn't take his eyes off the giant, who was ignoring the 1,000 warriors standing between him and Stefan. And why not ignore them? They had to move as the Dodric neared them. There was nothing they could do but swipe at his ankles with their swords. The Dodric veered his path, kicking a dozen warriors too slow to get out of the way. Then Stefan noticed the giant's true target. Terran, clad in bright steel, was killing a Crep for every breath Stefan took. Terran looked up, then started sprinting toward the Dodric with his sword ready. What he hoped to accomplish, Stefan had no idea, though Stefan was running there himself, still unsure what potion he could use. An elf came out of the cluster of Creps and humans. He had a scar on his cheek. Rek, now running a few steps behind Terran. He held his palm up, and the Dodric howled and fell to one knee. Terran already had his sword cocked and struck it deep into the giant's leg. But then Rek was swarmed by too many Creps to count. Stefan ran to him with his sword drawn. He could hear the Dodric getting up, but couldn't look just yet. There was a Crep in front of him that had fallen from Rek's psyche. Stefan cut off his head, and then glanced over his shoulder. Terran was unsuccessfully trying to yank his sword out of the Dodric's leg as the giant twisted and bent down, reaching beneath himself in an attempt to grab Terran. "Rek!" Stefan yelled. "We need to help him!" Terran was rolling around the Dodric's leg, barely dodging a hand and then a stomping foot, his sword still stuck in the beast's leg. Creps were trying to find a way to him without being crushed. "Someone get these Creps!" Rek had 10 of them writhing on the ground as he slowly backed away. "Fuel them, chemist!" a mage yelled. "I'll burn them!" Stefan grabbed a potion from his belt and threw it hard toward the Creps. The glass broke against one Crep's back. All of them were screaming something. Stefan was sure he heard the word elf. The king's red-robed mage yelled, "Move, Rek!" Rek let down his hand and ran away from the Creps. They all jumped to their feet, but the fireball already had been cast. The explosion was immense, the fire so powerful it flung the Creps' bodies in every direction. "Incoming!" Everyone stopped, everyone who could, to look up. This fireball was nowhere near Stefan. He let it out of his mind. He could hear it striking somewhere behind him as he ran with Rek at the Dodric. Unfortunately, many screams followed the sound of the fireball striking. "The Slagari is coming closer!" Stefan heard someone else shout. He didn't focus on it, too worried as he watched Terran chase after his sword, inches the only thing keeping him alive, as he maneuvered around the Dodric's feet. 2 Kreps rushed at Terran, but they were kicked away by the Dodric, accidentally, as the giant turned. Rek lifted his palm and the Dodric fell, again to one knee. The elf didn't appear to have enough power to take him off his feet completely. The Kreps around the Dodric started shouting something about an elf. They ignored Terran and sprinted toward Rek. When Stefan saw some of them pull bows from their backs and draw arrows, his heart slammed inside his chest. The partially fallen Dodric was between them. Rek was grunting as he kept his hands pointed forward. If he could just bring the giant down, they could kill him easily, and his body would be in the way of any arrows. Yet Rek couldn't seem to do it. The Dodric was regaining his strength, starting to stand again. Through his legs, Stefan saw enemy archers pulling back their strings. Terran was directly between them, frozen as he stared at the archers. Rek hadn't moved either. He still had his hand out, too focused on bringing down the Dodric to even notice the arrows aimed at him. Stefan tackled the elf as the arrows came. He felt a sting to his leg, but it wasn't painful. Perhaps he'd fallen on a rock, or an arrow had grazed him.
"What are you doing?"
Rek yelled at him.
"Saving you from archers. We need to move."
Stefan was sure another flurry of arrows was coming. He pulled Rek up and they started to run. Only Stefan's leg didn't hold him. He stumbled and fell, hearing more arrows pass overhead. Looking up, he saw Rek hadn't been hit. Their own archers and mages had begun firing at the Kreps and the Dodric. But what about Terran? Stefan looked over to find Vithos had come. He was paining the archer Kreps while screaming at Terran.
"Leave sword, stupid!"
Terran did, sprinting toward Vithos so that he was no longer beneath the Dodric. The giant was too busy trying to pick up his shield and block the barrage of arrows and fireballs to care about Terran anymore, let alone the sword in his leg. Stefan and Rek made their way toward Terran and Vithos, but they had a sea of Kreps and 10 red enemies to navigate through. All around him, Stefan could hear fireballs striking victims, the glass of potions being broken, and swords, so many swords, clashing. Rek used Psyche on all of the Kreps they passed, pointing his palm at each enemy individually long enough for the warriors engaged with them to run a sword through their flesh. Many Kreps rushed at Rek the moment they saw him. Stefan killed them with his sword when Rek pained them. One Krep was coming too fast behind Rek for Stefan to call out. The creature was leaping, ignoring Stefan completely, so Stefan swung his sword overhead, striking the Krep down with a hard blow to his side. Stefan finished him by cutting open his head before he could get up. Rek didn't even turn. There were 2 Kreps in front of him, and he was driving his dagger into one chest at a time. As they caught sight of Terran and Vithos again, Rek's heavy breathing was making Stefan nervous. The elf sounded exhausted. He needed some reprieve. Kreps were everywhere. Stefan's heart stopped when he saw Brady. The bastard had his arm cocked with a potion in hand. He was coming for Rek and Vithos, others from Tenred trudging forward with him. When Stefan noticed that the potion in Brady's hand was red, he assumed it to be a blinker potion. He cursed aloud. He should have made Rek and Vithos drink some of his own blinker potion, like he'd done when battle was announced. Then again, Rek had been in Cairo City. At least Vithos, then. It was the one thing that easily could lead to their deaths. Once they no longer were able to detect movement, any enemy easily could slay them. Stefan already had the blinker potion in his blood. His mind had gotten used to its effects. Stefan pointed Brady and the others out to Rek. "Don't let that potion touch your skin." Rek stopped a heavy breath to spew out a quick question. "What is it?" "A blinker potion. Do you know it?" "Yes." He pulled his hood up. There was only so much of the substance, and it was to be used on their enemies, not themselves. Of course, Stefan had ignored that order. His fear of Brady sneaking up behind and dousing him was too strong in his thoughts. He drank the fire potion he pulled from his belt and waited for the effects to build. Nearby, he saw Vithos and Terran battling the Kreps and their Dodric, though he couldn't keep his eyes on them through the chaos.
"Come on, hurry, hurry, hurry."
Then he felt it. The itch to use the newfound energy. He pushed out his palm and let the fireball fly. It exploded among the cluster of Brady and others fighting their way through to wreck. To Stefan's dismay, the blast knocked a few of his allies off their feet, as well as his enemies. It had hit one warrior from Tenred dead on, but even he was getting up quickly like the others. Stefan went farther in front of Wreck, hoping Brady might use the potion on him instead. Then, in an instant, all of them were gone behind a wall of Kreps and allies, pushed between Brady and Stefan.
"Leave them,"
Rex said. He pulled down his hood and ran toward the Dodric.
"They're targeting you specifically,"
Stefan argued.
"Then you'll watch my back."
Rex's eyes went wide as they fell to Stefan's thigh.
"Your leg."
He pointed. Shocked, Stefan saw an arrow sticking out of him, where he'd felt the sting earlier.
"It doesn't hurt,"
he said, too worried about the Dodric to care in that moment. The giant was swiping his sword downward, stomping, and then swiping more. Somewhere behind the Kreps blocking Stefan's view, he knew Terran, Vithos, and others were fighting for their lives.
"The Sligari leader is right there," someone yelled. "Kill him!" "Too many Kreps guard him. Need range to kill,"
another answered. Stefan heard. He was sure Rek did as well, but neither said anything or even turned. They continued to kill the Kreps in front of them as they closed the distance between themselves and the Dodric. Stefan saw Terran had a different sword now. He and Vithos fighting together, keeping away from the Dodric as they killed any Kreps that came close. But the Dodric wouldn't stop going after them, trampling Kreps in his haste.
"Vithos!"
Rek yelled to him.
"Brother, need help, pain Dodric."
"Stefan, have anything on that belt that'll give me and Vithos time to focus?" There was only one left, another fire-fueling potion. He thought quickly how he could use it. But what could he do to distract hundreds of Kreps long enough for the elves to take down the Dodric? Then another idea came. "I can't distract the Kreps, but I can take down the Dodric if you and Vithos keep him and the Kreps distracted for me."
"Let's do it."
They were close enough to the giant for Stefan to feel the shaking ground from his movements. Rek ran ahead, joining Terran and Vithos in the chaos. Stefan looked for a mage, any mage from Cairo. He was surprised to see Effie, not 10 steps away. She and her Sligari were backing away from 2 drooling Kreps. She aimed her wand and cast a fireball big enough to strike both advancing enemies. They didn't get up. Effie's gown was ripped along her stomach, and blood had stained a circle around the rip. Ash clung to her face. Her hair was snarled, with globs of wet dirt stuck to it. He hustled over.
"I need your help with the Dodric."
"Stefan, your leg."
"Forget it. Come with me."
Effie hurried beside Stefan, her slow Sligari struggling to keep up. Effie dragged him behind her.
"Hurry, Leo,"
she said, yanking him so that he lifted from the ground and landed in front of her.
"I hurry,"
the Sligari said. The poor little creature had a chunk missing from his back, with crepen teeth marks around its edges. Closer to its tail, another piece was missing, this one smaller, as if a Krep had only gotten half of his mouth around the Sligari's flesh. Stefan quickly explained what he planned to do with Effie's help. It was a simple plan.
"Just be careful,"
Effie said, casting a fireball at a Krep coming from the side.
"I have to watch out for Kreps, so just yell when you're ready for the fireball."
"I will." Stefan ran with all his remaining strength, picking up speed until he could move no faster. There was a clear path to the Dodric, for everyone cautiously kept their distance. Stefan leapt over bodies and didn't stop until he was directly beneath the giant. He had the potion ready, but the Dodric must have noticed him then, for he tried to slam the pointed end of his shield down on top of Stefan. He didn't see it coming, only heard it pierce the dirt just behind him as he ran after one of the Dodric's legs. Stefan looked up to find the sword coming down next. He jumped sideways to avoid it. The Dodric turned, continuing to move his leg away from Stefan as he positioned himself to strike with his sword. Stefan tried getting closer to the giant's leg while dodging his attacks, but then the foot he'd targeted lifted high and came over his head. He jumped out of the way as it came down. Then he spun and poured the sticky liquid on the Dodric's ankle. One quick heartbeat was all he had before he needed to flee, barely dodging another jab of the giant's sword. The Dodric let him leave, returning its focus to the elves.
"Now, Effie," he shouted. "Left ankle." "Halio Bosh," she told Leo. "It doesn't need to be a big fireball. Just hurry," Stefan yelled.
But it was too late for that. Effie cast an enormous red fireball, just as big as Stefan had seen Doe casting before.
"Doe, where is he?"
But Stefan couldn't look away from the Dodric yet. Effie's fireball struck the giant exactly where it needed to. Fire exploded and then wrapped around the Dodric's leg. It clung to him, continuing to burn higher and higher. The creature shrieked and flailed his arms as he lost his balance. His sword fell, his shield next. The pillar of fire hid his entire leg from view as his back slammed against the ground. Effie cast again, striking the fallen giant with another enormous fireball, while a shower of arrows came down on him as well. Hundreds must have been watching between moments of chaos, waiting for their opportunity, and it finally had come. The giant took one more wave of fireballs and arrows before he stopped moving, his carcass still burning with an acrid stench. But coming through the smoke clouding the air was the monstrous Sligari, with an entourage of thick, muscled creps, all wearing leather armor, easily fighting off every warrior who tried getting close. The Sligari lifted one of its black claws, which began to glow. There was an explosion of light as Stefan stared right at the creation of a red fireball. It struck near Terran, Vithos, and Rek. Again, Doe was ready to cast. His claw already glowed once more. Another fireball struck the same place. There was too much smoke and dirt in the air for Stefan to see who'd been hit. But through the haze, it looked like all three of them were on the ground. Chapter 40. Zoke. The moment Zoke saw Doe going toward the thickest part of the battle, he knew the Sligari must have had a good reason. As he watched countless Kreps ignoring men in their path to reach Terran and Vithos, even with the Dodric stomping around, it was obvious. Doe had offered a reward to anyone who killed Vithos, probably Rek as well. But it seemed as if Doe had taken it upon himself now. The second enemy Dodric had caught fire and fallen. The Kreps were quickly perishing. Doe had unleashed 2 fireballs, and it looked like at least one had struck Terran, Vithos, and Rek, as the 3 of them were flung in separate directions. Zeddy had been the one to point out Doe to Zoke. She was desperately fighting her way over there. Zoke had given up trying to stop her, for doing so was more likely to get her killed than help. He and his sister were targeted by every Krep that saw them. Doe must have offered a reward for killing them as well. Only the ally Sligari drew more attention than the blue tunics around Zoke and Zeddy's torsos. The Kreps were mindlessly going after the Sligari, practically dropping their weapons so they could grab the little creatures and bite into them. While nearly every Krep that saw Sligari got him or herself killed, a few did manage to get through at just the wrong time. It was horrifying watching pieces of the Sligari being ripped off while they were still alive and screeching. Every Sligari that Zoke saw had been bitten into at least once. There were so few of them with the mages, and so many Kreps everywhere. The ally Dodric had killed countless Kreps, but he'd taken too many arrows. His speed had slowed, and he stumbled often. It wasn't long before he fell and barely managed to get up. This was when he retreated to the west, his massive legs slowly carrying him to safety. Zoke didn't mind. The giant had done plenty, and was more likely to fall and crush their allies than do much more at that point. Cleve and Alex had taken advantage of the Kreps targeting Zoke and Zeddy. Cleve's Bastial steel sword thrashed through the air at the speed of a dagger, yet it was even longer than Zoke's sword. Rila had taken a tumble caused by an enemy Dodric. She was clearly hurt, but still powerful with Psyche, as she hobbled to keep up with the 4 of them.
"Traitor!"
a Krep yelled, wildly swinging at Zoke. He blocked the attack, but not the spit. It splattered against his forehead. Zeddy shot the enemy in the chest with a close-range arrow before Zoke could find a way in with his sword. In the breaths between fighting, Zoke's focus turned south, where Doe still went unopposed, shooting constant fireballs from his claws. Zoke caught sight of one of the elven brothers kneeling over the other. Terran grabbed the elf on his knees and pulled him back just as a fireball struck the fallen elf. Rek or Vithos, Zoke couldn't decipher from his distance, but one of them was certainly dead.
"We need to fight faster,"
Zoke urged.
"Our comrades are dying around Doe."
Then he repeated the same thing in Crepin for his sister.
"I can't keep running,"
Rila said, grabbing her knee.
"I'll stay here and fight."
"I'll stay with you," Cleve said.
"No, go. It looks like they need more help over there."
Rila was right. The ranks of Kreps around them were quickly thinning. But farther south, their allies were still outnumbered. Much of Tenred's army was gathered there as well, not to mention Doe. Every time the Slagari would cast, one person would die, sometimes 2 or 3. Zoke led the 4 of them closer, now running and refusing to stop. All the Kreps before them fell quickly. Zoke drew their focus, Zeddy impaled them with arrows, Alex stabbed them in the chest, and Cleve took their heads off. But by the time Zoke neared Doe, he'd lost sight of Terran, and whichever elf still was standing. He did find Stefan, though. The chemist was fighting with Effie and her Slagari, easily slaying a Krep blindly chasing after Leo. But a familiar enemy was coming behind Stefan with an open glass vial.
"Brady."
Zoke felt his teeth come together from the sight. He was too far to stop the heinous human. Brady already had begun to toss the contents of his red potion from his vial. It splashed onto Stefan, who turned quickly and swung his sword back and forth to keep Brady at bay. Effie was screaming at Brady, hysterical.
"Get away from me!"
She had her wand aimed, but Brady was circling around, keeping Stefan between him and Effie. Stefan seemed lost, swinging his weapon nowhere near Brady or even the other enemies coming at him and Effie.
"Protect me,"
Zeddy said, readying an arrow.
"I'll shoot them."
Zoke kicked away the Krep coming at them. He heard his sister shoot. Zoke ran his sword through the Krep's stomach. Then he saw Zeddy's arrow had struck a warrior from Tenred in the chest, who practically fell on Effie. Stefan was looking in the wrong direction. He was about to be stabbed from behind by Brady. Effie was casting at 2 warriors rushing toward her. Zeddy had just loaded another arrow. Zoke wanted to shout to Stefan, but it was already too late for that. Brady was lunging forward. But somehow Stefan must have known, because he jumped to the side. Then in one motion, he turned and stabbed his sword fiercely into Brady's chest. Zeddy fired, her arrow reaching another Tenred warrior near Effie. He grabbed at Effie's arms as he stumbled. She twisted to free herself, but the man wouldn't let go. He was on his knees, dragging Effie down with him. Then her little Slagari clawed his arm, and the warrior finally fell.
"Can you get a shot at Doe?"
Zoke asked, unable to take his eyes off 2 Kreps who'd just killed a Cairo warrior, and now were coming for him and Zeddy.
"Not from this angle. There are too many Kreps around him."
Instead, Zeddy shot one of the Kreps approaching. Zoke killed the other. There was a blast of light, another fireball killing more of their allies. An elf was one of several who were tumbling away from charred dirt. When the elf got up, Zoke was close enough now to see it was Vithos. Doe was targeting him, as was every Krep nearby, except those defending their leader. They were sticking to his sides and covering his tail, many of them archers looking for enemies who were a threat at range. One found Zeddy and shot an arrow in her direction.
"Down!"
Zoke yelled as he pulled his sister to the ground. There was a clank. Zoke looked up to find an ally had blocked the arrow with his shield. It was a commander, a man clad in steel, but not from the academy. "Go," he demanded. "I know you're trying to get to Doe. I'll help clear a path." He blocked another arrow. "Don't let any enemies through," he yelled to others. "And watch for arrows from the south." The men tightened their lines. Soon Doe was just ahead of Zoke, but still with armored Kreps surrounding all but his front. Terran, Effie, and Stefan were with Vithos, trying to find a way for the elf to use his psyche on Doe. But there were too many enemies constantly rushing in with their swords. Allies were everywhere as well, though. It was sheer madness, and the moment Zoke tried to lead them through it, he lost track of Alex and Cleve. Even Zeddy got separated, but he found her when he turned. She was pulling her leg out of the grasp of a dying Krep who was grabbing her from the ground, one of his arms missing.
"Traitor,"
Zoke heard the Krep utter. Zeddy kicked him and got away. Another bright light, then an explosion. More screams. Zoke felt a blast of heat strike his face. Doe was just a stone's toss away, his massive body the center of the frenzy, as allies and enemies were dying on top of each other. Fireballs were soaring over Zoke's head constantly. He fought every crep between him and Doe as he moved forward, but there seemed to be no end to them. Doe still was casting while he screamed,
"Kill the elf."
He shouted orders for the creps to turn when he needed to maneuver his rotund body. There were many between Doe and Vithos, yet Doe didn't let that stop him. Creps or humans, it didn't matter who was in front of him. It was clear he was going to keep casting until one of his fireballs hit Vithos as it had Wreck. Zoke found no chance to let his sword arm rest. There were too many enemies to kill, and he could feel fatigue taking over. The sound of his heavy breathing, now of concern. It was starting to become clear he couldn't get to Doe. The Sligari was so close, but it was going to take too long to get through all the creps between them. The entire battle had come to this spot. Archers, mages, swordsmen, chemists, psychics, all of them fighting. A chaotic melee, where some allies had their backs pressed against enemies without even realizing it. There was no keeping Zeddy or himself safe in here, except by luck. It was a mad brawl.
"Cleave!"
Zoke shouted, barely able to hear his own voice over the battle cries.
"Alex!"
"Over here!" he heard Alex yell. He found the human within spitting distance. Cleve was beside him, killing 2 creps in the brief moment Zoke looked over.
"We need to find a way to get to Doe,"
Zoke said.
"We're trying,"
Alex replied, "but there's just too many."
"I'm out of arrows,"
Zeddy told Zoke, bending down to rip one out of the chest of a crep she'd just shot.
"Most archers must be by now,"
Zoke realized. He couldn't think. It took all of his focus to defend against the enemies, but he couldn't ignore the flashes of light and the screams that always followed. They fought on, killing more creps than Zoke could keep track of. Strength came and went. Exhaustion struck at times. Eventually he found himself engaged against armored creps. Knowing they were the closest enemies to Doe, he stretched his neck after killing one for a glimpse. He could see Doe's backside. They'd pushed through, just a little farther, then Zoke could leap on top of the giant Sligari and stab his sword deep into his body. But his heart fell when he heard an enemy ruin his plan.
"They're coming from behind. We must turn."
The armored creps shifted, fighting the humans back to allow Doe to turn towards Zoke. Soon they met eyes, and Doe's claws began to glow. Zoke cursed and yelled to get down. Zeddy listened, both of them on the ground when the fireball struck those in front of him, many being enemies who hadn't moved quickly enough. The fireball didn't reach him directly, but he was still struck by the force of its explosion, his body spinning and then bouncing against the hard dirt. He lost his sense of direction, and Zeddy as well. Looking around frantically, he found a path back to Doe. But now there was nothing between them but a line of bodies, and the Sligari's claws were glowing again. A human ran into the path, holding his shield high as he charged Doe with a sword. The explosion of light came around the human, the force of the fireball tossing him and making him drop his weapon. The dazed man tried to get to his feet, but Doe killed him with another fireball before he could stand. Again, the Sligari's claws started to glow. This time no one ran in front of Zoke. He jumped as far and high as he could to the side. In midair, he felt the fireball catch his legs, causing him to spin so quickly that everything became a blur. He kept expecting to feel the ground catch him, but it didn't come. Losing his sword, he spun and spun, trying to brace himself with his hands, but he couldn't seem to find the ground. Finally, his shoulder struck something. Someone, actually. He realized when he heard screaming. His body struck humans, tumbling and taking them to the ground with him. The fireball must have launched him far higher than he'd anticipated. He tried to grab the soil to stop himself, but his speed was too fast. He crashed into more people. Finally, he came to a stop. He saw blue tunics all around him. He tried to stand, but both legs were numb. Someone grabbed his shoulders and lifted him.
"You're alive,"
Terran said, sounding surprised. Then he let go of Zoke to kill a Krep. Feeling came back into Zoke's legs. Immense pain, but at least he could stand. Looking down, he saw they were burned. He turned to see 7 or 8 allies picking themselves up where he'd tumbled through.
"Zoke,"
it was Vithos.
"Ready charge, Do? We have plan."
"Ready,"
Zoke said. "She's almost done," Stefan said. Zoke looked behind Vithos to find Effie and Stefan, an arrow sticking out of his leg. The little mage was creating some sort of green ball. Then Zoke remembered seeing her do the same thing atop the Fajalajon Mountains, though this ball was 3 times the size. She was knelt over her Slagari, using his back as a table. The Slagari's diminutive arms glowed as he clutched the ball. From what Zoke understood, the Slagari was pushing Bastial energy into it. Stefan found Zoke looking. "Can you throw it?" the chemist asked him.
"Yes, Zoke throw," Vithos added. "He's strong."
"It's done," Effie said. "Hurry, before it explodes." Zoke rushed over.
"Throw it where?"
Terran was running his sword through a Krep's chest as he shouted the answer.
"As close to Do as you can hurl it,"
Terran pointed. Do was a stone's toss away again, but this was no stone. The green sphere was enormous. It glowed yellow from within, and looked to weigh about as much as Zoke's sword, which he'd lost during his tumble. Zoke grabbed it, then shifted it in his hands, still unsure of the best way to throw it. "Do it now!" Effie screamed at him. The heat suddenly doubled, now so hot he couldn't handle it without his body screaming at him to drop it. But he sucked in a quick breath, ran 3 steps toward Do, and then flung the ball from his hip, throwing it as hard as he could over the heads of his enemies. His hands were smoking, burning painfully. He shook them and winced. The ball exploded among the heap of Kreps just beside Do, fire erupting out of their cluster and flinging the Kreps in all directions. Vithos and Terran ran toward Do, the elf holding out his palm to disable every Krep in their path. Zoke found a sword on the ground and ran with them, his legs and palms urging him to stop, sending excruciating pain pulsing through his body. Do turned and found Vithos.
"Hold,"
Terran said. There were only a few Kreps left between them, the only protection against a fireball. Terran and Zoke fought the Kreps, though they were reluctant to kill them, using their weapons only to defend themselves and keep the Kreps from coming through to Vithos. Zoke found it difficult to keep himself protected without killing the Krep in return. The enemy's blade found his arm and cut him deeply, nearly making him drop his sword. Vithos pained the Krep before he could strike Zoke again. Zoke killed him soon after.
"Push them back," Terran yelled. "Keep them alive."
Zoke tried to find an opening to kick the new Krep in front of him, but his injuries were making everything more difficult. Stefan came to Zoke's side and used his weapon to threaten the enemy into moving away from both of them. Soon Zoke was on the offensive, driving the Krep back with Stefan's help. They were nearly to Do, and that's when the massive Slagari decided to cast anyway. Zoke didn't even see the fireball coming. He just noticed Stefan ducking right before the Krep in front of him was struck and then barreled into Zoke. The same happened to the Krep in front of Terran, Zoke realized as he and Terran found themselves on the ground, back where Effie was standing. But Vithos was still there, before Do now, and the psychic had his palm so close it was nearly touching Do's face. Do growled and screamed. Krep started coming from everywhere. Vithos had to lift his other hand to stop one enemy from reaching him. He couldn't kill Do with his dagger, even though he was close enough to do so. There were too many Kreps still defending their leader. Camouflaged from bodies covering the ground, Stefan jumped up in front of Do and yelled as he used both hands to implant his sword in the Slagari's face, just between his eyes. Do's head and arms went limp. His body slouched. Vithos had his hands up, taking all the Kreps nearby with Psyche. Cleve, Alex, and other warriors were there in a breath, killing all those around Vithos and Stefan. Terran and Zoke running in to join them. Chapter 41. Cleave. Victory didn't come suddenly as it had the last time the Kreps attacked. It wasn't clear to Cleave that they'd won until long after it was over. There weren't many enemies from Tenred left, and there were even less Kreps. Those from Tenred let down their weapons and surrendered. The Kreps tried to run, but all were killed before they could escape. Tegri Hiller had been captured. Cleave watched with delight as the detained King of Tenred was escorted east toward Cairo City, where he surely would be hung. Cleave was the only one of his friends who didn't need treatment for battle wounds. Rila had re-injured her knee and was unable to put any weight on it. Effie had a gash along her stomach that needed tending before she bled to death. Stefan had an arrow in his thigh and collapsed when the fighting was over. He was carried out on a mobile bed, like Cleave's other roommates. Cleave still couldn't believe that Stefan was the one who killed Doe, earning himself a title. The little bastard had jumped out of nowhere just before Cleave could get there and finish what Vithos started. Vithos had been cut along his arms, legs, torso, everywhere except his face, though none of them were deep enough to be life-threatening like the cut on Effie's stomach. Zoke had to be in the most pain, his legs and palms burned, yet the Kreps still refused to be carried. With an arm around his sister, he walked off the battlefield. Terran suffered a gash under his chin, and he and Alex had cuts on their hands and arms. But of the injured Cleave saw, only Alex had claw marks. They were deep down his cheek. When Rek fell, he didn't get up like the rest of them. Terran explained that he'd died instantly from Doe's fireball. Vithos was almost killed from a second fireball while he tried to get Rek up, but Terran pulled him to safety just before it hit. Cleave hadn't seen Rek's body. He could feel sadness swelling at the bottom of his stomach, but he held it down there, refusing to let it surface. Cleave helped Terran remove his sword from one of the Dodric's legs. Thousands of bodies covered the ground. Cleave gave them one last look before following his uncle back to the academy. "How many did you kill?" Terran asked. Cleave shrugged. 100, maybe. What about you? I lost track around 80, though Vithos helped with many of my kills. Terran put his arm around Cleave's shoulders. Dex would be proud of us, and not just because of this battle. You've grown up. I told you living with 3 others would be a good idea, and you didn't believe me. Terran smiled as he shook Cleave's shoulder lightly. Cleave smiled back, but then he frowned when he realized it was time to tell his uncle he would be leaving. I'm going to Goldrum after everything's settled here. Back to Goldrum? For what reason? Once the war there is over, the Tackeries are coming here to take Ovira. I'm going to do everything I can to stop that, and there are people there who need my help. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised about the Tackeries. Does this mean you'll be fighting there? Most likely, Cleave said, though I haven't figured out much else yet. Are you asking me to give you permission? Cleave hadn't even thought of it. Terran continued. You know, only the headmaster of the academy can grant a student permission to leave the school. Otherwise, you're bound to stay by the contract you signed. I'm sure the king would allow me to leave if you don't, and I'm going to need a ship from him anyway. I was joking, Terran said. I won't stop you from leaving if that's what you want. In fact, I'll send a message to King Kerr about the boat to get the conversation started. I just would like to have heard you ask me for something. It's been so long since you did. I miss the days when you were younger. Perhaps I'll have a child now that the war has ended. Start a family. You'll need a woman to put up with you first, Cleave teased. Terran laughed. For a while they walked in silence. Thank you, Uncle. For what? Terran asked. Cleave lowered his head as he looked Terran in the eye, knowing his uncle already knew the answer to that. Terran's eyebrows arched. He grew a smile. For what, Cleave? For training me, for allowing me to keep my father's bow, for forcing me to live with others, for taking care of me as if I were your child. You're going to make me say it? Yes. Fine. Cleave sighed. Thank you. For everything. Terran stopped and extended his arms. They hugged.
You're welcome. Though it's a shame. I was looking forward to you winning the Redfield competition for your grade. You probably could even beat the third-year victor, whoever it is. That's still happening this year? At the end, yes. I don't suppose it would convince you to stay? Cleve shook his head. It only makes leaving more painful. Cleve visited his friends in the medical building. Rila's bed was the first he came to. There's no chemist with you? Cleve asked, concerned. They checked me when I got here. My knee is my worst injury. None of my other cuts or bruises will amount to anything. But she was holding the side of her stomach where a bandage had been taped over her. I'm fine, Cleve, she assured him, touching his hand. Check on the others for me? I haven't heard anything about Rek or Vithos. Cleve's heart fell out of his chest. Rila's face twisted. No, she uttered. Who? Don't tell me both of them. Rek, Cleve answered. As he watched Rila start to cry, he felt his own wall coming down. He sank to his knees and held her close as they both wept. Rek wouldn't be coming to Goldrum with him. He'd never see the elf smile again. Chapter 42. Effie. 2 days passed while Effie was stuck in the medical building. Chemists treated the wound on her stomach, closing her up with stitches when they were done. It was the most painful experience she'd felt in her life, and the agony came back every time she twisted or stretched her back. They watched for signs of infection, telling her she'd have to take a Kergalo potion to combat it. The threat of that was enough to make her prevent the infection with her own willpower. Even Stefan was back on his feet before she was, but she still considered herself lucky. There were many who came into the medical building and succumbed to their wounds, the young woman in the bed beside Effie being one of them. Even Kergalo potions couldn't treat her injuries, the worst being a punctured lung. For a full day the girl held on to life, her frightened breathing reminding Effie of her own problem that came back each night she slept there. She was thankful for Alex, who never left her side. Every time she started to worry, he kissed her and told her she would be fine. Rila joined him the second day, though she couldn't stand long on her injured knee. Cleve and Stefan visited often, Vithos as well. Even Taryn came by to shake her hand, though he did that to everyone in the medical building. Still, Effie felt honored when he thanked her and said, "Without your help, we might never have taken down those Dodricks." Stefan received the most praise, though, for killing Doe. Even though Effie had seen it for herself, it was hard to believe, and it especially seemed that way for Cleve. Every time he was near when Stefan was praised for it, Effie could hear him grumbling to himself. Stefan was always humble to the compliments, saying he was just lucky to be in the right spot. The day Effie was released from the medical building, the Redfield bell called everyone to the stadium. There, Taryn held a memorial for those who'd died. He read from a scroll, listing every student and instructor who fell during battle. There had to be hundreds of names on the list. Looking around the stadium, it seemed half as full as usual. Taryn asked everyone to stand and hold their right hand over their chest. After a moment of silence, he continued, "This memorial is just for those of the Academy who fell. There will be another memorial for everyone who fought and gave their lives. It'll take place in Cairo City a week from now, so that all the friends and families of those we've lost can be together. But there's one comrade I'd like to mention right now whose friends and family are in this stadium. He didn't go to the Academy, though he used to teach here. Many of you have heard of him. Some even had the pleasure of meeting him. His name was Rek Warrender, and he was Vithos and Rila's brother. Without everything he did, hundreds, possibly thousands more of our allies would have fallen. He was an incredibly powerful psychic, but even more than that, he was determined to fight for what he believed in, no matter the cost. He'll always be in my thoughts." Effie felt tears falling as she listened to Rila crying softly. Vithos pulled her head onto his shoulder. "And I would like to honor Wilson Kimard," Taryn said. "He was a good king who died unjustly." They continued to stand with their hand over their hearts, more people starting to weep.
I'll now proceed to other announcements, Terran said. Everyone sat. Tegri Hiller has been tried and executed. Our own king, James Kerr, has sent men and women through the Fajalajan pathway to take Tenred's castle. Cairo will control the territory from now on. Those from Tenred who fought and surrendered have been imprisoned. They'll be tried as a group. Knowing James Kerr, I would like to assume none of them will be executed. A few students gestured and hooted in disagreement. Terran held up his arms to quiet them. Listen to me, he said. Many of those who fought for Tenred are young men and women, just like yourselves. They were thrown into a war they didn't start and fought for what they believed was right. Many of them were misguided. We've won, and soon we'll control Tenred. There's no need for more death. Someone raised his hand. Terran pointed to him, and the young man stood. He was on the other side of the stadium, so Effie couldn't hear his question. But when he was done, Terran repeated it loud enough for everyone to hear. He says that if we don't punish those who fight against us, they might be inclined to do so again. My answer to that is this. That struggle to maintain power is what helped lead to this war in the first place. Every day for months, all of you have been taught to kill, so I can understand how it's hard to allow our enemies to live. But it's time to let go of death as a solution. This rage to see our enemies die will subside with or without their necks in a noose. It might be a week, or even a year, but it will happen. It's time to realize that there's more honor in finding peaceful solutions than fighting. Terran went quiet. That brings me to my next announcement, he said. The awarding of titles. The purpose is not to honor killing our enemies, but to acknowledge bravery, tenacity, and skill. For without these three traits, we're nothing but stupid creps chasing after a Slagari in the middle of battle. Effie laughed, as did many others. It was true. She'd seen creps practically throw away their lives in their rush to eat Leo. He'd survived, thankfully, along with most of the Slagari. Terran began to list students. He asked them to come to the center where Warrior Sneery presented them with a scroll that Effie knew to be a certificate of their title. The first person Effie didn't recognize. He was given the title of Justice for stopping Tegri Hiller from escaping. But the second person was Cleve. As he walked down the aisle between the rows of benches, Terran announced, for killing the other Slagari, leading the Kreps long before battle began, and saving us all the trouble of dealing with two monstrous Slagari at once. He is now Cleve Polkin, Beast Slayer. Effie had never seen Cleve so happy. His teeth showed in a wide grin, while she and others applauded for him. Terran called Stefan next. For slaying Doe during battle, Stefan has also received the title of Beast Slayer. Cleve shook his hand as the two crossed by each other. Stefan DeRoby, Beast Slayer, Effie said to herself. And I figured the only beasts he would ever slay were deranged rats. She laughed to herself and clapped loudly for him, extremely proud. Zoke's name was called. To Effie's surprise, people stood and cheered with great enthusiasm, whistling and hollering. She was curious why everyone was so thrilled. But then she heard Terran's announcement and realized what it was. Zoke had become a symbol to them. Zoke, for all your struggles to get here, and going against your own kind to fight for what you believe in, you'll now be called Zoke the Idol. We wish every Krep was more like you and your sister. The applause for Zoke was the loudest yet. He stood next to Terran, saying something. Terran nodded with a smile and held up his arms for everyone to quiet. Zoke has something to share. Holding his certificate tightly, Zoke's eyes found Vithos in the crowd.
Without Vithos, I could have been one of the ignorant Kreps invading Cairo rather than defending it. It was he who convinced me to truly think about who I am and what I want. This is a privilege other Kreps don't get. We're taught not to be curious. We're spat at when we speculate. We're told to endure, never to enjoy. And even though Vithos grew up around the Kreps, learning the same lessons as we did, He was different. No amount of threats or punishments ever stopped Vithos from being who he is. If anyone should be idolized, it's him. Thank you for what you've done for me, Vithos.
Effie saw that Vithos had been moved to tears. She stood and clapped, as did the rest of them. Other titles were awarded for successful missions, none of which Effie had known about. They were all given to third-year students. But then her name was called, followed by Rila, Stefan, Alex, Zoke, and Vithos. As they descended toward the center, Rila limping and holding Vithos' arm for support, Terran spoke. When this group went with me to the Sligari colony, the last thing anyone expected was for us to encounter battle. But not only did we face creps within the underground colony, we fought back ambushers from Tenred on the Fajalajan Mountains. If we'd fallen then, or failed to help the Sligari escape the creps, we would have had to fight this war without Sligari, without their Bastial energy, without their Dodric, without their Kergalos, without the explosion beneath Tenred, and without all of the other assistance they've given us. If Liaison Wilfrey, Wilson Kimard, or I knew how dangerous this mission was going to be, we definitely wouldn't have taken first years. Terran chuckled, and so did his audience. But Effie, Stefan, Rila, and Alex are exceptional young men and women. I saw it during the mission, and we've continued to see it from them in everything they do. They have something special that can't be taught. There are no bounds to what they can do with their skills. It's for this reason that they, along with Zoke and Vithos, have received the title of the Limitless. Effie could feel herself glowing red. From the stadium's center, the applause was thunderous and overwhelming. As they started back up toward their seats, she heard Zoke ask,
But I already have a title. What does this mean?
You have two now, Rila informed him. You're Zoke of Idols, and Zoke the Limitless.
I don't think Kreps will acknowledge these titles,
Zoke said softly.
You're leaving?
Rila asked, surprised.
Tomorrow, Zoke said. Sister and I are going to live with other Kreps in Marajek. Do you know where it is?
I do, Rila said solemnly. Effie was sad as well. They filed into their seats along the bench. You don't have to go, Stefan told Zoke.
I must.
Zoke sounded apologetic.
There's much the Kreps need to do, and I wish to help them.
These Kreps in Marajek, Effie asked. Did any of them fight against us?
No,
Zoke said.
They abandoned the army at the risk of death.
What'll the Kreps do who stayed with Doe but didn't come fight? Stefan asked.
I don't know,
Zoke said.
Probably split into tribes like they were before Doe and Heyman.
He turned to face Vithos.
Are you sure you don't wish to come? I'll be very sad to leave without you.
Aye, very sad also, Vithos said. But I stay with Rila. She my blood.
I understand,
Zoke said. Chapter 43. Stefan. Stefan was just finishing mixing a potion when Cleve came into his room. Can I talk to you? Cleve asked. Of course. Stefan carefully set down the vial. The wound on his leg stung, but it could have been much worse. The arrow hadn't been fired hard enough to go deep into him. Cleve Polkin, Beast Slayer, Stefan said with a grin. Cleve smiled. Stefan Derobi, Beast Slayer. What do you want to talk about? Stefan asked. Do you remember me asking you about a plant that absorbs Sartius energy, and you told me of the Evasol vine? Yes. Now that we have permission to visit our families, I was hoping you could go with me to the Sligari colony. I've already told Terran, and he's allowed it. Stefan was going to visit Gabby and his mother after breakfast. He knew Effie and Rila were walking to Oakshin as well. You can go on your own, can't you? Oh, Cleve said, looking down. I can. But I don't know their language, and I'm not familiar with plants like you are. I was hoping you would go with me. I want to go. I doubt the Eversol vine grew out of the seed Meretrice brought, but there's still that little bit of hope I can't ignore. How about we do it tomorrow? Stefan asked. I was going to go to Oakshin with Effie and Rila. Go ahead, Cleve said. Unfortunately, I need to go today. Why today? Stefan asked. Cleve fell silent. I'm leaving tomorrow. Stefan laughed, figuring Cleve was accidentally misleading him. It sounds like you're about to tell me you're leaving Cairo. I am. What? To go where? Goldrum, Cleve replied softly. But that's across the ocean, Stefan nearly shouted. Cleve nodded. Does Rila know? She does, he said even more quietly. We talked about it at great length. Stefan took in a long breath. You were just in Goldrum. Yes, and I need to go back. There's still war there. I need to stop it from coming here. Stefan could feel guilt beginning to change his mind. Gabby and his mother could wait one more day. Cleve was leaving everything behind that he'd just fought for, not giving himself more than a few days to even enjoy it before rushing off to battle again. The least Stefan could do was accompany him to the Slagari colony. I'll come with you, Stefan said. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Is Rilo awake? Stefan asked, grabbing the potion from his desk. Maybe, Cleve said, hesitantly, examining the potion in Stefan's hand. Why? I would like to give this to her before we leave. I don't think she'll want that, Cleve said, his eyes squinting as he shook his head. You don't even know what it is. I know it's a potion you made, and I've heard the stories from Effie. Damn, Effie, Stefan said. Well, at least let Rila decide on her own. Cleve grumbled, and then knocked on his bedroom door. Rila, can you come out here? She stumbled out, rubbing an eye. Yes? Stefan showed her the potion. Jack Rose and I have been working on this ever since you came back from Tenred with that scar. Stefan pointed at her cheek. She turned away and grimaced, making him realize there was no need to point. But he found solace knowing he was going to make it better soon. We wanted a potion that could restore burned and otherwise marred flesh. With everything else going on, we couldn't spend as much time on it until recently. Stefan was interrupted by the front door opening and Effie and Alex coming through. What's this? Effie asked. Stefan's trying to experiment on me, Rila said. Don't take that, Effie exclaimed. None of you even know what's in it, Stefan complained. All right, Alex said. So what's in it? Stefan could feel himself making a sour face as he realized the answer would only hurt his argument, especially with Effie in the room. A mixture of Kergolo and... Don't take that! Effie screamed again and pointed. And it's so thick, it doesn't even look drinkable. Trust me, Rila, you don't want to go through what I did. She doesn't drink it, Stefan said. She applies it to the area. Hold on a moment, Alex said, stroking his chin. What's it supposed to do? Maybe Rila will want to take it. I don't think she should, Cleve said. Don't you remember what Stefan did to those rats? Rila began to laugh. Bastial hell, I can think for myself. Stefan, what potentially dangerous concoction have you come up with? It wasn't just me. The master chemist, Jack Rose, has been working with me this whole time. But am I the first test subject? Rila asked. No. Besides a rat? Stefan sighed. Yes, but it's not going to hurt you. No, Rila, you'll be hurting yourself when the Kergolo starts affecting you, Effie said. Stefan, you really think she would take that before going to Oakshin to visit our families? It's a terrible idea. There's hardly any Kergolo in it. She won't feel anything. I can tell you're not certain about that, Rila said. I strongly believe you won't feel anything, Stefan corrected himself. Don't you want to know what it does? You basically told me already, Rila replied.
You think it might heal my scar?
Yes, Stefan said.
I thought you hated it.
Rila grazed her fingers along her cheek.
I do, and it still hurts. One potion isn't going to fix it, but if you use it every day, Jack and I believe your skin will be completely restored in less than a week. You should see great progress by each evening if you take it in the morning.
Stefan held it out to her.
Rub it on your scar. Use all of it.
Cleve pushed it away from Rila.
You don't have to do this, he told her. I know, she said, but I want to.
She took it from Stefan's hand and turned the vial over to let the thick silver liquid run out onto her palm. Then she used the other to dab it and rub it along her cheek and neck as she grimaced.
You'll be happy you did, Stefan said. I'll make enough for a week by the end of the day. Now, who hasn't eaten breakfast yet?
Alex and Rila raised their hands.
Will you be leading us to the dining hall, Beast Slayer?
Rila teased.
I will, if you'll follow.
Stefan went along with the joke by speaking with facetious bravery.
I will,
Rila and Alex both replied, smiling. Someone knocked just before they left. Stefan opened the door to find Zoke with Zeddy. Each was wearing a backpack. Zeddy's bow was around one shoulder. Zoke had his sword on his belt.
I wanted to say goodbye,
Zoke said.
Zeddy and I are leaving now. I'm going to hug you,
Rila warned him.
I had a feeling when I came here that might happen.
He reluctantly opened his arms, and they embraced each other. Stefan was next.
I want to visit Marajek when I can, he said. You'll make sure I'm not killed when I get there, right? Yes, but bring your weapons just in case,
Zoke said. Then Alex shook hands with Zoke.
I don't know what to say,
Alex said.
We fought well together. Is there something we can say to each other in Kreppen that would be appropriate for what I'm feeling? There is something, Zoke said. Leka Kylo Lura.
What does it mean? Alex asked.
Basically, that the way you act is an example others should follow. It's a common phrase.
Alex repeated the line. Leka Kylo Lura. Cleve shook Zoke's hand when Alex was done, and repeated the same thing.
Leka Kylo Lura.
Zoke said it back to him with a smile. Effie hugged him, her arms barely getting around his shoulders. We're going to miss you, Zoke. Everyone would have thought differently of Kreps if it weren't for you. You've changed our lives for the better.
I'm humbled by what you say. I've learned much from you humans as well. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Effie said. They watched as Zoke and Zeddy turned and walked away.
Come on, Rila said. I'm sure Vithos is sad and needs some company. He can join us for breakfast. Effie and Cleve, come with us.
But we already ate,
Effie said. So you can sit and play with your fingers. I know you want to come.
She smiled.
I do.
After breakfast, Stefan and Cleve walked to the north gate, while their friends headed south to Oakshin. The guards were expecting them, and soon they were making their way toward one of the now many entrances to the Sligari colony. The Dodric had come through this one, retreating back into it when he'd taken too many arrows. Stefan's next breath felt constricted as he realized he didn't know whether the Dodric had survived after making it back. There was a thin stretch of ray-white forest behind the academy to the west. The entrance to the Sligari colony was in the middle of it, surrounded by trees. It was nothing more than a gaping hole in the side of a hill, transcending deep underground. 2 guards were there, seated on rocks. They stood at the sight of Cleve and Stefan.
We wish to visit the Sligari, Cleve said.
You two are from the academy, aren't you? One man said.
We are,
Cleve replied. Then go right ahead. The tunnel was so wide and straight that sunlight reached its base, where the glow of Kergalos took over. Sligari were wiggling everywhere, but many stopped what they were doing to come over and greet Stefan and Cleve by running a warm claw along their arms. Stefan asked one of them in Sligaran if they knew of the Evisel vine. The little Sligari's black eyes doubled in size. He told Stefan that he must try the fruit. Then he grabbed Stefan's hand and started wiggling deeper into the cavern. "Bastial hell, it really exists," Stefan told Cleve. As Cleve gawked in every direction while they followed the Sligari, it came to Stefan that Cleve hadn't been in the colony before. It was strange to think about, as Cleve had always been close to his thoughts. He was going to be sad to see him go once again, this time maybe for good. They'd had such a good time at breakfast, Stefan hadn't wanted to bring it up, though he was extremely curious what Rila had to say about it. He wanted to yell at Cleve, but the man's reasons were too noble to be upset with him. He was leaving to stop war from coming to Ovira, and Stefan hadn't forgotten about Cleve's friend with nightmares. It was the only reason for Cleve's interest in coming down here. The Sligari led them through the twists of the wide cavern, bringing them deeper and deeper within.
"Stefan?"
He heard a female Sligari call. Turning, he saw it was Queen. She told the other Sligari that he could get back to work, and she would take over.
"What are you doing here?"
she asked.
"We're not leaving for another 5 days."
"Leaving?" Stefan inquired. "Where are you going?" Her eyes shrank.
"Terran hasn't made the announcement yet?"
"About what?" Stefan asked.
"Sumar,"
Queen replied.
"We told him yesterday about it."
"What about it, if I may ask?" Cleve said. "Queen, this is Cleve Polkin, Terran's nephew."
"What a pleasure to meet you."
She grazed her claw along his arm.
"Do I bow?"
Cleve asked.
"Just your smile is fine."
Cleve tried to smile, but he looked more like he was relieving gas.
"You should work on that,"
Queen advised him.
"Before the battle, we found an underground path between the deep mountains of Sumar. We dug for miles, and the stone does end, eventually. We found a way up, though we haven't been above ground yet. We were going to flee to Sumar if the battle was lost, so we didn't want to tell any humans because the Kreps might have gotten that information from you. But now that we've won, we told Terran, and he told your king. They want to send a group with us to explore Sumar above ground. When I saw you, Stefan, I figured you were early and the rest of your group was somewhere nearby. But I see now that you must be here for a different reason."
"Yes, but I would like to explore Sumar. No one has found a way through the mountains yet.
This is very exciting. When did you say you were leaving?" "Terran is the one who wanted to wait. He scheduled the exploration group to get here 5 days from now. I'm happy you wish to come."
"I look forward to it." Stefan smiled and nodded.
"Cleve and I have come to see the Abyssal vine, and if possible, to take some of its seeds with us." "Of course. I'm surprised it's taken this long for anyone to come get its seeds. Unless Meretrice just now told you about it."
Stefan didn't reply, not knowing how to word it. Queen continued.
"She was very secretive when she gave me the seed. Did she come down here with you? I've been waiting for her to visit. I would like to thank her."
"She fell in battle. Not this last one, but the one before." Queen let her claws drop.
"It's a shame. I'll take you to the Abyssal vine. It's just ahead. Let's eat its fruit and think of Meretrice."
Queen brought them to a section of the colony where one wall was completely covered by the vine. It looked like soft, round wood, and was about as thick as Stefan's forearm. It had crept and twisted up the pillars near the wall as well. Along the sturdy plant, pink and gray flowers had burst out in clusters. Among them was the circular fruit, a healthy green color and quite plump.
"We need the Dodric to pick the higher fruits," Queen said. "Still haven't found a way to get it ourselves."
"Is he all right?" Stefan asked.
"He's still recovering from his injuries, but he'll be fine."
She lifted her claw at Cleve.
"Terran's nephew, you're very tall. Would you like to pick 3 Evasals for us, as high as you can reach?"
Cleve nodded and yanked 3 of the round fruits from their vine. He handed one to Queen and the other to Stefan.
"To Meretrice,"
Stefan said. Then he took a bite. There was a thick yet soft skin to the Evasal fruit. It was sweet and fluffy, like a pastry. On the inside, the flavor changed to savory. The consistency was softer, like a fine cut of meat. Together, the textures and flavors mix to perfection.
Amazing,
Cleve commented with his mouth full. As Stefan finished the fruit in his hand, he looked at the massive Ebisel vine. A solemn feeling came over him, yet he found himself smiling, even as he fought back tears.
Wherever you are, Meretrice, I hope you can see this. Rest peacefully. There are plenty of extra seeds, Queen said,
giving a handful to Stefan.
Just plant them in the dirt and water every day. Once they sprout, they'll start to need Sartius energy as well as water. More of both, and they get bigger. You can trim the vine if it becomes unmanageable.
For your friend, Stefan told Cleve, handing off half of them. What's his name?
Jack Traden,
Cleve answered.
Thank you.
Jack? Stefan repeated.
What an odd name.
Did you know it means fight in Crepin?
I didn't.
Chapter 44. Cleve. When Cleve was back above ground, he thanked Stefan again and headed south, giving his pocket containing the Evasol seeds a comforting pat. It was time for the last thing he needed to do before saying his goodbyes. Terran had been speaking to King Kerr through messages on Cleve's behalf, and he needed to finalize his trip in person. Guards outside the castle greeted Cleve and brought him inside. One of them took the stairs to check on Kerr. Not long after, the guard leaned over the banister from the second floor and whistled to Cleve. He's ready to see you. The old man's face immediately brought a smile out of Cleve. Glad to see you, Kerr said.
I'm sorry about Wilson.
Yes, tragic. I'll miss him. He had a good heart and a strong mind. The last thing I wanted was to be king. Still, I'd rather control Cairo than let the Takaris take over again. I assume that's why you're here? Yes, thank you for letting me use a ship and some of your men. It's nothing. If you weren't volunteering for this, I'd have to send others for the task. I should be thanking you. But are you certain you wish to take Captain Mzaza? There are others who can captain a ship besides him. I'm sure there are, but I already know he'll get the boat there safely. I can deal with his personality. Kerr laughed. I understand. The boat will be in Gendok and ready to sail by tomorrow. Nulya will be ready for you as well. She's in the stables outside the castle. You can get her on your way to Gendok. Thank you. Cleve didn't know what else to say, so he bowed and prepared to leave. Cleve, Kerr said, stopping him. What exactly will you do in Greenedge to prevent the Takaris from coming here? You've told me you have friends within that family, so I know you're not going to be fighting against them. Cleve thought about how he could answer. The face you're making is worrying me, Kerr said. You don't know? I'm just not sure where to begin. The Dismarls are the main reason behind the Takari family wanting Ovira. If I could find some way to exterminate them, or even stop the monsters from spreading, then the Takaris will stay in Greenedge. There's also the possibility that I can offer my service under the agreement that they won't fight to take Ovira once their war is over. In other words, I'm not exactly sure what I'll be doing. Just that it'll be far more than I could have done staying here. Cleve pressed his hand against his pocket, and Jack needs a cure before his darkness kills him. Well, I have confidence in you. If you think of anything else you need from me to make this mission a success, let me know tomorrow when you come by for Nulya. I will. Thank you, King Kerr. The old man smiled. King Kerr. He reflected upon the way it sounded. I think I'll always prefer Councilman Kerr. It was dark by the time Cleve got back to his house. His roommates were in their rooms, with their doors closed. He was pleased to find Rila in his bed. She'd fallen asleep with her arms slung across the bed, and there was no way to lie down without moving it. He wondered if she'd done so on purpose, to make sure he'd wake her. "Did you just get back?" she asked in a whisper, her eyes still closed. "Yes." "I want you to see something." Rila gingerly pushed herself up and off the bed. She fiddled with the lamp until it began to glow. Holding it next to her cheek, she smiled. "Look." What am I looking at? Cleve said. I don't see anything.
That's the point. Rila was excited and far more awake. My scar. It's nearly gone. I'm surprised. That's it? That's all you have to say? I'm happy as well, as long as you're happy. I'm thrilled. I've thanked Stefan profusely. The skin should be completely healed in just a few more doses. He's already made more for me. How could you not notice the scar was practically gone when I held up the light? Cleve shrugged and held out his hand. Come lie beside me. Leave the light on so I can look at you. She crawled into the bed and nestled against him. Cleve kissed her forehead and brushed the hair from her face. I'd still like to know how my missing scar wasn't the first thing you noticed when I lit the lamp. I guess I just never saw it as part of you. I don't focus on your imperfections. There are too many things I like about you to worry about a scar. She touched his cheek and leaned over to kiss his lips. Then she sighed and said, The day is nearly here. Are you certain you don't want to change your decision? Cleve asked. Rila furrowed her brow and asked softly, Do you want me to? I just want you to do whatever you want to do. That's not fair, Rila complained. Why not? Because you're not doing what you want. You're doing what you know is best. I don't know if you're capable of doing anything but. She sounded irritated. I'm sorry, Cleve said, unsure what else to say. I shouldn't blame you, she said, her tone forgiving. Cleve expected her to say something else, but she'd fallen silent. As Cleve drifted towards sleep, Rila's loud exhaling caused his eyes to open. I haven't changed my mind, she said. My answer is still the same as it was 2 days ago. Did you get a chance to tell Effie today? No. Well, I suppose I had many chances, but I just couldn't. I did tell my mother, though. She was worried. But did she understand? Yes, Rila said. It's the right thing to do, as much as she hates it. I think you should have told Effie today. It would have given her the chance to think about coming. Rila shook her head, which was burrowed in the nook of Cleve's arm. I know her too well to do that to her. The choice would torment her, and ultimately she would feel guilty when she chose to stay. This way, at least she can blame me instead of herself. Rila's wavering voice made it seem as if she was on the verge of tears. Tomorrow is going to be hard enough as it is. Let's not get into it now. When Cleve rose the next morning, he went to Taryn's house to say his last goodbye. Will I see you again? His uncle asked. I'm not sure, Cleve said. Taryn showed a sad smile. You still don't know when to lie. They hugged. Thank you again, Taryn, Cleve said, clinging to his uncle tightly. Let's try this once more. I will see you again, right? You will. They let go and looked at each other. Then Taryn clasped his shoulder and nodded. Cleve left before the sadness swelling in his chest rose any higher and caused the tears to fall. The rest of his roommates were up by the time he returned. He brought his bags to the front. Effie and Stefan saw him and came closer. The three of them stood in silence. How long will you be there? Stefan asked. Not long, Cleve lied. Stefan nodded solemnly to show he understood the real answer. Effie squeezed Cleve, wrapping her arms around his torso. I wish you didn't have to go. Me too, he answered truthfully. Vithos came through the front door, bags in hand. Ready we leave? Effie gasped. You're going with Cleve? But I didn't think you would leave Rila. Then Rila came out of her room, carrying her own bags. She set them down and gave a sad look to Effie, her eyes glistening. Effie's head tilted. You're leaving? She whispered painfully. A single tear came down Rila's cheek. I wanted to tell you earlier. No, Rila, Effie said, shaking her head. No. A choke interrupted her. There's still a war to fight, Rila said. You're really leaving? Effie started to cry. Rila nodded. I can't stay here when I know what Cleve will be doing in Green Edge to protect us. I have to go with him.
Effie's crying worsened, but she continued to hold Rila with her eyes. Rila carried her bags to the front and set them down beside Cleve's. Then she turned to Effie, who wouldn't look away, yet couldn't seem to move. "You didn't even ask if I wanted to come," Effie muttered. "I didn't want you to feel obligated just because I'm leaving. I know you would rather stay here." "Of course I would. I thought you would also. You're really—" A weep interrupted her. Rila came close, and they held each other. "I love you, Eff. This is the hardest decision I've ever made. But I can't let Cleve fight alone when I'm able to join him." Effie cried hard onto Rila's shoulder. As she wept, she practically shouted, "But the war is over. We can finally go back to normal." "Not yet," Cleve answered, knowing Effie must hate him in that moment for taking Rila. Guilt twisted in his stomach. Ovira isn't safe from the Tackeries, or anyone else from Green Edge wishing to flee the continent because of the Dismarls. Any of the powerful armies there could come here. Effie ran at him, fury burning in her eyes. "And you think you're going to save the world?" She started to strike his arm, pounding furiously. "There's nothing you can do there. You're an idiot." Stefan put his arm on Effie's shoulder, using his other hand to move between her flailing fists and Cleve's turned shoulder. "I know you don't mean that, Effie," he said. She sank to her knees, weeping. Stefan rubbed his hand on her back. "We have a lot to do here, too. We'll be leaving for Sumar in a couple of days. Alex is coming with us." Rila crouched over Effie and helped her up so they could hug. "I love you, too," Effie said. "I'm sorry." She looked over her shoulder. "I'm sorry, Cleve. I know you're doing the right thing. If anyone can save the world—" A weep stopped her for a breath. "It's you." "I'm sorry, too," Cleve told her. Effie parted from Rila and embraced Cleve tightly. He gladly hugged her back. When they finished, Effie ran her hand down Rila's hair. "Should I come with you to the docks?" Rila wiped away a tear, but more continued to fall. "Stay here. I want to remember you and Stefan, just like this, standing in our home, all of us together. I'll remember this image every time I think of both of you." At that, Stefan began to cry with them. As Cleve, Rila, and Vithos approached their boat, Rila stroked Nulya's mane and asked, "How did Terran take all of this?" "Fine," Cleve said. "He's proud of you, isn't he?" Rila asked, smiling. Cleve would have given a humble answer, but knowing Rila, he figured there was no point. She'd see through it. "Very," he said. "I bet he asked how long you would be gone. Then, when you gave the truth, he said you should have lied." For a moment, her accuracy frightened him, but it was gone in a blink. "What am I thinking right now, then?" Cleve taunted, gazing at her lips. "This." Rila set down her bags, wrapped her arms around his neck, and went to her toes so they could kiss. After, Rila touched his cheek, her eyes holding sadness. "Rek would be proud also." Cleve nodded.
"Is that?"
Vithos asked.
"I forget word."
He was pointing at Mzaza, who was quickly approaching.
"Our captain,"
Cleve answered.
"Yes, it is."
Mzaza laughed as he came close.
"Ho, ho, and where's the woman you brought for Captain Mzaza?"
Cleve ignored his joke.
"Mzaza, this is Vithos." "Aren't you pretty?" Mzaza told him. "Slap some tits on you, and you'd be more beautiful than half the women I've bedded."
Vithos surprised Cleve by laughing.
"Finally," the captain exclaimed, "someone with some humor. I've been stuck with this dull bastard too many times now."
He pointed at Cleve with his thumb.
"You and I will have some fun."
Mzaza wrapped his arm around Vithos's shoulders and started toward the boat.
"You like jokes?" "I very much like jokes," Vithos said. "Ho, ho, ho. Have you heard the one about the man with old breeches?"
Cleve stopped listening. He was focused on Rila. She turned around to look back toward Ocean and the academy.
"I'm really going to miss Cairo, and everyone in it, especially Effie."
"It's not too late to change your mind," Cleve said hesitantly. Rila took his hand. Her expression said the words she'd already repeated before.
"She's not going to change her mind,"
Cleve reminded himself. Vithos's loud laughter drew his focus.
"Saggy testicles," Vithos shouted, continuing to laugh. "I understand."
Cleve grumbled. "I think the trip there is going to be worse than the war itself. I don't know if I could endure it without you."
"Well, you don't have to worry about that."
She hooked her free arm around Cleve's.
"Let's not keep your friend waiting for his cure any longer."
Chapter 45. Meanwhile, across the starving ocean. Since the creation of the sport, a shot marl match had never been cancelled. Wind, rain, snow, it didn't matter. The competitors fought until the game was over. Even during the Bastial Steel War, shot marl games brought citizens of enemy territories together in one stadium. The championship match of the season was about to begin between Goldrum and Waywin. Within the walls of Goldrum Stadium, the rest of the world momentarily was forgotten. Rivalry could be felt in the air, but it was of a competitive nature. There was no craving for blood, no thirst to fight, at least not among the audience. All they wanted was for their team to win. As the opposing players lined up and bowed to each other, horns and strings came together to introduce the tension and importance of this championship match. Those who'd paid for a seat in the glorious stadium could feel their worries being forgotten. There was no war here, and there never would be. But then elves started entering the arena. The audience stood, many confused, some already angry. For most, it was the first time seeing an elf in person. Besides disrupting the match, what were they doing walking between the players? The music ground to a halt. Guards of Goldrum ran from their posts along the walls to intervene. But the elves simply held out their palms, and the guards fell. Suddenly it was clear. Everyone in the stadium could feel it. The elves weren't here for shot marl like everyone else. They were bringing the outside world into the stadium. The war, finally, had breached through. The players broke from their lines to fight the elves, but as quickly as the guards, they fell and writhed on the ground. The crowd gasped. Deep in their hearts, they knew they were witnessing something that would change Greenedge forever. This was Psyche, true Psyche. With an eerie calm washing over the audience as they shushed each other, they watched the elves take the center of the arena. One with gray hair falling neatly down his back came forward and raised his hand.
"Some of you may have heard of me," he bellowed. "My name is Fathal. I'm a psychic, and I'll be ridding this continent of dismarls."
Nothing but silence followed his statement. He smiled wickedly.
"Too scared for applause? Understandable. Though once I control the 4 territories you hail from, I'll expect more gratitude."
No one dared say a word. Even the children in the audience could feel something dreadful coming.
"We elves are not that different from you humans. We want what you do. A peaceful continent. Safety for our children, and for our children's children. Unfortunately, sometimes we need to be violent to ensure our safety. I'm sure all of you understand. Would you not fight a man twice your size if he posed a danger to your child?"
Fathal didn't expect a response, though he waited anyway. He knew these humans needed time to prepare for what he'd really come to say. Certain news needed to be complemented by setting the right mood, and this was no ordinary news. He was about to change Greenedge in one day. He could feel their anticipation.
"A storm approaches. All of you will need shelter to survive it. Hiding in your homes may protect you in the beginning, but your walls and roofs will collapse eventually. If you wish to live, you must join me, for only I know where the storm will strike and when. Even your kings aren't safe. In this moment, They're being killed.
The rogue elf almost lost the audience from the eruption of frightened murmurs, but then he silenced them with his hands.
Remember my name, for every conversation you have after today will be about me.
Fathal smiled as he walked out of the arena casually, enjoying the sweet sound of the worried crowd. His group of psychics followed him, without a single man or woman trying to stop them. King Danvelt Hackery of Goldrum had sent his men all over Greenedge to learn what they could of Fathal and his growing army of psychics. He'd begun this process the day after Cleve Polkin left, for it was that same day when he first learned about Fathal. His men all came back with the same information. Fathal's army is never in one location, they told him. It's spread out among Greenedge. They recruit people one by one. It's said they seek out those that share their opinion. This was when Danvel's men always became reticent, unwilling to say more until forced. "What's this opinion?" Danvel would ask, eventually expecting the same answer, as it always came. That the four kings need to stop fighting each other and start fighting the Dismarls, and if they don't, Fathal should rule instead. It wasn't long after when Danvel decided to have the ears of his entire staff checked. On the day of the championship shotmarl competition, an elf was found. She was a middle-aged woman with curly brown hair that hung to her shoulders, completely covering her ears. Although she looked more motherly than dangerous, they'd already restrained her hands behind her back before bringing her to the king, even bound her ankles together. Danvel took no risks, not when she could be a psychic. "Let me see her ears," he said. One of the guards who escorted her used both hands to part her hair, showing one long elven ear pinned to the side of her head. "Where does she work? And how long has she been here?" Danvel asked his guards, but the woman answered for herself.
"I spend my days in the kitchen. I've been doing so for 3 years.
"Who are you?" the king demanded. "And what are you doing in Goldrum?"
You set something in motion with your inquisitions about Fathal. She spoke with scorn. You've started to unravel the thread, and now it's coming undone on its own. You've made this more difficult for me, finding me before I was ready to be found. But that won't stop anything."
Her eyes narrowed, and her lips pressed together. Suddenly, every guard surrounding her began to scream and collapse.
"To answer your questions, I'm Sval, and what I'm doing in Goldrum is serving Fathal."
She calmly lowered herself until she was sitting on the ground, the guards still screaming in agony. She tilted her body and brought her bound hands under her feet. With them now in front of her, she stood and walked over to the nearest guard. When she began to reach for the sword on his belt as he writhed on the ground, Danvel's wits finally returned. He stood and shouted, "Guards! Guards!" To his dismay, only 2 more ran in from outside. One stopped in the doorway to shout into the hall, "Need more guards!" The other one who'd come in quickly fell, joining those already on the ground.
"It would be wise to stop shouting,"
Sval said. She adjusted the sword in her bound hands and then drove it into a guard's chest.
"Unless you want to see more of them killed."
Danvel watched in horror as she killed them, one by one. He felt nothing from her psyche yet, but he was too scared to be near her. He shouted for help. More guards came in, only to be taken by Psyche and killed immediately. The horror seemed to go on endlessly, Danvel sick with fear. Eventually she closed the door to his throne room and barred it with a solid block of wood. She killed the last guards still left. Blood soaked her dress and dripped from the underside of her chin, which she wiped as she came toward the King of Goldrum. "Wait," he urged. She didn't stop. "Wait, I want to kill the Dismarls also."
"You don't want it enough. If you did, you would have shared the Bastial steel with the other territories 10 years ago, instead of going to war over it."
Danville heard someone kicking the door and shouting his name. It sounded like a young man's voice. With Sval just a few steps away from him now, he realized who it was.
"Jack," he called, "hurry!"
Danville was pressed against the wall. Sval was slow, having difficulty moving with her ankles bound.
"Don't you run,"
she warned him, just as the thought crossed his mind. But he ran anyway. The worst pain he'd felt in his lifetime made all his muscles convulse. He fell, unable to move, unable to do anything but scream. Jack's voice came into the room.
"Almost there."
It was barely loud enough for Danville to hear over his own screaming. It was too late. Sval was over him, her sword coming down fast. He didn't even feel the blade burrow into his chest. In fact, his pain subsided when he was struck. He was strangely relieved as blackness took him. Outside the door to the throne room, Jack could feel himself losing hope when King Danville Thackeray's screams stopped abruptly.
"No, just a little longer. I'm almost there."
A guard had come to help Jack break down the door. Together they kicked with all their strength. The moment it flung open and Jack saw dead bodies covering the floor, he raced in with his wand ready. "Get help," he commanded the guard. A woman in her middle years was pulling a sword out of the king's chest. He was covered in blood. So was she. It dripped from her hair and chin. The chains that bound her wrists and ankles obviously had failed to stop the slaughter. She sighed at Jack.
"I'd hoped not to kill anyone so young."
She spoke with regret, which was at odds with the carnage that surrounded her. But then her eyes hardened, and she trudged forward, lifting her palm. End of Book 4. This has been Bastial Frenzy, The Rhythm of Rivalry, Book 4. Written by B.T. Naro. Narrated by Brad C. Wilcox. Copyright 2014 by B.T. Naro. Production copyright 2015 by B.T. Naro.